Douluo, I made up the future video. Chapter 1, After all the hard work, the joy comes. Douluo continent. This is a world that belongs to martial arts. There is no fancy magic, no fighting spirit that has multiplied to its peak, but just various and ever-changing martial spirits. At night, the bright moon hangs high. The soft moonlight fell on a small courtyard. Alas, after 26 years of traveling, nothing has been achieved. A young man in white clothes with his hair tied up in a fairy-like style sighed at the moon, his face full of dejection. This gentleman's name is Yaen, and he is a time traveler. In his previous life, he came from a water-blue planet. After his accidental death, he was reincarnated into this world. Became the young master of the Ye family in Baiyun City. The Ye family in Baiyun City is just a small family that is neither good nor bad on the Douluo continent. The ancestral martial spirit Fiheng sword is a sword-type martial spirit with fairly good offensive capabilities. It is not comparable to the top martial arts spirits in the mainland like the Seven Kills sword, but it can barely enter the class of superior martial arts spirits. The strongest person in the entire Ye family is Ye Cheng's biological mother Ye Lisa, who is over 40 years old and is at the Soul Emperor stage. With the protection of a Soul Emperor mother, Ye Cheng has been doted on from the moment he was born. Even when he awakened his martial soul at the age of 6, it viciously mutated into an ordinary iron sword without any innate soul power. No one in the family dared to show off to him, and his life was quite comfortable. If it goes on like this, it's actually not bad. Ye Cheng will spend his life peacefully under the protection of his mother, and waste will be waste. Anyway, he is not the only one who is a waste in the world. But soon, all of this came to nothing shortly after he awakened his martial spirit. The Ye family was attacked by enemies. That night, the entire Baiyun city was littered with corpses. All this happened too suddenly, and the other party had obviously planned it. It seems that they also united with other family forces to uproot the Ye family in Baiyun city and slaughter them all in just one night. Only Ye Cheng was sent into a secret tunnel by his mother and managed to escape. Before leaving, his mother not only gave him a storage ring, which contained most of the Ye family's resources, but also gave him a mysterious jade pendant. It was an exquisite jade pendant of colorful glazed color that looked like a small pocket pagoda. And told him to seek refuge in Kai Bao glazed sect. Ye Cheng was a little confused, but soon understood his life experience after his mother's explanation. It turns out that his biological father is actually Ning Fengzhi, the current sect leader of the Kai Bao glazed sect, one of the 3 sects. It's just that although his biological father has a prominent status, his romantic father may not know that his son exists until now, and even his mother is just a casual lover. In other words, he is a shameless illegitimate child. And Ning Fengzhi has many illegitimate children like him. But it doesn't matter, as long as he holds this jade pendant and says his mother's name, he can definitely prove his identity. At that time, for the sake of this blood relationship, no matter what, no matter how poor his talent is, at least he will be able to get a proper placement. After that, Ye Cheng was pushed into the tunnel. Although he was very sad, he also knew that he could not change anything. So I can only try my best to escape. After that, he did not go to Kai Bao glazed sect to seek asylum as his mother said. Because he knows that he cannot become a soul master, and even if he gets there, he will not be taken seriously at all. At most, he will be treated as a rice bug for the rest of his life. This is definitely not what he wants, and there is no way the Kai Bao glazed sect can avenge him, a loser like him. So if you want revenge, you have to rely on yourself. As a time traveler, he still has a certain sense of luck at this time. I think that I might be able to make my way in this world by relying on the knowledge I had in my previous life that was different from this world. Or create another path. For example, practicing martial arts, cultivating immortals, etc. When the time comes, he can also be called the martial ancestor or the immortal ancestor or something like that. It can only be said that this is purely the arrogance and mysterious self-confidence of the time traveler. As a result, now, I am 26 years old. 20 years have passed and nothing has been accomplished. In fact, he should have thought of it a long time ago. In this world where martial spirit determines everything, if your martial spirit is not good, then you will not be good anywhere. Without innate soul power, all his paths have been blocked. How can the rules of the world be changed by human power? During the midnight dream, he hated this thief god countless times, even if he gave himself a trace of innate soul power. At least he can practice. Even if he practices for a lifetime, he probably won't be able to become a great soul master. But at least there is a direction to work towards. Not coming because he has accomplished nothing like he is now, he is still an ordinary person. And what made him feel most uncomfortable was that for some reason, something appeared again in this world that he was so familiar with. About 6 years ago, a thing called random quiz suddenly appeared on the entire Douluo continent, which would randomly limit people in a certain area to conduct some kind of quiz with prizes. These questions and answers may be multiple choice questions, quiz questions, or other open-ended questions. In short, those who answer correctly will receive various rewards, but the price for answering incorrectly is to lose something important in themselves, such as martial soul, soul ring, soul power, or even worse, death on the spot. There was once a man who was deprived of 80 years of life because he answered a question incorrectly. As a result, the young man who looked less than 20 years old turned to white hair on the spot and aged to death in just a few breaths. It's simply terrifying. At the same time, all intelligent creatures in the entire Douluo continent, whether humans or spirit beasts, as long as their IQ is on the passing line, everyone will be pulled into a huge chat room or live broadcast room, where they can communicate with each other. 6 years since this mysterious question and answer appeared. There are dozens of questions and answers in total. The time and place are very random. The questions asked are basically about things that happened in the past or will happen in the future. After answering a question, whether right or wrong, some videos related to the question will start playing. People didn't believe it at first, but it wasn't until they gradually verified that the video played in the live broadcast room was indeed what happened in the past and what will happen in the future that they became truly convinced of the authenticity of this mysterious question and answer. People in this world speculate that this terrifying question and answer may be the work of the gods in the sky. As for why the gods came up with such a thing, it is not something that mortals like them can know. Mortals like them can't resist anyway. In this case, they can only accept it. But unlike the natives of this world, Yaen had read this kind of spoiler-type fan fiction before he traveled through time in his previous life. Some of those novels were pure group portrait novels. The so-called Q&A did not have any behind-the-scenes mastermind, just a simple person. Mechanical question and answer mechanism. But there are also some novels of this type where the protagonist is controlling the story behind the scenes. Yaen didn't know if there was a protagonist controlling the Douluo continent he was in. So he has been very calm during this period, even for questions that do not limit the answerer and anyone can answer them. He, the Emperor of Truth who had read Douluo's original work, did not come forward and tried to get some benefits for himself. Of course, from a style perspective, this random Q&A is quite serious. If you answer it wrong, it will basically deprive you of life or lifespan, some kind of talent, soul ring, soul skill, martial soul, etc. There is no LSP punishment for beautiful soul masters, such as randomly stripping off the clothes after answering wrong answers, or taking photos. From this point of view, it seems that the protagonist who does not benefit himself is behind the scenes. But Yaen didn't dare to bet. After all, what if there was a heartless eunuch protagonist hidden behind him? We are both time travelers, and we met an ending that basically meant death. Yaen, who doesn't have a golden finger, will basically be crushed to death by a random finger when encountering this cheating player. So in the past 6 years, he could only watch helplessly as many people received rewards after answering questions, but he dared not take a step. This is not because he is timid or cowardly. I don't even have the courage to fight. Mainly because although his life is a bit unsatisfactory now, it is not at the end of his rope. On the contrary, his life is far better than that of ordinary people, and is not even weaker than that of some corrupt nobles. After all, when he ran away, his mother gave him most of the Ye family's property. With these assets, his life has actually been very smooth over the years. And creatures like humans will never choose to take risks unless they are forced into a desperate situation. As for the revenge of the family being wiped out and the mother being killed, this must be avenged of course. But in fact, to put it bluntly, Ye Cheng's feelings for this family are really not that deep. Even towards my mother in this life, my feelings are just like that. After all, he is a time traveler, and the soul of an adult lives in his body. With a complete growth trajectory, his three-view thinking has long been finalized. Even though I was reincarnated into this world and had a new mother. But can an adult really accept a strange woman as a mother without any burden? Ye Cheng's answer is, no. Unless that person is an orphan and has lacked love since childhood. For example, Tang San, the protagonist of the original Douluo novel, was a poor boy who lacked love since childhood. Therefore, when he reincarnated into this world, he really treated Tang Hao, that irresponsible guy, as his own father. But that's not the case in Ye Cheng. In his previous life, he lived in a happy family, with a kind mother and a dignified father. And a bunch of brothers and sisters. Therefore, he does not lack love. In this case, it is naturally impossible to truly accept a new mother wholeheartedly. Therefore, Ye Cheng certainly felt sad about the death of his mother, whom he had been with for 6 years, and wanted to avenge her. But it's more out of responsibility than emotion. From a son's perspective. In such a situation, the weight of this hatred is not enough to make Ye Cheng give up his current life and fight desperately. Bet on the future. Because if you lose the bet, you will end up in trouble. It can be extremely miserable. After all, time travelers can make people. There are simply too many ways to make life worse than death. Ding! A clear voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ye Cheng, who was sighing at the moon, was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had been selected by the horror quiz to answer the question. A mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in his mind, making him froze. The role-playing system started successfully. The shock on Ye Cheng's face turned into ecstasy. Goldfinger. His time traveler plug-in finally arrived. And the changes don't stop there. Soon, the system prompts sounded again. It has been detected that other systems exist in the current world. After testing, it was found to be the remnant after the destruction of other systems, and was confirmed to be the unowned plug-in live spoiler system. Capturing and absorbing, 1%, 10%, 16%. Absorption failed, system energy is insufficient. The current absorption progress is 50%, and low-level permissions have been obtained. Tip: if you want to fully absorb it, obtain the highest authority of the live spoiler system. The host is asked to play hard, collect energy, and assist in system upgrades to fully absorb this ownerless plug-in. Please enter the system interface for details. After a dazzling reminder, Ye Cheng took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. Then click on the system interface with your mind. Performance system, make up a character. The more people believe it and generate shock, admiration, fear, all kinds of emotions for this fictional character, then eventually this character will become real. Current role, none. Played, none. External plugin, live broadcast spoiler system, 50%, the current absorption progress is insufficient, and it only has low-level permissions. It can ask questions at will, fabricate and tamper with videos, and set Q&A rewards and punishments. However, Q&A rewards cannot be obtained. Only by obtaining 100% of the highest permissions can control everything in the system. Study the panel carefully for a while. Ye Cheng finally figured out the cause and effect. First of all, this role-playing system should be his time traveler Golden Finger. The function is also very simple, that is, let him make up a character and play this character. For example, if he makes up a character of Sun Wukong, the more people will believe in his character and believe that he has all the abilities of Sun Wukong. When the final performance progress reaches 100%, he will have everything that others think of Sun Wukong. Ability. There is no doubt that the more advanced the persona is fabricated, the more people need to recognize, admit, and believe that his persona exists. To be honest, this system is very powerful, but how to make others believe in the character he made up in the early stage is indeed a problem. In addition, if the fabricated character does not reach 100%, then he himself will not be able to use the character's ability. Therefore, if he is an ordinary person, if he wants to play the role of a peerless master, his secret will definitely be exposed in a minute. The consequences of being beaten to death on the street. But now it's different. When the system accidentally obtained the low-level permissions of the life spoiler system, Ye Cheng suddenly discovered it. These two systems are a perfect match. It is not easy to make others believe in the character design he designed. If he makes up a future video and broadcasts it to the world, then the progress of the character design will skyrocket. Although it is only a low-level authority, he cannot obtain the rewards of the questioner or the various things that were deprived of him after punishment. But for him now, this low-level authority is enough. Paired with the role-playing system, it is even more powerful. He, a time traveler who has been working hard for 26 years, has finally come to an end. Chapter 2 asks Ning Fengzhi. Kai Bao Glazed Sect. In the reception hall, Ning Fengzhi, who was discussing something with the two enshrined sword Douluo and bone Douluo, suddenly heard a clear tingling sound in his ears. Ask a question? As soon as he heard this voice, Ning Fengzhi immediately realized that he had been selected for the Q&A and was about to answer the questions. Nearly 6 years ago. Random question and answer, I have done it dozens of times. Everyone was shocked at the beginning and now they are used to it. Because the Q&A in this Q&A live broadcast is very random and anyone may be selected, Ning Fengzhi is actually already prepared. After being surprised for a moment, I quickly got into the mood and started reviewing the questions seriously. But soon, when he saw the question clearly, his eyes could not help but shine, and even his breath became a little heavier. Question: who broke the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's fate of being unable to break through the 80-level contra throughout his life, and successfully evolved his martial soul into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda? Option 1, Ning Fengzhi. Option 2, Ning Rongrong. Option 3, Tang San. Option 4, Yuchen. Option 5, none of the above. The answer is correct. The martial spirit evolves into the 9 treasure glazed tile tower. Wrong answer, deprived of 9th level soul power. 9 treasures glazed pagoda, the legendary martial spirit of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Will someone recreate it in the future? Ning Fengzhi was shocked after reading the title and couldn't help but murmur to himself. At this time, the live broadcast room also welcomed many visitors. Basically, there are members from all the major forces, including Wuhan Palace, Tiandu Royal Family, Xingluo Royal Family, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and even the Haoshan Sect, which has long since retired. It's just that most people just watched and didn't say anything. You can see that barrages are passing by in the live broadcast room at this time. Unexpectedly, this time it was Ning the suzerain was chosen to answer the questions. This question, the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Could it be that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda inherited by the 7 treasures glazed sect can evolve into this so-called 9 treasures glazed pagoda? Among the first 4 options, I don't know the third and fourth ones at all. It seems that the answer lies between the first 2. The first option is Sect Master Ning himself, and the second option is Sect Master Ning's most talented daughter. Which one should I choose? I think it's probably Ning wrong. After all, her innate soul power is as high as level 9. This level of soul power is undoubtedly the top among auxiliary martial souls. Future achievements are limitless. That makes sense? Each barrage is unsigned, so it's hard to tell who sent it. What needs to be explained here is that although everyone, whether it is soul masters, soul beasts, or ordinary people, have been pulled into the live broadcast room, if they want to publish barrages, they must at least have soul power. In other words, if you are an ordinary person, you are not qualified to speak. I can only watch the soul masters speak freely. Of course, if it is an open question, everyone can answer it. Ordinary people can also answer questions. There was once an open question, which was successfully answered by a lucky person. After that, the lucky person who was originally an ordinary person received a reward. The useless martial spirit evolved into a top-level martial spirit, and had full innate soul power. From a low-level mortal with nothing, he became a hot new star in the soul master world. Directly reach the sky in one step. Therefore, many ordinary people and low-level soul masters are extremely eager to be selected to answer questions in the Q&A, or to answer public questions and receive rich rewards that can change their destiny. In addition, if the soul beast wants to speak, it must at least be smart enough to be at the level of a normal person. In other words, it's okay even if you are in the form of a beast, but your intelligence must be the same as that of an ordinary person, and you cannot be that kind of pure beast. At this time, Ning Fengzhi did not pay attention to the barrage information in the live broadcast room, but fell into deep thought. Let's start analyzing these 5 options. Which one is the correct answer? After all, if he gets the correct answer, the reward is for his martial soul to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tower. The goal that countless ancestors of Kaibao glazed sect have worked hard for is now right in front of us. How could he not be excited? Of course, if the answer is wrong, the losses will be heavy. All of a sudden, he lost his 9th level soul power, and it took him who knows how many years of hard work to make up for it. So answer with caution. Among the 5 answers, except for the last answer, for the first 4 answers, I also have wrong, as well as 2 unknown names, Tang San and Ye Cheng. Ning Fengzhi frowned and his brain analyzed frantically. However, because there is too little data, we still cannot analyze a reason. Finally, the allotted answer time is coming. As a last resort, Ning Fengzhi could only choose the most likely answer at the moment. I choose second, Ning wrong. He took a deep breath and then said loudly. Soon after he gave the answer, there was a slight silence in the live broadcast room. Then the voice sounded again. Wrong answer. Punishment, deprivation of 9th level soul power. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fengzhi staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo supported him in time, saving him from being embarrassed in front of everyone. The punishment in the live broadcast room was silent and there was no warning at all. Ning Fengzhi instantly felt that his soul power had dropped by 9 levels out of thin air. From the original level of 79, he now only had level 70 soul power left. Fortunately, his level did not drop Soul Saint, which can be considered a blessing among misfortunes. But at this time, Ning Fengzhi had no intention of paying attention to the loss of his 9th level soul power. He couldn't believe that the answer he chose was wrong. Could it be that the correct answer was 1? In the future, will I evolve the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda? And everyone who was paying attention to the live broadcast room was also confused at this time. Barrages were launched one after another. What's going on? It's not Ning Rongrong, so who is it? Those two people you don't know? Or is the final answer, none of the above? Tisk, tisk, I lost my 9th level soul power all of a sudden. Sect Master Ning has suffered great losses this time? So who is the correct answer? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. Don't worry, the live broadcast room should be playing the video about the answer soon. After choosing an answer, no matter whether it is right or wrong, the correct answer will be shown to us in the live broadcast room. I believe our questions will be answered soon. After a series of barrages, there was a slight silence in the live broadcast room, and then there was a reaction again. Question: who broke the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's fate of being unable to break through the 80-level contra throughout his life, and successfully evolved his martial soul into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda? The correct answer, option 4, Yuchen. The answer was announced along with the live broadcast room. Let's not mention the reaction of the onlookers, but Ning Fengzhi himself was a little confused, thinking, who is this Yuchen? Could it be that he is a child with a foreign surname from the Kaibao glazed sect? As a large family, the Kaibao glazed sect has existed for a very long time. Because of this, there is naturally no shortage of marriages with other people over such a long period of time. Therefore, it is not unimaginable if a few people inherit the Kaibao glazed pagoda martial spirit. But if this is really the case, then he is too unlucky. Who can guess this answer? Whether to post a video related to answering questions. This inquiry in the live broadcast room is aimed at Ning Fengzhi, the person who answered the question. He can choose to play it or not. But if you choose not to play it, you will never have another chance to see this video next time. So out of curiosity and wanting to find out how I lost, Ning Fengzhi chose OK. Soon, the video in the live broadcast room blurred for a while, and then the scene changed. First, there is a distant view, where you can see a prosperous small city. Then the camera zoomed in, and the plaque directly above the city gate came into view, Baiyun City. This series of pictures let everyone who saw it know that the protagonist of this video is in Baiyun City. Baiyun. Ning Fengzhi frowned slightly. He seemed to have some impression of Baiyun. It seems like it was destroyed 20 years ago, right? It seems that this video is playing something that happened in the past. He was a little stunned, and then continued to watch attentively. I saw the perspective of the video coming to Baiyun City, quickly passing by, and finally arriving at the city lord's mansion, which is a continuous building complex with the word Ye Mansion hanging directly above the gate. When Ning Fengzhi saw this, he still had no impression. The perspective of the video enters the Ye Mansion and later reaches a lobby. At this time, there are many people sitting or standing in the lobby. The leader was a pretty woman who looked to be in her 30s, sitting directly above. Her black hair is fluttering and her clothes are as white as snow, giving her a gentle yet firm feeling. This is... Ning Fengzhi's pupils shrank when he saw this woman, and it was like a thunder struck in his mind. I finally recognized who this woman was. At this time, some children are gathering in the lobby in the video. It turns out that they are awakening their martial spirits. One after another, children walked into the awakening formation. The martial arts awakened by these children were all sword-type martial arts. This sword has a white jade handle, and the sword body is as clear as crystal. The whole sword looks as gorgeous as a work of art. This kind of sword spirit is called Fihung sword. Children who have awakened this kind of Fihung sword martial spirit have innate soul power at the lowest level at level 2 and the highest at around level 6. Soon, only the last child was left. This child has thick black hair and a delicate and beautiful face. Although he is a boy, he is extremely good looking. It's just that when people in the live broadcast room look at this child, they feel like they are seeing him. Do you feel that this child looks like the same person? Indeed, it feels very familiar. Who does it look like? Stupid. Very similar to sect leader Ning? Could this child have anything to do with sect leader Ning? Probably an illegitimate child or something, after all, a man. I also heard about sect master Ning's reputation as a romantic man when he was young. Ning Fengzhi no longer had time to pay attention to how the barrage in the live broadcast room was teasing herself. He stared intently at the child who looked exactly like him in the live broadcast room. Looking back on the past, he still didn't know that this child was definitely his illegitimate son. Only in the image. The child stood in the awakening array and lit up with light. What appeared in the hands of this child was not the Fihung sword inherited by the Ye family, but a 7-story small tower that looked like glazed crystal. This is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Sure enough, Kai Bao glazed tile pagoda. This child is definitely related to Kai Bao glazed tile sect. I estimate that his innate soul power must be at least around level 8 or 9. The video continues. In the picture, after discovering that the martial spirit he awakened turned out to be a small tower, the child was obviously surprised, and then a look of disgust appeared on his face, obviously not satisfied with this martial spirit. And the martial soul that saw him awaken was not the sword, but the queen of the tower. The woman sitting at the top was not surprised. She just sighed lightly and then waved her hand to test her innate soul power. With the child pressing his hand on the crystal ball, the entire crystal ball bloomed with intense light. This sign is innately full of soul power. It turned out to be a person with full innate soul power. This is the first time I see an auxiliary martial spirit with full innate soul power. As far as I know, there seems to have never been a child with full innate soul power in the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, right? The highest currently known is Ning Rongrong's 9th level soul power. It seems that this child is the answer, that Ye Cheng. When Ning Fengzhi saw that the child in the video actually had innate soul power, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. With this unprecedented innate soul power, he was completely convinced at this moment that this child would be able to break the curse of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda that could not break through Contra, and evolve the martial soul into the legendary 9 treasures glazed pagoda. The video continues. In the screen, the awakening martial soul test of soul power has ended. The boy who had awakened the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was called into the room by his mother. Immediately afterwards, he mysteriously stretched out his other hand to show his mother his secret. Accompanied by the dazzling white light of gems, a long sword with a white jade handle and a crystal body appeared. Astonishingly, it was the Fihung sword, the martial spirit passed down from the ancestors of the Ye family. And this scene also caused the barrage in the live broadcast room to completely explode. Twin martial souls. Oh my god, they are actually twin martial arts souls? Incredible, incredible! There is the world's strongest auxiliary Kai Bao glazed pagoda, and it also possesses a highly offensive sword spirit, which combines attack and auxiliary. Almost perfect. It's hard to imagine how successful this child will be in the future. And when Ning Fengzhi saw that the boy who should be his son in the video turned out to be a twin martial soul, he immediately understood why he would be able to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into the unprecedented 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda in the future. It wouldn't be surprising at all if they were twin martial souls. The images in the live broadcast room are still continuing. Not long after the boy named Ye Cheng awakened his martial spirit, the next night, the entire Baiyun city suddenly burst into flames. Then it fell into a commotion, with wailing and roaring everywhere. As the video continued, everyone finally learned that it was the Ye family's feuding rivals, the Wang family, who, together with some other families, raided Baiyun city in the middle of the night. Want to destroy the Ye family in Baiyun city. But being unable to react in time and being outnumbered, the Ye family in Baiyun city was naturally retreating. As for the boy whose martial spirit is Kai Bao glazed pagoda, he was also awakened by these commotions, but before he could realize what was happening, he saw his mother breaking into the room, then lifting his body up and coming to a secret passage. He told him some things and then sealed the entrance to the secret passage. But in the secret passage, the boy was frightened and confused. Don't know what to do at all. In the end, he could only obey his mother's instructions and kept running away along the tunnel, gradually getting away from Baiun City. At this time, the screen kept jumping, leaving out many details. The time came a few days later. At this time, the originally prosperous Baiun City in the picture was in ruins, and the fire burned for several days and nights. To this day, there is still faint white smoke coming out. On the top of a certain hill in the distance, the boy who was lucky enough to escape looked at the ruins in the distance blankly, his face full of despair. Chapter 39 Treasure Glaze. Suffering a family breakdown, Niu Da's family disappeared overnight. For a 6-year-old boy, this kind of change is like the sky is falling. Fortunately, people in Douluo continent are generally precocious, and the 6-year-old boy already understands many things. After crying and feeling sad and helpless for several days, the boy finally cheered up. He vowed to take revenge. At this time, Ning Fengzhi, who was watching the video, saw the boy's confused and helpless look, and was secretly worried. At this time, he had subconsciously ignored that this was something that happened in the past. He secretly said in his heart, "Silly boy, come to the Kaibao glazed sect. As long as you come to your father, revenge is just a piece of cake." If Ye Cheng's martial spirit is really a perfect combination of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and the Fiheng sword, twin martial spirits that combine attack and assistance, then he would really choose to defect to the Kaibao glazed sect and his biological father. But unfortunately the image is just fabricated. In reality, his martial soul was just the product of failed mutation, and the worst part was that he had no innate soul power. Under such a situation, what would happen if he went to the Kaibao glazed sect as a useless person? The great thing is to be a rice bug. As for revenge, forget about it. It is impossible for the Kaibao glazed sect to go to war over a piece of trash. It was impossible for Ning Fengzhi to use the sect's resources to eliminate a force for the sake of an emotionless lover and a useless son. After all, he has too many sons. Unless he has feelings for this lover, or this son is valuable and worthy of doing this. Otherwise, don't have any delusions about revenge or anything like that. Image continues. After the boy decided to take revenge, the scenes in the video began to fast forward, and only some clips kept flashing. Among them, there is a boy who practices swordsmanship diligently every day, no matter spring, summer, autumn, or winter, for 10 years. There is also a boy who travels around the world, enters deep mountains and forests, and fights ferocious spirit beasts. I have also been to the far north where there are snow-covered glaciers, fighting against the bitter cold. He even set foot in the vast ocean and controlled the fish. Facing the huge waves and violent storms. Fight against nature. Just a few dozen clips flashed by, enough to show how exciting the boy's experience was. I wonder how many processes have been omitted? In the last scene that appeared again, the boy has grown up. Dressed in white, with her hair flowing, she looks as graceful as a fairy. This young man named Ye Cheng is now 26 years old. The picture is in a certain sea area. Being in the vast and boundless sea, he regarded the turbulent waves around him as nothing, dressed in white, and walked on the water. In his hand he holds a white jade handle with a crystal body. A long sword that looks like a work of art. Circle after circle of soul rings surrounded his body, exuding an incredible sense of presence. Yellow. Yellow. Purple. Purple. Black. 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 Red. He is now a 9-ring titled Douluo. His 26 years old. Titled Douluo? And his 9th spirit ring is actually a 100,000-year spirit ring? It's so terrifying, it's so terrifying. This Ye Cheng may have to break the record of the youngest titled Douluo in the Soul Master world? Amazing, amazing! But, what is he going to do now? The barrages in the live broadcast room continued to pass by, without affecting the people in the video. I saw huge waves suddenly erupting in the turbulent sea. A gigantic beast sprang out from the waves, carrying a monstrous power with the high waves. It seems that this tiny human being is going to be completely submerged. Facing the huge monsters that came like an overwhelming force, a young man dressed in white and holding a long sword had a cold expression on his face. Just a wave of the sword. A beam of sword light rises into the sky. The violent waves were split into two. Also split into two was the gigantic beast. Blood spread all over the ocean, dyeing the surrounding sea water a blood-red color. And on the corpse of the giant beast that was split into two, a blood-red soul ring slowly condensed. The live broadcast room exploded again. 100,000-year soul ring? This soul beast turns out to be 100,000-year soul beast? 100,000-year soul beast, beheaded with one sword. What kind of strength does this Yachen have now? Oh, it's a waste. He is already a titled Douluo, so there is no use for this 100,000-year soul ring. Useless? Have you forgotten that he has another martial spirit? You mean, this 100,000-year soul ring is prepared for his other martial soul? I think this is probably the case. A series of barrages passed by. In the video, seeing the 100,000-year-old soul ring emerging from the giant beast's corpse, some young men in white put away their swords and then ducked to the corpse. The huge corpse of this giant beast floated on the sea like a big ship. Ye Cheng sat cross-legged directly on the corpse, then raised his other hand, and with a burst of colorful glazed light, an exquisite small tower appeared. Unlike the Fihung sword, which had all 9 soul rings, this small tower was completely bare, without even a single soul ring. Could he want to directly add 100,000 years to the first soul ring? How is this possible? How is it impossible? With his title Douluo's strength, he is enough to absorb 100,000-year soul ring. Tisk, tisk, are these twin martial souls? The first soul ring starts directly 100,000 years ago. It's really terrifying. In the screen, Ye Cheng's process of absorbing the soul ring was very smooth. It only took just half an hour to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring perfectly. There were no twists and turns in the process. After finishing, a bloody soul ring appeared on the 7-story glazed tower in his hand. Although there is only one soul ring, but the first soul ring is 100,000 years old, I am afraid this is the only one, and there is no other one. Not enough. Far from enough. In the clinker scene, Ye Cheng looked at the 7-story tower in his hand, but frowned. It seems that the changes in the small tower in my hand have not met my expectations and cannot satisfy me. So next, he continued to search for suitable soul beasts in the sea to kill and get the ring. The selected soul beasts all start out 100,000 years old. The ocean is very vast. In this world, the area of the ocean is several times that of the land. Moreover, soul beasts can live on only one plane on land, but in the sea, soul beasts can survive at any depth. Therefore, the soul beasts in the sea, especially the soul beasts in the deep sea and far sea, are more difficult to be harassed by humans. Therefore, it is much easier for sea soul beasts to grow than land soul beasts. As long as you are strong and your tribe is strong, it will be easy to survive. The number of 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the sea is conservatively estimated to be more than 100 times that of land. As for the 3 overlords of the ocean, the demonic great white shark, the demonic killer whale, and the deep sea demonic whale, this title is just a joke. Humanity's exploration of the sea is very shallow, so the 3 closest spirit beasts are considered to be the 3 strongest spirit beasts on the sea. It's really a huge misunderstanding. In fact, there are still no one knows how many hundreds of thousands-year-old soul beasts there are in the distant seas and deep seas. Therefore, Ye Cheng's search for the 100,000-year-old soul beast was extremely smooth. Kill easily and absorb the soul ring. When he absorbed the third ring, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda in his hand finally changed, from 7 floors to 8 floors. 8 treasures glazed pagoda. In the live broadcast room, Ning Fengzhi, who had been paying attention, couldn't help but clenched his fists when he saw this scene. The 8 treasures glazed pagoda was what he had expected from his most qualified daughter Ning Rongrong. He believed that she had the best chance of evolving the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 8 treasures glazed pagoda. As for the legendary 9 treasures glazed pagoda, he did not dare to dream about it. In the screen image, seeing the 7-story small tower in his hand, it finally had an extra layer. Ye Cheng showed a hint of satisfaction on his face and whispered to himself, absorbing a few more 100,000-year soul rings should be able to transform my 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda and give birth to the 9th level. I understand. No wonder he couldn't say enough. It turned out that he wanted to use the absorption of high-quality soul rings to promote the evolution of his martial soul? Yes. As we all know, if a soul master can absorb a soul ring that is extremely suitable for his own martial soul, or a simple high-end soul ring, he will have a certain chance of evolving his martial soul. And this Ye Cheng has twin martial souls, so he first cultivates one of the martial souls to a 9-ring titled Douluo, and then when he attaches a soul ring to the other martial soul, he can attach a very high life soul from the beginning ring, in order to promote the evolution of the martial soul. Without twin martial souls, it would be absolutely impossible to rely on absorbing high-quality soul rings to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Next, Ye Cheng in the image keeps working hard, continuously searching for 100,000-year soul beasts in the vast and boundless sea, killing them to get the rings. In the vast and boundless sea, there are countless high-end soul beasts lurking. There are giant octopuses that are hundreds of feet long, huge coral colonies that spread over several kilometers of sea, giant sea clams hiding deep in the seabed, black and white venomous sea snakes, colorful giant starfish. Ye Cheng has them all one by one. Behead. Finally, the time of the 8th ring wait. The glazed tower with only 8 floors finally slowly gave birth to a 9th floor. In an instant, the dazzling light spread across dozens of miles of sea. The phantom of a huge 9-story pagoda illuminates the world. Unfortunately, this was in an unfamiliar sea area with few human traces, so no one else saw this shocking scene. But now the video was recorded in the live broadcast room and widely publicized. Finally, the 9th floor. Ye Cheng looked at the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in his hand with a sigh and sighed, 20 years of hard work. After sighing for a while, he put away his martial spirit and looked into the distance. Although the martial spirit has evolved into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, there is still room for the last soul ring. There happens to be no shortage of senior soul beasts in this sea. Let's find another one to kill and absorb them all. Next, there was another search. Ye Cheng spent a long time and finally found a huge turtle. Its huge turtle shell was like an undersea rock mountain, with its head, tail, and limbs retracted into the turtle shell to hide it. It is almost impossible to tell that this is a soul beast. But unfortunately, Ye Cheng saw it through and sent it home to the west with a sword. After that, he began to absorb the soul ring. But this time, the process of absorbing the soul ring was not smooth. Ye Cheng was sitting cross-legged on the sea, with the 9-story pagoda floating with 9 colors of light shining around him. There were already 8 bloody soul rings on it. There is only one last step left to achieve the achievement of 9 rings and 100,000 years. But it is precisely this last soul ring that is extremely difficult to absorb. It is in sharp contrast to the previous 8 spirit rings that were easily absorbed. What happened to him? Why is it so difficult to absorb this last soul ring? Is this last soul ring too old? I think there may be a conflict between the 2 spirits. After all, there are twin martial souls, 1 tower and 1 sword, and the conflict will become more serious as time goes by. I remember that there was a record of another twin martial soul who seemed to have self-destructed and died just when he was absorbing the soul ring. Ah, could it be that Ye Cheng would follow suit? It should be impossible. Ye Cheng is a titled Douluo after all. Although he doesn't know what level of titled Douluo he is not so easy to die due to conflicts. And Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but feel excited when she saw the scene in the video of Ye Cheng struggling to absorb the last soul ring. After all, this is the only 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda in the world. If it dies due to self-explosion, then it will be a disaster for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. The loss is simply immeasurable. Fortunately, as the protagonist of the video, how could Ye Cheng blow himself up and die? In the video, after 3 sun and moon rotations, Ye Cheng finally suppressed the conflict between the twin martial souls and slowly absorbed the last soul ring. The 9th soul ring also appeared on the 9 treasure glazed tower. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at the 9-story small tower with 9 bloody halos on his left hand, and sensed his situation. He couldn't help but smile, and murmured to himself, finally reached, level 99. Ultimate Douluo. It's been 20 years. It's time to return to the mainland and settle the grudges. He looked into the distance, which was the direction of Douluo continent. The cold light flashes. The screen jumps. A city appeared. It can be vaguely seen that this place was the original location of Baiyun City. But now this city is newly built, and the plaque at the gate has also been changed, from Baiyun City to Belong City. On the top of the mountain in the distance, the figure dressed in white looked at the new city built on the ruins, seeming to be caught in some kind of memory. Then he sighed, things have changed and people have changed. After finishing his words, he turned around. Wave your sleeves. In an instant, countless rays of rainbow light emitted from the sleeves filled the sky, and it seemed that the entire sky was filled with blazing white sword light. Like rivers converging, the target is directed at the city lord's mansion. Wait until the sword light dissipates. I saw that the originally luxurious city lord's mansion had been reduced to ruins. The scene ends abruptly. The video is over. And everyone who watched the video had mixed reactions. At this time, the last scene of the video appears. The Tyrannosaurus city, which was built on the ruins of the original Baiyun city, was now in turmoil. Countless people packed up their belongings and fled the city as if they were fleeing. The scene at the end of the video is really scary. That Ye Cheng really didn't want to take revenge overnight. As soon as he returned to the mainland, he immediately attacked his enemies. Those sword lights falling from the sky are really scary. Who knows if that Ye Cheng would rather kill the wrong person than let go, and destroy the entire city when taking revenge. After all, in this world, it is nothing new for strong men to bring disaster to their lives when they fight. If a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, he should flee for his life quickly. Most of these people who fled were innocent and not enemies of Ye Cheng. So after knowing that the Wang family of Tyrannosaurus City had offended such a powerful enemy, in order to avoid being harmed by the fish in the pond, it was natural to run as far as possible. Although they don't know when Ye Cheng will return here, since they know that this city will face crisis in the future, they naturally don't want to stay here for a moment. After all, there is no telling whether a sword light reaching the sky will fall from the sky in the next second. They really don't dare to gamble. Run for your life. Chapter 4, Reach the Sky in One Step. Performing system. Make up a character, get better and better. If many people believe in and have shock, admiration, fear, etc. for this fictional character, then eventually this character will become real. Current role, Twin Martial Spirits Ye Cheng, 100%. Already played, Twin Martial Spirits Ye Cheng. External plugin, Live Broadcast Spoiler System, 50%. The current absorption progress is insufficient, and it only has low-level permissions. It can ask questions at will, fabricate and tamper with videos, and set Q&A rewards and punishments. However, Q&A rewards cannot be obtained. Only by obtaining 100% of the final permissions can control everything in the system. Looking at the information on the system panel, Ye Cheng was trembling with excitement. Just as he expected, after a future video was played, the completion level of his fabricated character was directly increased to 100%. If there is no future video, then he wants to perfect this character and let people all over the world believe it. It's simply impossible. Not to mention brushing it directly to 100%. Fusion. Suppressing his excitement, he gave the order directly. The next moment. Rumble. The brain roared. Ye Cheng felt as if the world was falling apart. A series of memories are continuously instilled into the body along with power. He closed his eyes and silently felt the change from soul to body. This is a transformation like breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. For a long time. When Ye Cheng opened his eyes again, his entire mental outlook had undergone tremendous changes. He silently raised his hands and summoned his martial spirit. Left tower, right sword. The tower is the most powerful auxiliary martial spirit 9 treasures glazed tower in the world. The sword is a Fihung sword with a white jade handle and a crystal body. Looking at the martial arts in his hands and the surging force in his body, it seemed like a powerful force that could destroy the world. The corners of Ye Cheng's mouth raised slightly, then his smile gradually widened, and then he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! What does it mean to reach the sky in one step? Damn, this is called reaching heaven in one step. Made up a future video to make him go from a waste to a powerful man at the top of the Soul Master world. As expected, time travelers with plugins and time travelers without plugins are simply not the same species at all. After being intoxicated with myself for a long time, only then did Ye Cheng have time to sort out his current situation. First of all, his current soul power is undoubtedly that of a 99th level extreme Douluo, and he is only half a step away from becoming a god. As long as you can gather the divine status, you can 100% break through and become a god. Next are the 2 martial arts spirits. The first is the Fihung sword martial spirit. The configuration of the spirit rings is 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. It can be called the most perfect soul ring configuration in the eyes of a soul master. As for the soul skills of Fihung sword, Ye Cheng was too lazy to add those fancy soul skills, so he directly set the soul skills to increase attack power and destructive power. Assuming that the original basic attack power of Fihung sword is 1 point, then the first soul skill will be doubled, making the attack power become 2 points. The second soul skill is to double the original one, that is, the 2 points of attack power after the blessing of the first soul ring become 4 points of attack power. The third soul skill is to turn 4 points of attack power into 8 points of attack power. By analogy, it will also grow at this rate in the future. Rough calculation shows that from the 1st to the 9th level, the attack power of this sword spirit has increased by hundreds of times. Precisely because all soul skills increase the attack power multiplier, the attack power and destructive power of this sword itself is definitely far beyond ordinary people's imagination. This is a purely offensive martial spirit. Next is the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. If it were the original 9 treasures glazed tower, basically the increase in each level would be fixed. When 1 soul ring is attached, it will increase by 20%, when 2 soul rings are attached, it will increase by 30%, and when 3 soul rings are added, it will increase by 40%. By the time the 9th level soul power is titled Douluo level, 9 soul rings will be able to increase by 100%. That is to say, the overall increase is doubled. But the 9 treasure glazed pagoda in Ye Cheng is different. You must know that he was so crazy that he made all 9 soul rings 100,000 years old. So it is conceivable that as a 100,000-year soul ring that countless soul masters dream of, it naturally has miraculous functions. So his increase is not increased by 10% for each additional link, but doubled for each additional link. After the 9 soul rings are added, the overall improvement will be 10 times. For example, if he has a soul skill that increases his soul power, then after he uses it on himself, his soul power will increase tenfold. 10 times. Although it is only a temporary gain, it is already very abnormal. With such an exaggerated improvement, Yaen can guarantee that his 9 treasure glazed pagoda is definitely the top auxiliary spirit in the world. Of course, if other 9 treasure glazed tile pagodas happen to appear in this world in the future and have 900,000-year soul rings attached to them like him, it is estimated that they will not be able to achieve such an exaggerated improvement. Because the 9 treasures glazed tower in Yaen can achieve such an exaggerated improvement, in addition to the fact that each soul ring is attached to 100,000 years, and the 2 soul skills inherent in the 100,000-year soul ring are condensed into 1 soul skill. Beyond improving quality at the expense of quantity. The most important thing is that this is a personality setting, with the blessing of a big plug-in called the system. Then nature can turn decay into magic and make the impossible possible. To put it simply, it's because he cheated that his 9 treasure glazed tile tower's amplification ability is so abnormal. At this point, someone may ask, since this character system is so easy to use, why doesn't Yaen how about designing a stronger and more perverted character? For example, some kind of immortal cultivator, or the creator god, or something like that. Here we have to talk about an issue of recognition. For example, the character he is designing now has twin martial souls and is innately full of soul power. Then, after cultivating one martial soul to its peak, he would add a soul ring to another martial soul, thus obtaining the abnormal 9 rings for 100,000 years. Although this character still looks very abnormal, it is still within the range of common sense that others can accept. After all, this setting is theoretically possible, but no one has ever tried it. But if you suddenly create some sort of immortal cultivator, god of creation, this is far beyond the scope of other people's common sense. The result of this operation is that other people's understanding of this character is vague, and some even cannot accept it subconsciously. Even if the facts are right in front of you, you refuse to accept them or believe them. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to create a character that is too exaggerated and too unrealistic. Even with the help of future videos, the degree of completion will definitely be very low. And the more high-end the character is, the more people need to believe it before it can finally become true. If Yaen really comes up with the character of the god of creation, then a mere Douluo world with so many people would not be enough. It is estimated that even if everyone in the world believes it, the degree of completion may not even be 1/100000th. None. If the completion degree does not reach 100%, he will not be able to obtain the power of the character. When the reality doesn't match the character, wouldn't the secret be exposed? So he can't be too ambitious. What Yaen needs most at the moment is to first make up a character that is acceptable within the common sense of everyone, gain some strength, and get rid of the fact that he is a weakling. Hence the creation of this twin martial soul character. Of course, the character design of the twin martial spirits is only the basis. Later, he can design another character to cover the character design of the twin martial spirits. For example, the video he just made up only showed that he had become an ultimate Douluo. But there are no more ones at the back. At this time, there is a lot of room for manipulation. For example, he can make up the character of Yaen, the sword god who later became a god, or the character of the martial ancestor, immortal ancestor who created a unique training method. In short, if he wants to become stronger, he can work hard to make up the character. Right. Now, Yaen suddenly possesses the strength of an ultimate Douluo, but he is not in a hurry to design a character immediately, because he was just an ordinary person before. Now that I have gained such a powerful power all of a sudden, my mentality has not yet been adjusted, and it will take some time to adapt. He is now like a poor guy who got rich overnight. Although he is no different from other rich people in terms of wealth, his vision and mentality are all aspects. Still the poor guy with nothing. Empty money, but no inner heritage to match it. It is far different from those strong people who truly grow from weak to strong and practice bit by bit. So he planned to adapt to his own strength first and then have a matching mentality. Then consider making up your next persona. Anyway, with his current extreme Douluo power, he can completely walk sideways in Douluo continent. There is no need to rush to get more power. Even if he is a god, if he uses all his firepower now, he may not be able to defeat him. After all, to be honest, the gods in this world are quite watery. In the original work, Jian Rongxiu, a great first-level god, was actually able to be pierced through the heart by Tang San, who was not yet a god. Although there are certainly elements of the protagonist's halo and the woman's love brain, it is not difficult to see how the gods of this world have collapsed. So with his current ultimate Douluo strength, as long as he doesn't go to the god realm, he can basically do whatever he wants on the Douluo continent and dominate the world. After making a good plan, Ye Cheng suddenly raised his hand and saw a ring between his fingers. This ring didn't exist originally, but now it appeared naturally in his hand. Obviously this thing is also a product of personality. The character setting can not only bring him strength, but also bring him some items and certain background settings. For example, in the setting, he has gone to some places in reality to experience, so the power of the character can allow anyone to check, and they will not find anything wrong. And the ring on his hand, in the setting of the twin martial soul Ye Cheng character, is a soul guide that was obtained in an ancient ruins to store items. There is a very large space inside, which can store a lot of things. Ye Cheng thought, and then saw a flash of light on the ring. Then 9 red rays of light appeared. These 9 red rays of light were suspended around him. If you look closely, you can find that there are some bone-like things in the center of these rays of light. Hand bones, leg bones, skull, torso bones. There is no doubt that these 9 bones are soul bones. And it's 100,000-year-old soul bone that is rare in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that any soul bone here can be thrown away. It's enough to cause a bloody storm in the Soul Master world. As for how these 9 soul bones came from, it is naturally a byproduct of personality. In the previously fabricated future video, Ye Cheng killed 900,000-year-old soul beasts in the sea, and the soul bones of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts must be released. So he got 9 soul bones from it. These 9 soul bones are exactly the 9 soul bones in the video. As for other things that don't appear in the video, they really don't exist. Soul bonia. Ye Cheng looked at the 9 100,000-year-old soul bones in front of him that were enough to make countless people crazy, but there wasn't much fluctuation in his heart. Because he already had a better one. In the character setting, since he was able to cultivate to the title Douluo, and his body was able to carry 18 soul rings without exploding his body to death, then there is no doubt that the soul bones on the body must be full. The skull, trunk, limbs, 6 soul bones complete, earlier had been fused into a soul bone set. Every piece of soul bone on his body is a top-notch soul bone of 100,000 years. Because of this, he in the setting was able to restrain the conflict between the twin martial souls, forcibly attached 900,000-year soul rings to the second martial soul, and then relied on the huge soul power to break through to the 99 limit of fighting. But in the setting, the physical quality is poor, long ago due to the martial soul conflict explosion body. At the beginning, when creating the character, Ye Cheng even wanted to frantically make all 6 soul bones in his body into million-year-old god-level soul bones. Later, considering the rationality, I gave up. The next best thing was to make 600,000-year-old soul bones. Chapter 5 is so terrifying. It's better to talk than nothing. Ye Cheng put away the 9 soul bones. Even if he doesn't absorb these things himself, they are good resources to give away in the future or train his subordinates. And on the other side, after the video ended, numerous forces on the continent, such as the royal family, the martial soul palace, the upper three sects and other great forces, immediately took action. He began to order people to investigate everything about Ye Cheng. Don't underestimate these forces that have been entrenched on the mainland for many years and have been passed down for a long time. The intelligence network under them is very terrifying. Once you really want to check someone, then you can even find out what color your underwear is. And as a result, the information found by many forces was naturally almost the same as the footage displayed in the video. Clues about the person Ye Cheng can be found in many places on the mainland. Combined with some of the information displayed in the video, the comparison is found to be completely consistent. In other words, everything in the video is true and not false. There really is such a twin martial souls in the world, but in the past, this Ye Cheng was too low-key and never showed his strength in public, so that he was not well known in the Soul Master world. It grew quietly under their noses. If the question and answer hadn't exposed his background, the crowd would definitely have been kept in the dark. This son is so terrifying. And everything the forces found out about Ye Cheng was naturally not true. Rather, the forceful influence of personality distorts reality, creating in some places a trace that he did exist. It even includes some people's memories, which have been quietly modified in order to cater to the setting of the personality. This force abruptly modified history and turned the experience of the twin martial souls Ye Cheng into a part of history. Let the false become real. This is the real horror. Tyrant Dragon City. This city, which was re-established on the ruins of the original White Cloud City, was accompanied by the playback of the video of the future that was destroyed that day. In just half a month, from the original bustling traffic, it turned into an empty city like a ghost realm today. At this time, in this city, the Wang family, as the city lord, naturally left here early. He packed up his valuable belongings and fled in all directions. On a hill in the distance. From here, it happens to be able to observe the whole scene of the city. 20 years ago, Ye Cheng after his escape was standing here, looking at the Baiyun city that had turned into ruins in the distance, silently vowing revenge. 20 years later, Ye Cheng set foot in this place again. He remotely looked at the people below to the empty Tyrant Dragon City, powerful perception ability, so that he could clearly feel that there was indeed not even half a person left inside. On the contrary, in all directions around, there were many, many auras of soul masters hidden in the darkness. Ye Cheng had some speculation in his mind about the origins of these soul masters. I'm afraid most of them were sent by my cheap dad. Knowing that he has such a powerful son, especially since this son also has the 9 treasure glazed pagoda that the sect dreams of, he naturally can't wait to ease the relationship. As for the rest, they are probably those sent by other forces. After all, a man so powerful returned to the mainland and came here. Just like a person carrying a nuclear warhead to other countries, it is naturally inevitable to be afraid, human nature. You escaped quite quickly, but did you think you could escape? Ye Cheng was not surprised that the Wang family escaped early. After all, he had expected it as early as when he was composing the video. However, he was not worried about these people hiding where he could not find them, because with his current status, there will be countless people hoping to please him. Knowing that he and the Wang family had a sworn hatred, there would be countless people willing to help him pay attention to where these people were hiding, even if he wanted to. He could also let these people help him tie up the entire Wang family and drag him in front of him. This is the role of strength. The kindness of a man who is the ultimate extreme fighter in the world cannot be ignored by any force. There are countless people who will rush to give him benefits, please him, please him. While thinking, Ye Cheng's expression suddenly changed, and then he said loudly, "Since you're here, why don't you show up and see him?" As soon as he finished speaking, as expected, it's a hero out of a boy. Not far behind, a streak of white hair Kang's figure suddenly appeared and came out of hiding. This is an old man who looks about 60 or 70 years old. He is wearing a white robe. His beard and hair are all white. His long hair is neatly combed behind his back. He has a simple appearance. He is obviously an old man, but his skin is not full of wrinkles like ordinary old people, but is as smooth and delicate as a young man. It fully explains what it means to have a childlike appearance. Level 96 titled Douluo, with such strength, and a sense of sharpness in your aura. If my prediction is correct, you should be known as the Chen Xin of the Sword Dao, a famous sword Douluo in the Soul Master world, right? As he spoke, Ye Cheng slowly turned around. He looked at the person who suddenly appeared behind him. Similarly, Sword Douluo Chen Xin was also sizing him up. Long and tall, with outstanding grace. With just one glance, he was extremely convinced that the person in front of him was definitely Ning Fengzhi's kind. Because the two people are so similar, I am afraid that anyone who sees them will be convinced that they are definitely father and son. Not to mention that the previous video had already exposed the relationship between the two. Sword Douluo actually arrived here a few days ago, waiting for Ye Cheng to come over. As for his purpose of waiting for Ye Cheng here, it is naturally to establish a good relationship with the only remaining 9 treasure-glazed pagoda martial spirit owner. Of course, it would be great if he could recognize his ancestor and return to his clan. After all, if Ye Cheng can return to the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, then not only the sect will be able to gain another extreme Douluo with peerless combat power. The most important thing is that from now on the 7 treasures glazed sect can be changed to the 9 treasures glazed sect. For a long time, the Kaibao glazed sect has been deeply troubled by the defects of its martial soul, and its main concern has always been to make up for the defects of its martial spirit, so that the Kaibao glazed pagoda spirit master can break the shackles of being unable to break through the soul Douluo for life. Unfortunately, it has never been possible. But now, a soul master who truly possesses the 9 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit suddenly appears. For the Kaibao glazed sect, this is simply a gift from God. It can be said that as long as Ye Cheng is willing to recognize his ancestor and return to the sect, it will not be a problem for him to directly take the position of the head of the 7 treasures glazed sect, even if Ning Fengzhi abdicates the throne immediately after returning. But unfortunately, Sword Douluo's plan is destined to fail. It is absolutely impossible for Ye Cheng to join the Kaibao glazed sect. First, this is inconsistent with his personality. Secondly, once you join the sect, you will have worries. Then if you want to cause trouble in the future, or do something big, it will be difficult to operate. Third, the most important point. That means joining the Kaibao glazed sect would not be of much benefit to him. After all, this is a world where strength is respected, and with his current strength, he can already run rampant on the mainland and do whatever he wants. The resources and power of the Kaibao glazed sect are the icing on the cake for him and are dispensable. If you really join, there won't be many benefits. Instead, you will have a father and a bunch of uncles and elders in your head out of thin air. Ye Cheng would not do such a thankless thing. Chapter 6, Bloodline Theory. On the Cliff. Level 96 titled Douluo, with such strength, and a sense of sharpness in your aura. If my prediction is correct, you should be known as the Chen Xin of the Sword Dao, a famous sword Douluo in the Soul Master world, right? Ye Cheng looked at the old man with white hair and childish face opposite him, his eyes calm and calm. Yes, it's me. Sword Douluo was not surprised when Ye Cheng revealed his identity. He admitted it directly and openly. I have admired your name for a long time. Ye Cheng nodded lightly and said something polite. Then he continued, looking at Senior Sword Douluo's appearance, he has obviously been waiting here for a long time. If you have anything to say, you might as well say it directly. I am here because your father has entrusted me to ask you to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for a brief explanation. Sword Douluo stroked his long beard and said. Although the real purpose of his coming here is to let Ye Cheng recognize his ancestors and return to the clan, it is impossible to make his purpose clear at the beginning. After all, Ye Cheng is now different from what it used to be and has reached the pinnacle of a soul master. No one knows the meaning of the realm of ultimate Douluo better than Sword Douluo. Once upon a time, his father, a level 97 titled Douluo, died at the hands of an extreme Douluo. Before his death, his father told him that titled Douluo starts from level 95 and increases by 1 level each time. The impact on the soul master's strength and martial soul is extremely huge. Especially the ultimate Douluo, that realm is already close to that of a demigod. An ordinary titled Douluo might not be able to make a single move in the hands of an ultimate Douluo. The strength of a soul master at this level is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Quantity has lost its meaning to such a strong man. Only opponents of the same level can compete with him. Therefore, facing the junior Ye Cheng, as a senior who has been famous for many years, Sword Douluo did not dare to put on any airs of seniority. Instead, they talked in an equal manner and behaved very politely. Father. Ye Cheng heard the word father from Sword Douluo's mouth with his own ears, but the expression on his face was a little subtle. This is really a distant word to him. When he was still on earth in his previous life, he had a happy family. Both parents are present, 1 brother and 3 sisters. As the youngest child in the family, he grew up in a honeypot. Beloved and tolerated by everyone. After an accidental death, he was reincarnated into this world. There is only one mother, but the father is nowhere to be seen. When I was 6 years old, my family broke up and everyone died. Wandering alone, carefully surviving in this strange world. Because we are ordinary people in this world where the jungle prevails, it is inevitable that he will be oppressed by nobles and soul masters. In the end, he can only spend money to buy his life and endure hardships. But no matter how difficult and wronged he is, he never wants to find his father in this life. Just because this so-called father didn't care about his mother's death, Ye Cheng didn't like this guy. In his opinion, this cheap guy is a complete scumbag. It is understandable that men are lustful and romantic. But if you are irresponsible after playing, it is your fault. One of the 3 great sects. The leader of Kaibao Glazed sect can't afford to raise a woman? Can't protect a small family? Ye Cheng didn't care if Ning Fengzhi had any scruples or if there was something hidden in it. He only remembered his mother's sad and unwilling expression when she talked about her biological father. She was a poor woman who had been deceived by a scumbag and let down. Now, when this scumbag father sees that his illegitimate son has become prosperous, he can't wait to send someone to ease the relationship. What did you do this morning? Father? I don't remember when I had a father. Ye Cheng shook his head, then a touch of disdain appeared on his face, and he said in an extremely cold tone, as for returning to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. This is even more ridiculous. When did I become a member of the Kaibao Glazed sect? When Sword Douluo heard what he said, the eager expression on his face also froze, and he felt a little dissatisfied. But he still suppressed his anger and said patiently, My child, I know you have a lot of grievances in your heart. But blood is thicker than water. No matter what, it is an irrefutable fact that your body has the blood of the noble Kaibao Glazed Pagoda. No matter who you deny, you can't deny your own bloodline. At this time, Sword Douluo became quite oppressive, assuming the posture of an elder. Looking at Ye Cheng, he seemed to be looking at a rebellious junior. Of course, in fact, when it comes to blood relationship. As Ning Fengzhi's son, Ye Cheng can indeed be regarded as this old man's descendant. Whether Ye Cheng wants it or not, the blood flowing in his body and the martial spirit he inherited. It will make him have an inseparable connection with the Kaibao Glazed sect. Unless he made it clear that he would sever ties with the Kaibao glazed sect and establish his own school. Otherwise, if anyone wants to attack the Kaibao glazed sect in the future, they must consider whether they will offend Ye Cheng, the ultimate Douluo, the most powerful person in the world. In this world that pays attention to bloodline inheritance, people attach great importance to family bloodline and believe that a person's origin has long determined his future achievements and upper limit. How great achievements you can achieve depends on what martial spirit you inherit. In the eyes of the world, Ye Cheng was able to reach ultimate Douluo not because of how hard he worked, but purely because he had the noble bloodline of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, which enabled him to achieve his current achievements. Because of this, Sword Douluo was dissatisfied with his disregard for the Seven Treasures glazed sect. In his opinion, if there is no bloodline from the Kaibao glazed sect to inherit the Kaibao glazed pagoda, just relying on the Fihung sword martial spirit inherited from your mother's family, it would be good to become a soul saint in this life. How can he to become the pinnacle soul master? From a certain point of view, Sword Douluo's idea cannot be wrong. At least in this world where everyone has a martial spirit, a person's bloodline and origin do determine his future achievements and upper limit. Both parents have useless martial spirits, and the children born after their union will basically have useless martial spirits. Unless an extremely rare benign mutation occurs, the child will be what the parents are. However, benign mutations are only an exception after all. The vast majority of people still follow the rule that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the sons of mice can dig holes. So in this world, the lineage theory cannot be said to be wrong. At least it cannot be completely denied. But Ye Cheng didn't care so much. He saw Sword Douluo acting like a superior elder and preaching to him. I feel so angry. I'm giving you face, right? I call you senior, you really think of yourself as a dish, don't you? His brows slowly wrinkled. The atmosphere at the scene began to become depressing as Ye Cheng's mood changed. Sword Douluo, who originally wanted to continue preaching, noticed the changes around him and swallowed back what he was about to say. Sure enough, my mentality is still not up to standard? How can a truly strong man who has been tempered for thousands of years get angry because of a few words from others? It seems that I still have a long way to go. Aware of the anger in his heart, Ye Cheng sighed in his heart. He could feel that after possessing a body of power that could be called invincible in the world, even if he tried his best to contain it, his heart was actually a little swollen. If it were before, he would never get angry so easily. Not to mention, now just because of Sword Douluo's lectures, I felt dissatisfied, and I had the urge to beat him up, or even cripple him. This is definitely not normal. There is no doubt that there is something wrong with the mentality. His strength and mentality do not match. If he continues to let it go, big problems will occur sooner or later. Chapter 7 Young people do not respect martial ethics. After realizing that there was something wrong with my mentality, Ye Cheng quickly began to control his anger and worked hard to calm the turbulent soul power in his body. The originally oppressive atmosphere around him gradually dissipated as his soul power calmed down. Phew! Sword Douluo on the opposite side couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, facing Ye Cheng's subconscious breath, he felt like he was suffocating. Just like a mole facing the giant beast, the ant has a feeling of vastness and insignificance. If it goes on for a while longer, he may not even have the courage to take action. Only when he truly faced the ultimate Douluo could he understand the pressure his father faced. How terrifying it is! The gap between level 96 and level 99 is only 3 levels. What it represents is a world of difference. Sword Douluo sighed secretly in his heart, and at the same time realized that he had been a little too complacent before. The person in front of him is not one of those juniors in the sect who can be scolded at will. Rather, he is a peerless strong man who has gone through hardships, grown from weak to strong, and emerged with real swords and guns. He does not rely on anyone, nor does he need to rely on anyone. I have cultivated to this state alone. One can imagine how strong his character and will are. For such a strong man, he actually put on the airs of a senior and superior person before, scolding him condescendingly. This is not it. Sword Douluo felt that he might be in danger today. After all, in this world of the jungle, offending the strong is not something that can be forgiven so easily. Ye Cheng stared at Sword Douluo quietly without saying a word. But the pressure it put on him was unparalleled. But if you lose, you don't lose the formation. After all, Sword Douluo was a strong man who had been famous for many years. Even if he knew that he was no match for the boy in front of him, he would not beg for mercy or do anything that was unbecoming of a strong man. He also looked at Ye Cheng quietly, without giving in, making it impossible to tell that he was actually a little timid. Okay, very good. Ye Cheng suddenly nodded and praised, I have heard for a long time that Chen Xin, the master of swordsmanship, has profound swordsmanship and a 7-kill sword that shocks the world of soul masters. This junior boasts that he is quite proficient in swordsmanship and has long wanted to learn from him. Unfortunately, he has not been able to learn it for a long time. I have no chance to meet you. Since I am lucky enough to meet here today, I wonder if I can give you some advice. Any advice? Sword Douluo knew that even though the boy in front of him said something very polite, the content was not polite at all. I'm afraid this is clearly in the name of asking for advice, so that this old man will make a fool of himself. The gap between level 96 and level 99 is very huge. Not to mention that the kid in front of him has another martial spirit. No matter how proud Sword Douluo was, he would never think that he could defeat him. After all, the difference in soul power levels lies there. Alas, it seems that today I will inevitably make a fool of myself with a loss of face. Sighing secretly, Sword Douluo said calmly on the surface, don't take advice seriously. Since you're interested, let's just have a discussion today. He didn't finish his sentence and gave himself a down the steps. After saying that, a sharp light suddenly flashed from Sword Douluo's eyes. Then, there was a sword in front of him. It was a long sword that was completely blue and looked like a crystal carving. The most peculiar thing is that there are 9 stars on this long sword, which are yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. Seeing this sword, Ye Cheng couldn't help but nodded slightly. It is not easy to cultivate the soul ring to the point where it can separate from the appearance of the soul ring and dissolve into the martial soul. It can be seen that the Sword Douluo in front of him is definitely not a vain existence. Sword Douluo slowly raised his hand. His eyes no longer looked at Ye Cheng, but focused entirely on his sword. Calmly said, 96th level titled Douluo. Wuhan said, 7 kills. The 7 kills sword is a famous martial spirit on the Douluo continent. If the Haoshan hammer is famous for its heaviness and power, then the 7 kills sword is known throughout the continent for its absolute sharpness. But compared to the clear sky hammer, the only person who possesses the 7 killing sword martial spirit is Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Therefore, in terms of reputation, the 7 kills sword is far less famous than the Haoshan hammer, but in terms of martial arts levels, the 7 kills sword is definitely a top martial spirit that is not weaker than the Haoshan hammer. Holding the 7 kills sword in his hand, Jian Chen, who had a calm face and an indifferent temperament before, suddenly seemed to have changed. His face suddenly became murderous, and his whole person suddenly became sharper. Ye Cheng looked at Sword Douluo like this and thought that this old man could really show off. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "It's interesting. However, the soul power level gap between you and me is too big. If I use my soul power to suppress you, it would be unfair. In this case..." While speaking, he gently raised his left hand. A brilliant and colorful light emerged, turning into a small tower, the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Around this gorgeous 9-story tower that looks like a work of art, each floor is surrounded by a halo. A circle of bloody soul rings. This represents the supreme 100,000-year soul ring in the Soul Master world. The treasure that countless soul masters dream of. If an ordinary soul master could have 100,000-year soul ring, it would probably be enough to brag about for a lifetime. But the pagoda in his hand has 9 soul rings. A vague, indescribable, and powerful feeling spread quietly. This is pure power. Although he had seen it in previous videos, Sword Douluo was still shocked when he saw this scene with his naked eyes. A total of 9 100,000-year-old soul rings. The eyes were completely shrouded in the magnificent and dazzling red light, even if the opponent simply summoned the martial spirit and did not make any other actions. But an invisible pressure is still overwhelming. Sword Douluo could even feel the 7 kills sword in his hand trembling. It's like facing an insurmountable mountain. That's just an auxiliary spirit? Sword Douluo couldn't help roaring in his heart. Ye Cheng just showed the non-offensive 9 treasure glazed tower, and the edge of the 7 kills sword in his hand was completely suppressed. It's a bit too unbelievable and goes against common sense. Even if he is using the Fihung sword now, Sword Douluo's mood will not be so out of control. I can only say that normal people should never compare themselves with cheaters. Otherwise, you will just be making yourself unhappy. After summoning the 9 treasures glazed tower, Ye Cheng looked at Sword Douluo, whose momentum was completely suppressed, and shook his head. Then he activated the 9 treasures glazed pagoda's soul skill. The 9 treasures are famous, and the third is the soul. In an instant, the third soul ring on the 9 treasure glazed tower shined brightly. Sword Douluo on the opposite side couldn't help but secretly complain when he saw this scene. I cursed directly in my heart. This guy really has no moral ethics? The level of soul power is higher than mine, but in the end, when fighting with me, he even used soul skills to amplify himself and bully me. An old man? Who knows the next moment? A brilliant and colorful light unexpectedly enveloped Sword Douluo directly. In an instant, Sword Douluo felt that the soul power in his body suddenly surged at this moment. Soon he broke through the limit of level 96 and reached level 97. This is not the limit. He could feel that the soul power in his body was still expanding without limit. Level 97. Level 98. Until level 99. Boom! The surge in soul power finally came to an abrupt end. Sword Douluo was in a daze at the moment, feeling a power in his body that was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Finally understood what happened. It turns out that Ye Cheng summoned the 9 treasure glazed tower not to increase his own power, but to increase his opponent's power. He raised his soul power from level 96 to the peak and limit of a soul master. Level 99. Chapter 8 Shocking Sword Douluo. How is it possible? Sword Douluo felt the level of his soul power at this moment. He looked at Ye Cheng in disbelief, who was holding a 9-story pagoda as ethereal as an immortal. Touching the threshold of level 97. You actually allowed me to cross the threshold of level 3 and reach the Peerless Realm. In Douluo continent, when a soul master reaches the titled Douluo realm, the gap at each level is huge. Especially after level 95, even one level of soul power improvement is huge. Generally, those with soul power exceeding level 95 are regarded as the watershed for titled Douluo. Between levels 91 to 95, although the gap in soul power is not small, it can still be made up by the superiority of martial soul quality or soul bones, soul skills, etc. However, if one of the 2 titled Douluo fighting exceeds level 95, then the situation will change. Because the soul power of a level 96 titled Douluo will be 20% stronger than a level 95 titled Douluo. Don't underestimate this 20%. When applied in actual combat, it will greatly improve the soul master in all aspects. When the soul power is 20% stronger, it can no longer be compensated by the quality of the martial soul, ordinary soul skills, and soul bones. Unless there is an essential gap in the soul skills between the two sides, or the quality of the soul bones is very high, a level 96 titled Douluo is enough to completely suppress those below level 95. After breaking through from level 96 to level 97, the soul power will increase by another 30% based on the original level. From level 97 to level 98, it will increase by another 40%. As for the final level 98 to 99, the soul power will increase by another 50%. Calculated, from level 96 to level 99, Sword Douluo could feel that the soul power in his body was at least twice or nearly 3 times that before. What is this concept? The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the strongest known amplification of martial souls on the Douluo continent, can theoretically only produce double the highest amplification. That's it. In the worldview of Douluo continent, this kind of increase is already very abnormal and extremely powerful. For example, ordinary auxiliary soul masters can only reach 5% or 10%. One can imagine how shocked Sword Douluo was when he realized that his soul power had been increased by nearly 3 times on the spot. Because of Yecheng's martial spirit, the amplification effect was completely beyond common sense. It's too shocking. You're so surprised when it's only close to 3 times. If I tell you that my full power is increased by 10 times, you still can't get excited and draw it. Yecheng held the 9 treasure glazed tower in his hand, and the amplifying divine light on it slowly converged, and he secretly complained in his heart. Although all the amplification soul skills of his 9 treasure glazed tile tower are up to 10 times, of course, you can also selectively choose the amplification rate. Just like now, Sword Douluo was only improved nearly 3 times, and his soul power was raised to the limit where Douluo stopped. As for why he wasn't given a 10-fold increase in strength, it was of course because it wasn't necessary. After all, amplifying others also requires him to consume his own soul power. The stronger the person being amplified, the more soul power he will consume. Although the increase for both Soul King and titled Douluo is 10 times, the soul power they need to consume is different. With his current ultimate Douluo power, if he really gave a level 96 Sword Douluo a 10-fold increase, it would consume a lot of his own soul power. In addition, when the fight starts later, if Sword Douluo is strengthened too much, he capsizes in the ditch and is killed by him. Then the fun would be great. If Yecheng's strength really comes from practicing bit by bit, then of course he won't have this worry. But the key is that his strength is obtained out of thin air, and he does not have the confidence of a strong person to match it. Of course I would choose to play it safe. Please. Yecheng withdrew his martial spirit, stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Now that our soul power levels are the same, let me see what the famous 7 kills sword has to offer." The shock in Sword Douluo's eyes slowly subsided. "I feel the powerful soul power in my body that is unlike before, and my confidence is unprecedentedly strong at this time. Just look at Yecheng, who is calm on the other side, and even now he still hasn't summoned his martial spirit." He frowned again and said, "My level is now the same as yours, and you still don't summon the martial spirit? Could it be that you look down on me?" In the Soul Master world, generally speaking, Soul Masters discuss before fighting. They will all summon martial souls and tell their Soul Master level. It is not only a kind of respect for the opponent, but also an unwritten rule. Can I say I forgot? Yecheng felt embarrassed and pretended to be cool. There is no way, he was just an ordinary person before. I have never fought a Soul Master before, so it is only human nature to forget this unwritten rule for a moment. Damn it, what should I do now? It would be too embarrassing if I summoned the martial spirit again at this time. No, we can only make mistakes. Yecheng made a decision in his heart. He felt that even if he didn't use martial arts, he might not be able to defeat Sword Douluo with the powerful strength brought by his character. Therefore, he didn't speak on the surface, just smiled faintly, with an unfathomable expression on his face. However, in the eyes of Sword Douluo, what he looked like meant that he didn't need martial arts to deal with you. Arrogant. Sword Douluo was finally annoyed. In his opinion, Ye Cheng looked down on others too much. And very arrogant. You must know that in this world, most of a soul master's strength rests on his martial soul. Without the use of martial arts, even the soul master's most important soul skills would not be able to be used. And if a soul master does not use soul skills, even if he has strong soul power and strong physical fitness in his body, how much of one's strength can be used? Sword Douluo admitted that Ye Cheng was very strong, but he wanted to defeat him without using martial arts. Especially now that I am still strengthened, I am really too arrogant and ignorant. Is his sword Douluo's 7 killing sword so looked down upon by him? When he thought of this, Sword Douluo couldn't bear it anymore. The sword energy explodes. The whole person turned into a sharp force, breaking the air in an instant. The 7 killing sword in his hand tilted, and the first soul ring that turned into a star lit up. The sword energy suddenly surged and slashed towards Ye Cheng. Kill! The terrifying sword energy shot out in the void, splitting the space, revealing a dark color, and Ye Cheng was in the space that was cut open. Feeling the power on it, Ye Cheng knew that this was not the power of Sword Douluo's sword, which was enough to cut through the void. It should be the effect of martial soul combined with soul skills. If Sword Douluo's 7 killing sword can cut through space purely by itself, or by sword energy alone, then even a god will never be able to block his move. Because this means that his realm of swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. This is obviously impossible. But having said that, facing the edge of this sword, of course, Ye Cheng couldn't be stupid enough to take this move with his body. With a swish, his whole body disappeared instantly. Sword Douluo was shocked. Suddenly he remembered what he had seen in the video before, the soul bones Ye Cheng obtained after killing many 100,000-year soul beasts. Obviously, his method of suddenly disappearing is probably the soul bone skill. It seems that even without the use of martial arts, just relying on soul bone skills, this Ye Cheng is definitely not easy to deal with. Chapter 9 Who is number 1 in the world? Ye Cheng suddenly disappeared, dodging Sword Douluo's attack. Just as he thought, it was a skill attached to the soul bone. There are a total of 6 soul bones in his body. Each 100,000-year soul bone, like the soul ring, comes with 2 skills. And this skill of disappearing instantly is one of the 2 skills derived from the left leg soul bone, space transfer. As the name suggests, it can transfer oneself or other people's space to other places. As for how far the transfer range is, it depends on how far his mental power covers. Once beyond the range of mental power, there is no way to transfer space. However, 100,000-year-old soul bones generally have 2 soul bone skills, the other skill, space mark. But it just makes up for the shortcomings of space transfer. As the name suggests, as long as a mark is placed on something or someone, not only can he mark it at any time, locate the other party's location. At the same time, you can also use this mark and cooperate with space transfer to instantly transfer to this person. It can be said that these 2 soul skills complement each other and are indispensable. In Douluo's worldview, this kind of spatial skill is a proper upper-level skill. There are very few people or soul beasts who can possess and master this skill. Therefore, Ye Cheng, who has the space transfer skill, theoretically wants to escape or avoid attacks. If he keeps it, his opponent will not even be able to eat ashes. In the battle with Sword Douluo, even if he only used soul bone skills, he would be invincible. After disappearing in a flash, when Ye Cheng reappeared, he had already arrived behind Sword Douluo. Then he raised his sword fingers with his palms and used the fingers as a sword, lightly tapping towards him quickly and slowly. After all, Sword Douluo is an old Jianghe who has experienced many battles. After seeing Ye Cheng disappear into thin air, and immediately guessed that it was a means of space transfer. He had been on guard for a long time and used his second soul skill directly and instinctively. In an instant, a dense layer of sword energy appeared on his body. This sword energy was so thick that it exceeded 2 meters, making his whole body seem to turn into a sword. Kang! A sound of gold and iron sounded. Poof! The terrifying sword energy covering Sword Douluo's body, under Yecheng's seemingly ordinary sword finger, turned out to be like paper, which could be broken with just one poke. This incredible scene shocked Sword Douluo, but he reacted quickly. Without thinking, he slashed with his sword with his backhand, and saw a huge beam of sword light flying out. Like a rainbow penetrating the sun, it seemed to sweep away the white clouds in the sky. Cut them all in half. Yecheng's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even use space transfer this time. He just swayed to the side and dodged far away. A snort. The sword energy was so sharp that it looked like a red-hot knife cutting through a candle. It easily cut through the ground, creating a ravine that was more than 100 meters long. He is worthy of being a strong man who has experienced hundreds of battles, with his ability to adapt to situations and his grasp of opportunities. Far superior to me. Yecheng sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the huge gap between the two in terms of strength, soul bones and other hardware configurations. In a real life and death battle, he would definitely die because he didn't run away. Humph! You can only dodge? You haven't drawn your sword yet. Are you looking down on me? I don't believe you can dodge this attack. After repeated attacks failed, Sword Douluo became a little impatient. He firmly grasped the 7-killing sword in his hand, and the sword energy was like a volcano erupting, spreading in all directions with tyrannical power. This time it was not a single attack, but the sword energy covered all surrounding directions and spread over a wide range. In his opinion, even if Yecheng could move through space, he would not be able to move too far. Faced with such a large-scale attack, the only choice is to welcome it. There's no need to hide anymore. Although you can choose to move to a distance to avoid, Yecheng's several avoidances just now were mainly to determine the strength of Sword Douluo. Now that he understands it, there is no need to hide anymore. Sword comes. A light drink. Accompanied by a dazzling white light. A long sword with a white jade hilt and a transparent crystal body appeared in his hand, and circles of soul rings appeared one after another, and then the last red soul ring appeared. Buzz! A circle of terrifying fluctuations spread, causing the sword energy rippling around him to shatter and turn into nothingness. This Fihung sword spirit, which was shaped by a character, is similar to the Fihung sword in appearance and name, but its quality is comparable to the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. In addition to the 9 soul rings, all of them increase attack power and destructive power. Therefore, when it first appeared, it only used a little power. The gorgeous and dazzling white sword energy soared straight into the sky, directly piercing the clouds in the sky. With him as the center, a huge hole appeared in the clouds above. The warm sunshine falls down. Dressed in white and holding a crystal sword, Yecheng seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light. Sword name, Fihung. So he said. What a sword! Sword Douluo held the 7-kills sword in his hand and stared at him. The Fihung sword in his hand looked more like a work of art than a murder weapon. He couldn't help but admire it. A soul master's martial soul is not immutable. As the soul master's level increases, or he absorbs suitable high-quality soul rings or soul bones, there is a certain chance that the martial soul will evolve. As far as Sword Douluo knew, Yecheng's martial spirit Fihung sword was originally just a sword martial spirit that could barely enter the ranks of superior martial arts. But in his feelings at this moment, it was not inferior to his own 7-killing sword. Even, maybe far more than that. Because he felt a biting edge from that gorgeous sword. In comparison, the 7-kills sword in his hand feels a bit dull and heavy. As a mere murder weapon, it has already lost. This is a good sword. Ye Cheng stared at the Fihung sword in his hand and said as if recalling, I have been wandering around since I was 6 years old. The world is dangerous, and the only thing I can rely on is the sword in my hand. This sword has been with me for 20 years. From weak to strong, this sword has grown with me. I am confident that no one in this world can match me. Among the sword spirits in the world, the 7 killing swords of the Chen family are at the top of the list. Although I don't care about false reputation, but since today is the right time, let me justify the reputation of the sword in my hand. Let's see whose sword is truly the best in the world. The words fell. Ye Cheng, who finally showed his sword, did not retreat or evade this time. He attacked from the front, without using space to shuttle. He just went straight forward and slashed through with one sword. The dazzling sword energy condensed into a giant sword over 100 feet long, and struck Sword Douluo head-on. Well done! Sword Douluo's heart surged with fighting spirit. He shouted loudly and raised the sword in his hand. The sword energy like a tide was released, turning into an attack and colliding with Ye Cheng's sword energy. There was a loud bang. At the center of the collision, the space shattered, revealing cracks in the dark void. The breath of destruction spread, and a piece of the earth was lost in an instant. Chapter 10 The Whetstone. Boom! The force of the two collisions not only shattered the space, but also erupted into violent winds. This strong wind blew Sword Douluo's clothes tightly to his body. He squinted at Ye Cheng, who was holding a sword in his hand not far away, and he couldn't hide his surprise deep in his eyes. Because in this simple confrontation, he actually slightly falling downwind. It is obvious that the two of them are now exactly the same in terms of pure soul power, plus the power of the 7 killing sword. I thought that even if I couldn't crush my opponent, I could at least cause some suppression. The result was that he was suppressed in turn. The most important thing is that the opponent didn't even use his soul skills. Just use the power of the martial spirit itself. This is simply outrageous. Try my 6th soul skill. Sword Douluo, who did not believe in evil, raised his sword, and an astonishing flow of air hovered around the 7 kills sword, and then turned into streaks of sword energy on his body, and in the blink of an eye they were densely packed. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. With a low shout, a large swath of sword energy crisscrossed and gathered towards Ye Cheng. Flashy and gaudy? When Ye Cheng saw this so-called 10,000 swords returning to the clan, he thought that people in this world seemed to have a common problem. That is, thinking is limited by soul skills. It's obvious that you can figure out how to use soul skills just by exploring. As a result, a soul ring was wasted to obtain such a technical soul skill. For example, Tang San's blue-silver grass entanglement soul skill in the original work, and Sword Douluo's so-called 10,000 swords returned to the sect in front of him. Ye Cheng has the realm brought about by his character. With his profound vision, he can easily see through Sword Douluo's soul summoning skills. Then the next moment, Ye Cheng shook his head and laughed, and then the Fihung sword in his hand shone brightly, and the sword energy began to condense, and in an instant there were thousands of them. Then he used the same move. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Ding ding ding! The sword energy collided, because the power of the two was so pure, it felt like a real collision of gold and iron for a moment, and the entire sky was filled with sharp aura. The trees in the distance were occasionally hit by the spilled sword energy, and instantly turned into powder in the sword energy. You actually reproduced my 10,000 swords Gazong just by looking at it. Sword Douluo felt a little doubtful about life. Is he still a human being? In his opinion, Ye Cheng's talent in swordsmanship, which could replicate his opponent's soul skills at a glance, was simply outrageous. Humph, I don't believe it. Can you still replicate this move? Sword Douluo calmed down, and then his whole person began to become blurry. There was a strong sword energy around him, making him seem to have turned into a sword. The true form of the martial spirit is still the true form of the weapon spirit. At this moment, sword Douluo and Wuhan merged into one, and it seemed that they had truly turned into a sword. In this state, he can make his own strength shine beyond normal and burst out with even more powerful power. After transforming into a sword, he inadvertently swayed, and the void seemed to be unable to bear it, and was instantly cut open. The next moment, a series of sword shadows split out and pierced Ye Cheng. This is interesting. Ye Cheng felt the power of the sword shadow, and his body's instinct told him that the sword shadow in front of him could already pose a certain threat to him. He did not dare to be careless, and immediately mobilized his own strength, and then sword Douluo attacked. The 7-killing sword was like light and lightning, and its speed was astonishing. Fortunately, Ye Cheng is not an ordinary person after all, even if his fighting consciousness has not kept up. However, his body's instinct made him subconsciously place the long sword in front of him, easily blocking the incoming 7-kills sword. Kang! When the two swords collided, a lot of sparks actually appeared like entities. Seeing that the attack was blocked, sword Douluo did not stop the attack, but continued to attack Ye Cheng like a violent storm. Ye Cheng held the sword and easily blocked the 7-killing sword, relying on the strong physical instinct brought by the character and the surging and vast power. For a moment, he forcibly suppressed the opponent's attack. Clang! 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 The two swords kept colliding together, emitting the sound of gold and iron clashing. The overflowing sword energy flew in all directions. The surrounding land was cut into ravines from time to time, or a large crater was blasted out by the sword energy. The trees were the worst, even the stones were shattered when they encountered the sword energy. Naturally, these trees could not hold on for long. Basically, after a round of sword energy baptism, it will be riddled with holes and turn into debris and powder, causing the originally lush forest around it to quickly become bare. During the battle, Ye Cheng felt more and more energetic the more he fought. He felt that the opponent was like an indestructible sharp sword, attacking sharply and swiftly. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died tragically long ago under his violent attack. But Ye Cheng is different. He has the power of personality in him. Previously, it was just that his consciousness failed to keep up with his body, but now with his opponent's fierce offensive, he could feel that he was gradually adapting to this kind of battle. The fighting instinct is integrating with the body, and the thinking consciousness is constantly improving, to match the power brought by the personality. This sword Douluo is like a whetstone to him, polishing his unopened sword to become even sharper. Chapter 11 The Gap in Realm. Boom 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 boom. The sword energy spreads across everything. For both sides of the battle, the scope of influence continues to expand, and the intensity of the battle continues to increase. Ye Cheng kept blocking the sword shadows with the sword in his hand, and occasionally counterattacked. The whole person's combat consciousness has been greatly improved in this short period of time. Although sword Douluo's offensive was fierce, the strength gap between the two sides was too huge. Even if necessary, Ye Cheng can solve the battle with one move. The reason why he can still fight so back and forth now is simply that he regards sword Douluo as a whetstone and uses him to train himself. Even now no need to use soul skills. Sword Douluo's voice was a little erratic, he was still hiding in the sword light, and the 7-kills sword became even bigger. Then he drew 6 swords again, the space was cut open, and the black space cracks combined into a hill-like word kill and attacked him. You are too arrogant. Looking at Ye Cheng, who was within the coverage area of the killing word, sword Douluo frowned. In this short period of time, the two have fought thousands of times. Although it seems that the fighting is evenly matched. But he understood that he had almost tried his best. But the other party felt that he still had some energy left, and was completely letting go of his energy on purpose. Or are you not serious at all? This made him feel completely underestimated. Since you want to see my soul skills so much, then... Ye Cheng knew that it was almost done now. If the fight continues, I'm afraid he will reveal the fact that he is a complete rookie in combat. Let's resolve the battle once and for all. Sword Douluo narrowed his eyes. Is it finally coming? As you wish. With the words Ye Cheng said. On the Fihung sword that looked like a work of art in his hand, among the 9 soul rings, the first yellow soul ring lit up. In an instant, the sharp edge emitted by the Fihung sword suddenly surged. A terrifying wave far greater than before was released from the Fihung sword. The void trembled and was shattered by this power. Seeing this scene, Sword Douluo's pupils shrank violently. He never expected that he just activated his first soul skill. The power of that sword has increased so exaggeratedly. Ye Cheng's soul skills don't have many fancy functions, only the simplest abilities. That is to increase the attack power and destructive power of the martial spirit itself. This kind of improvement is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Every time a soul ring is activated, it will be doubled again on the basis of the improvement. And now we are dealing with Sword Douluo. Just activating 1 soul ring is enough. Ye Cheng felt the terrifying power contained in the Fihung sword in his hand, and without hesitation, he raised his sword and slashed out. A dazzling light surged out from the sword, and the bright light spread for miles around at once. This sword slash has no other fancy effects. Only the purest edge and destruction. A bright sword light flew out. Finally collided with the huge word kill. The surroundings suddenly became quiet for a moment, like the calm before the storm. The next moment. Boom! The overwhelming fluctuations are surging. The earth was divided into 2 halves, and at the point where the 2 attacks collided, the terrifying power caused the land to continuously break open huge ravines. In the void, 2 forces were deadlocked together. But in the end, Ye Cheng's sword light was superior. Sword Douluo's killing words were continuously broken open and disappeared. He looked at this scene in disbelief and murmured, "How terrifying! Such solid sword energy! This is definitely not a gap in soul power, but a gap in realm." After a soul master increases his level, not only does his soul power increase, but the power of his soul skills also becomes stronger. Correspondingly, the soul master's understanding of power and its use in various aspects will also increase accordingly. Sword Douluo understood. Even though the 2 people have the same soul power level now, they still have to develop and master their own martial souls, as well as their understanding of swords and so on. There are huge gaps. This is also the fundamental reason why his sword energy is defeated by the opponents. Tisk! With a soft sound, the killing character released by Sword Douluo completely collapsed, but Ye Cheng's sword energy was still extremely solid, and it slashed at him with undiminished power. Sword Douluo had to dodge and watched the sword energy fly into the distance. Until, it hit a certain mountain in the distance. Boom! The sword energy burst out suddenly. The huge mountaintop was blown to pieces by the sword energy that exploded. Such an astonishing destructive power made Sword Douluo speechless. He never expected that the sword energy would still retain so much power after it wiped out his 7 kills sword energy. One can imagine how terrifying the edge of this sword is. Chapter 12 Sword Douluo doubts his life. Do you want to fight again? Ye Cheng put away his sword and stood in the air. Said extremely calmly. Sword Douluo stared blankly at the hilltops in the distance that had been flattened by the sword energy. As the saying goes, you can see a leopard in a tube. Just from the simple power of the sword, he could know how huge the gap between the 2 was. If the fight continues, even if he uses the 9th most powerful soul skill, God and Demon Strike, I'm afraid the effect it can create will not be ideal. The gap between the realms of the 2 sides is really too big. Never mind. I am no match for you. Sword Douluo shook his head dejectedly, feeling that he was really old. He didn't feel this way in the past, because for a titled Douluo, he was less than 100 years old and could really be considered very young. But now, compared with Ye Cheng, a young man who is only 26 years old, he feels like he has lived like a dog for his age. Actually, your potential is more than that. Seeing Sword Douluo's doubtful expression on life, Ye Cheng also felt a little embarrassed. After all, he is just a cheater, and his strength is not obtained through hard work. Fighting against these strong men who have truly gained strength through hard work is just bullying. So after thinking about it, he thought it would be better to say something nice to comfort him. Don't really hit people so hard that they lose their strong will. How do you say it? Hearing something in his words, Sword Douluo's decadent expression slightly diminished and he asked. I can feel that your 7-killing sword contains more potential than that. But you haven't fully developed it yet. Ye Cheng shook his head and said, actually, most soul masters in this world have a common problem. That it's just that you rely too much on soul skills and only focus on improving the soul power level, but ignore the martial soul itself. Do you really know your sword? Do I really know my sword? These words successfully made Sword Douluo fall into deep thought. There seems to be some inspiration looming in my mind, but I just can't grasp the key. From the time when his martial spirit was revealed before, Ye Cheng knew that the current Sword Douluo was not the one who had an arm cut off in the later stages of the original work. Sword Douluo, who has great enlightenment and evolves his martial soul. The current Sword Douluo is not a pure swordsman in mind, but a soul master with a sword spirit. Therefore, it is inevitable to be limited by the soul master's thoughts. The essence of martial arts is ignored. Looking at Sword Douluo, who was still deep in thought, Ye Cheng ignored him and just turned around and took a step forward. The whole person seemed to blend into the heaven and earth and dissipate into the invisible. On the cliff, Sword Douluo was the only one left, frowning and thinking. After Ye Cheng used space movement to leave the cliff. Instead of leaving too far away, I chose a hotel nearby to stay. The next day, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong. Ye Cheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and carefully comprehending his own power, opened his eyes. Even if he didn't rely on perception, he knew who was knocking at the door. Please come in. As soon as the voice fell, the door opened automatically. A figure that I had just seen yesterday came into my eyes. It is Sword Douluo. At this time, Sword Douluo's mental outlook had greatly improved compared to his decadent and old appearance yesterday. Apparently, after being reminded by Ye Cheng yesterday, I thought about it for a night and gained quite a lot of insights. If I think about it later, I may be able to fully realize it without going through the pain of breaking my arm like in the original work, and maybe let the martial spirit completely evolve. Author, the book was signed. The speed was much faster than I imagined. I originally thought I had to mail the contract. But now I can sign the contract electronically. There is a wave of new book promotions every time a new book is signed. At this time, there should be more updates. But the actual situation does not allow it. Alas, the results of this update are not very good. However, the author is shamelessly asking for votes. It would be better if it is related to the subsequent recommendation of the book. Chapter 13 Excessive Modesty. It seems that Senior has realized something. Ye Cheng looked at Sword Douluo, whose mental outlook had changed a lot, and said with a smile. I would like to thank my little friend yesterday for some advice. At this time, Sword Douluo's attitude towards him had obviously changed, and even his title had changed. Because of Ye Cheng's identity, no matter how easygoing he was, he had always subconsciously placed Ye Cheng in the position of a junior. But after Ye Cheng gave some advice yesterday, and felt his unfathomable strength, Sword Douluo finally placed him on an equal footing in his heart. It's no longer just superficial, so the name he calls him becomes little friend. Ye Cheng smiled and said nonchalantly, I shouldn't take it seriously. It's just some nonsense on my part. Although Douluo continent is a world of martial spirits, but the soul masters in this world all rely too much on soul rings. He didn't even think about developing the effects of his own martial soul, he just stared at the soul skills brought by the soul ring. It doesn't pay attention to the development of its own martial soul at all. Even if it does, it is too primitive and crude. Some of the few people who have developed their own martial arts properly have created some techniques that can be used in conjunction with the martial arts. It is called self-created soul skill by people in the soul master world. And these geniuses who can create their own soul skills can crush the soul masters of the same period. For example, Tang Chen, the ancestor of the Haoshan sect and the first generation of Haoshan Douluo, dominated an era with his self-created soul skills such as Haoshan Ninju and Great Zamuru Hammer. But in fact, these self-created soul skills are really mysterious and unpredictable. It mainly relies on the support of peers and the genius soul masters who create their own soul skills to show how powerful these soul skills are. After all, the soul master system is too crude. It would be fine if he were a soul master tens of thousands of years later. At that time, due to the development of soul guidance technology, society was developing rapidly, people were freed from ignorance, gradually got rid of their dependence on soul rings, and began to explore the essence of martial souls, and later even be able to artificial soul ring. There is no need to rely on the existence of soul beasts anymore. The soul master system at that time was a relatively complete system. But now in Douluo continent, the soul master system is still in an era of very backward development. You cannot live without the soul beast. If the soul beast dies, the soul master will also die with it. At this stage, the soul master system is too crude, and even cultivation can only rely on meditation. There is not even a self-contained system of operation techniques. It is at a stage where it has just sprouted, but is vaguely a little crooked. So what Ye Cheng said yesterday was a revelation to Sword Douluo, making him vaguely aware of his own limitations. Saw a path never imagined. He had a hunch that he was not far from breaking through level 97. Starting from level 95, a soul master's promotion to each level is more than just accumulating soul power. A personal realization is also required. Some people stay stuck at this level their entire lives. If it weren't for what Ye Cheng said yesterday, Sword Douluo might not be able to break through from level 96 to level 97 if he gave it another 10 years. Because of this, after listening to Ye Cheng's words, Jian Douluo could only smile bitterly and said, "My dear friend, being too modest is just hypocrisy. If some nonsense can make him understand, then the world itself may be crazy." Chapter 14 Ning Fengzhi's Plan. Kingdom of Balak. This country is located in the south of the Tiandu Empire, bordering Fasnio province. It is said to be a kingdom, but in fact its area is only 3/4 of the size of Fasnio province. There are two most important cities in the kingdom. One is Barak City, the capital where the royal family lives, and the other city is Soto City, which is located in the center of the Lima Plain, the most fertile land in the kingdom of Barak, and is known as the Granary of Barak. Soto City is a big city, which can be seen from the fact that its Wuhan Palace is configured as the third-level Wuhan Main Palace. At this time, it is at the east gate of Soto City. The city gate was wide open, and some pedestrians walked in from time to time. A young man in white clothes just mixed in with the pedestrians and walked in a very inconspicuous state. After completely entering the city gate, he looked at the city and subconsciously sighed, "We are finally here, Soto City." At the same time, he added in his heart, "Douluo's famous check-in place, almost all travelers will come here. Place. And this person is naturally Ye Cheng." As for the reason why he came here, besides wanting to meet the original characters, witness, and even participate in some plots, the most important thing is to repay the favor. To return the sword to Douluo, or to return the favor of the Kai Bao glazed sect. When I was in the hotel, Sword Douluo came to visit me. Since the two of them didn't know each other before, they still had a good time talking to each other afterward. During this period, Sword Douluo intentionally or unintentionally tested Ye Cheng's opinion of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, and implicitly stated that as long as he recognized his ancestor and returned to the sect, he could immediately become the leader of the sect. The Kaibao glazed sect, one of the three great sects, is now under his control. This temptation is not great. However, faced with this temptation that is difficult for ordinary people to refuse, Ye Cheng remained unmoved. Just prevaricate casually. Sword Douluo was a little disappointed, but he didn't test it any further. Just move on to another thing. That is the family of the king of Tyrannosaurus City who have abandoned the city and fled, and are now being imprisoned in the prison of the Kaibao glazed sect. In the entire Wang family, there are 163 people in the family, and no one is missing. When he heard the news, Ye Cheng secretly thought to himself. As long as he has the strength and qualifications to win over others, then someone will help him catch those enemies in order to have a good relationship with him. There is no need for him to go to the whole continent to hunt down his enemies. After learning that the Wang family had been captured and imprisoned, Ye Cheng did not show much excitement, but said lightly, "In that case, please help me deal with them, Senior. This matter is considered a favor that I owe to your sect. It is within my ability, but if I ask for it, I will not refuse it." This passage means that he has remembered this favor. The favor of a most powerful ultimate Douluo in the world is of immeasurable value. If other sect forces received this favor, I'm afraid they would be overjoyed. But for the Kaibao glazed pagoda sect, this favor seems a bit too foreign. After all, what is Ye Cheng's identity? He is the son of the contemporary sect master Ning Fengzhi, and he also possesses the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial spirit that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect covets. With such a life experience, he is naturally a member of the Kaibao glazed sect. He was supposed to be a part of the sect and lead the sect to grow and develop. As a result, now we have to rely on favors to win him over, which is simply. Therefore, when Sword Douluo heard Ye Cheng's words, "As long as you ask for something, you will never refuse," he almost wanted to use this favor to ask him to join the 7 treasures glazed sect. Fortunately, his reason told him that this would not work. Even if he is really lucky, forcing Ye Cheng to join the Kaibao glazed sect with favors will only make the relationship between the two parties more distant. After all, this so-called favor is actually not that big. To Ye Cheng, the Wang family was actually lambs to be slaughtered, not invincible enemies. It would be a little more troublesome at best if it ran away, and it would take a little more effort to find it. One can imagine how big a favor like this can be. Just listen to what Ye Cheng said, "If you ask for anything, you will never refuse." It is impossible to really think that you can make him sacrifice his life with this favor. It's just overthinking. Therefore, Sword Douluo naturally would not ask him to join the 7 treasures glazed sect. Instead, he recalled what Ning Fengzhi told him before setting off, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. He decided to change his mind. Since Ye Cheng cannot directly return to the Kaibao glazed sect, he might as well figure it out slowly and establish a good relationship first. After all, in the eyes of Sword Douluo and others, the biggest reason why Ye Cheng was unwilling to join the 7 treasures glazed sect was because when Baiyun City was destroyed and his mother died tragically, Ning Fengzhi, his father, didn't care about it. In this situation, anyone would feel resentful. He also has no favorable impression of the sect his father represents. Therefore, if you want Ye Cheng to change his perception and willingly join the Kaibao glazed sect, you must first change his perception of this sect. As for how to make him change his mind, Ning Fengzhi had already made a plan. That is to let Ye Cheng get in touch with his youngest daughter Ning Rongrong, who is his half-sister. Ning Fengzhi analyzed Ye Cheng's psychology in detail and believed that Ye Cheng, who had been drifting on the mainland since he was 6 years old and was lonely and helpless, definitely longed for family affection in his heart. Originally, the best candidate should have been his father, but unfortunately, he was too bad of a character in the eyes of this child. My father is probably a ruthless, cold, and heartless scumbag. Because of this, he definitely doesn't have the slightest fondness for the Kaibao glazed sect. But if it were Ning Rongrong, the situation would be different. After all, few people would have a bad feeling for such a cute girl, right? Coupled with the blessing of her younger sister's identity, Ning Fengzhi believed that as long as the two of them were allowed to be in contact for a period of time, Ye Cheng will definitely fall under Ning Rongrong's charm and become a girl control. By then, because of Ning Rongrong's relationship, Ye Cheng's perception of the Kaibao glazed sect will definitely be greatly improved. Also, maybe, he won't be so hostile to his father, right? Above. These were all things Ning Fengzhi analyzed and explained to Sword Douluo in detail before he went out. Therefore, seeing Ye Cheng make a promise, Sword Douluo followed suit and said that there was indeed something that needed his help at the moment. That is, I hope he can accompany him to protect the little princess of Kaibao glazed sect, his half-sister Ning Rongrong, for a while. When Ye Cheng heard this outrageous request, he began to be a little surprised. Later, when I thought about it more carefully, I finally understood what their purpose was. I laughed secretly in my heart. With Ning Rongrong's unruly character, do you expect her to have a good relationship with others? It would be nice if there is no enmity. You guys really don't have any skills at all. Although he was amused by their plan, Ye Cheng did not refuse. Because once he came, he could just return the favor. Secondly, he just wanted to get in touch with the original protagonist group. After all, when I came to Douluo continent, I didn't want to get involved in the plot, torture the scumbag, and save the lovely girls. It's a bit of a pity. So, Ye Cheng came to Soto City. Chapter 15, Everyone is Lost. It seems I came early. After finding out that Shrek Academy's official enrollment hadn't started yet, Ye Cheng knew that he had arrived a little early. I'm afraid Ning Rongrong, who ran away from home, is still leisurely visiting the mountains and rivers on the road. I don't know where Tang San and the others are now. Ye Cheng was a little curious. He communicated with the system that he had not used for a long time, and saw a light screen displayed in front of him. Only he could see it. Performance system, make up a character. The more people believe it and generate shock, admiration, fear, all kinds of emotions for this fictional character, then eventually this character will become real. Current role, Twin Martial Spirits Ye Cheng, 100%. Already played, Twin Martial Spirits Ye Cheng. External plugin, Live Broadcast Spoiler System, 50%, the current absorption progress is insufficient, and it only has low-level permissions. It can ask questions at will, fabricate and tamper with videos, and set Q&A rewards and punishments. However, Q&A rewards cannot be obtained. Only by obtaining 100% of the final permissions can control everything in the system. Looking at the data that had not changed much on the light screen in front of him, Ye Cheng used his mind to click on the Live Spoiler System option, and saw that there were some small options immediately above: Fabricate, View, Deduce. These are the many small functions that Ye Cheng can use after controlling 50% of the permissions. He directly clicked on the View function, and then a search box appeared, and he entered the name Ning Rongrong with his mind. Immediately, more than 600 messages were sent back. This means that there are more than 600 people named Ning Rongrong in the world. Ye Cheng once again entered the information Ning Rongrong, the eldest lady of Kaibao glazed sect. Suddenly more than 600 messages disappeared, leaving only one option. Click on this option. A big screen suddenly appeared in front of me, just like a TV player. The background that appeared inside was a noisy and bustling street. A gorgeously dressed girl was walking leisurely, stopping from time to time to buy some interesting small items. At the same time, the real-time region name is displayed on the edge of the screen. It's still so far away. Ye Cheng frowned when he saw the name of the area, and he silently made an estimate. I found that if Ning Rongrong followed Ning Rongrong's pace, it would probably take a month to get here. From this point of view, Shrek Academy's enrollment will probably be in a month's time. By the way, let's take a look at where the other characters are now. After Ye Cheng got the accurate time, he closed the video. Re-enter another name in the search box, Tang Sect Tang San. This time he entered more detailed information, so the search box only displayed one option. Ye Cheng clicked on the option, and the video inside showed a scene of a blacksmith shop. A black-haired boy with an ordinary face was pounding a piece of iron while sweating profusely. There were also some semi-finished hidden weapons that had basically been shaped around him. This is Tang San, still forging iron now. Apparently he hasn't officially set off on the road yet, or he is preparing to go on the road and making some preparations. Ye Cheng speculated while looking at the scene in the video. Close the video. Re-enter, Shrek Mahung Jun. The scene that appeared this time was somewhat inappropriate for children. Ye Cheng's mouth twitched as he looked at the scenes in the video that could be mosaic-like. Because there are two women and one man in the video, the man looks like he is in his teens, he looks fat and wretched. The woman is at least in her 30s, and some people even believe her if she is 40 years old. The taste is really strong. It should be said that you are hungry and don't choose what you eat, right? Shaking his head, Ye Cheng closed the video. Once again enter a person's name, Zhu Zhuqing. Then more than 60 options appeared in the search box. Ye Cheng thought for a while and then added the Xingluo Zhu family. So there is only one option left. Click to open the video. The content of the video that appeared this time made his pupils shrink. What appears in the picture is a pool. There is a girl beside the pool, gently undressing. Of course, this is not the point. What Ye Cheng is really concerned about is the blood stains on the girl's body. The girl's clothes were damaged in many places, and she looked very embarrassed. Blood was still seeping from the damaged areas. Apparently there had been a battle before. Judging from the wounds, it was obviously done by a soul master. Was she injured by a killer sent by her sister? He guessed in his mind. Recalling the content of the original work, although it did not describe in detail what dangers the girl encountered on her journey from the distant Star Luo Empire alone. But there was also a few words indicating that she had been hunted down by killers sent by her sister many times. Being able to come from the Star Luo Empire to the Tiandu Empire alive was mostly due to luck. This girl, who was cleaning her wounds alone by the pool, was like a kitten licking its wounds alone after being injured. Both pitiful and adorable. Anyone who sees it will probably feel pity. Ye Cheng is naturally no exception. What's more, to him, these original female characters are equivalent to the otaku's paper figurine wives, with fantasy bonuses. It is not something that ordinary women can compare with. After all, with his status today, if he really wants a woman, what kind of woman do you want? As long as he opens his mouth, there are countless forces who will give him women. But he didn't like it. Because only these original female characters are special to him and can arouse his inner interest. Women who did not appear in the original works were just vulgar to him. Without even looking at it. Zhu Zhuqing. Ye Cheng looked at the cold girl in the video who bit her red lips because of pain and silently cleaned the wound. I couldn't help but murmur to myself, what a good girl. It's a pity that Dai Mubai took advantage of her original destiny. From then on, she lost her soul and became just a foil. When he first watched Dalu, the girl Zhu Zhuqing really left a very good impression on him. Strong and self-reliant. Do not admit defeat. He traveled thousands of miles from the Star Luo Empire to the Tiandu Empire, just to pick up his escaped fiancé and fight against fate together. The light shining in the soul of such a girl is really dazzling. Unfortunately, in the future development, due to various influences such as talent, opportunities, etc., she could only compromise with reality and become the foil of Daimyo Bai, a scumbag, and disappeared from everyone. Zhu Zhuqing's only role in the future is to cooperate with Daimyo Bai in performing martial arts fusion skills, nothing more. When Yaen saw this, he felt that the character Zhu Zhuqing was dead. Can't arouse his interest at all. And now? Yaen looked at the stubborn kitten licking his wounds alone in the video and made a decision silently in his heart. That means Daimyo Bai should just go away. I want this little kitten. Chapter 16 asks Tang Yuehua. The capital of the Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City. In the most prosperous area in the center of Tiandu City, there is a small building with a height of 5 floors. Even in Tiandu City, this can be regarded as a very tall building. The first impression given by the appearance of this building is that it is elegant. The overall architectural style is slightly simple, and there are only 2 simple words on the plaque, Yuexuan. There are not many pedestrians coming and going, but it can be seen that the people who come in and out are all luxuriously dressed or have excellent temperament. Both men and women are present. This place is the Tiandu Empire's court etiquette school, a place dedicated to teaching various noble etiquette to the imperial nobles. But few people know that Yuexuan's background is not simple, and even the royal family is unwilling to offend him. Because this place is actually the property of Haoshan sect, one of the 3 sects that has been sealed off. The top floor loft of Yuexuan. This is the exclusive room of Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuexuan. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard on the stairs made of sandalwood. Drawing his eyes closer, he could see that the person who came was a graceful and beautiful woman, wearing a silver palace dress, and she looked like she was in the prime of her life. But those beautiful eyes have a depth that is inconsistent with her appearance. You can tell at a glance that she is a woman with a story. This woman, who raises her head and hands and feet elegantly and calmly, and has a noble and cold temperament. She is a typical noble lady at first glance. She is Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuexuangsuan. In addition, she has another identity. That is the biological sister of Tang Xiao, the contemporary leader of the Haoshan sect. Mainly responsible for managing Yuexuan, and at the same time collecting intelligence from the outside world to prevent the Haoshan sect from being sealed off and knowing nothing about the outside world. Abandoned by the times. At this time, Tang Yuehua had just walked to the door of his room, put his hand on the door, and was about to push it open. Suddenly, I heard a clear ringing sound in my ear. Ask a question? As soon as he heard this voice, Tang Yuehua immediately realized that he had been selected for the Q&A and was about to answer the questions. She couldn't help but feel surprised and frightened in her heart. What's surprising is that after answering the questions correctly, you can get generous rewards. What's scary is that once you answer a question wrong, you will face unknown punishment. This quiz game is like a gamble. If you bet correctly, your fortune will skyrocket. If you make a wrong bet, you will never recover. The people of Douluo continent love and hate him at the same time, fearing punishment and coveting rewards. Tang Yuehua took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down the turbulent emotions in his heart. Calm down and start reviewing the questions seriously. But soon, when she saw clearly the content of the Q&A question, her originally calm expression suddenly collapsed. Question: why did Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao lose an arm and a leg? How is that possible? Tang Yuehua couldn't help but exclaimed. You must know that this Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao is her biological brother. But what did she see now? Her second brother had a broken leg and an arm. What is going on? How is this possible? You must know that her second brother was the youngest titled Douluo on the mainland back then. Before the twin martial soul Yaen was exposed, her second brother Tang Hao was the youngest titled Douluo in the history of the Soul Master world. He also had great achievements in inflicting heavy losses on the Pope of Wuhan Palace when he first entered the title. How could such a powerful person have his arms and legs cut off? What is going on? Forcibly suppressing her excitement, Tang Yuehua took a few deep breaths again, and even used her own talent field, the Noble Circle, to finally calm down her mind. She began to read the questions and answers carefully again. Question: why did Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao lose an arm and a leg? Option 1, there is no pride in being strong, relying on the strong to bully the weak, and using the big to bully the small. Instead, he was taught a lesson by his elders and had his arms and legs chopped off as a slight punishment. Option 2, if your own child is in danger, show up to save him. Unable to defeat a powerful enemy, he had no choice but to self-explode his soul bone and risk his life. Option 3, feel ashamed of the sect, cut off an arm and a leg, and return the soul bones. Option 4, lose to the enemy and behead one arm and one leg by the enemy. Option 5, aggravate the old injury, transfer the injury, and cut off an arm and a leg. The answer is correct. Make up for the defects of the martial arts spirit and obtain the top martial arts qualification. Wrong answer, deprive yourself of the Noble Circle of Talent domain. These 5 options. I don't know if they are things that have not happened in the future or things that have already happened. After seeing the content of the question and answer, Tang Yuehua frowned slightly and murmured to himself. At the same time, Tang Hao, who was secretly guarding his son Tang San, was also pulled into the Q&A live broadcast room. After seeing the content of this question and answer, I was also shocked. I will lose an arm and a leg. Tang Hao subconsciously didn't believe it. But I also thought that the content of the questions and answers might be about things that have happened in the past or will happen in the future. So this means that he will really lose an arm and a leg in the future. Look carefully at the 5 options. Option 1, there is no pride in being strong, relying on the strong to bully the weak, using the big to bully the small. Instead, he was taught a lesson by his elders and had his arms and legs chopped off as a slight punishment. Tang Hao directly ruled out this option. It's not that he really thinks that he has the pride of a strong man and will not bully the weak or use the big to bully the small. It's because he knows that if he really wants to bully a junior, he will definitely find out the other person's background. If he cannot be offended, then he will never take action. Therefore, he thinks this option is impossible. Option 2, if your own child is in danger, show up to save him. Unable to defeat a powerful enemy, he had no choice but to self-explode his soul bone and risk his life. Tang Hao also ruled out this option. Because this option is unlikely, after all, the soul bone in his body is the soul bone inherited by Haoshan sect, which is of great significance to Haoshan sect. Even if Tang Hao explodes his martial soul, he still cannot destroy these 2 soul bones. Option 3, I am ashamed of my sect, cut off an arm and a leg myself, and return my soul bones. Option 4, lose to the enemy and have one arm and one leg cut off by the enemy. Option 5, aggravate the old injury, transfer the injury, and cut off an arm and a leg. The last 3 options were all possible, but Tang Hao thought of the injuries he had accumulated over the years, and inexplicably felt that option 5 might be the correct answer. But it's a pity that he wasn't the one who answered the question, otherwise he would have been rewarded. But it was his sister who answered the question, so if she gets a reward, then it's not like the money goes to outsiders. So Tang Hao decided to remind her. Chapter 17 Incredible Answer. These 5 options, except the first one is impossible, the next 4 are all possible. Which one should I choose? Tang Yuehua looked at the question and asked, frowned at the 5 options, and said to himself. As for why, the first option is impossible. That is of course because in Tang Yuehua's heart, his second brother Tang Hao is an upright man. What a great man! How could you do such a thing to bully the weak? So this option is absolutely impossible. At this time, the live broadcast room also welcomed many visitors. Basically, there are people from all the major forces, such as Wuhan Palace, Tiandu Imperial Family, Xingluo Imperial Family, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Haoshan Sect. You can see barrages passing by in the live broadcast room at this time. Unexpectedly, this question and answer is actually related to Haoshan Douluo. This question, that powerful Haoshan Douluo, would actually have one of his arms and legs cut off? Of these 5 options, except for the first option, the remaining 4 are all possible. Why is the first option impossible? Wouldn't Haoshan Douluo bully the weak? In my opinion, the first option is quite possible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What a great hero Haoshan Douluo is, how could he do such a thing of bullying the weak and the weak? I warn you, don't insult my idol. I also think it's impossible. After all, it's the famous Haoshan Douluo. Even though he has disappeared for many years, he has not fallen to this level, right? If he really does this, then he will discredit the name of Haoshan Douluo. Each barrage is unsigned, so it's hard to tell who sent it. Tang Yuehua was not affected by the barrage, but quickly turned his brain and tried hard to analyze which one was possible. You must know that if the answer is correct, then the flaws in her martial soul can be made up for. Her martial spirit is not the Haoshan hammer inherited from the Haoshan sect, but the product of failed mutation. It's called the Ruyi ring. In fact, strictly speaking, this martial spirit cannot be regarded as the product of failed mutation. Because her innate soul power was as high as level 9, and her martial soul also came with an innate domain, the noble circle. God knows how happy the young Tang Yuehua was when he knew that his soul power was as high as level 9, and that his martial soul also had an innate domain. To know that there is such a thing as a domain, even some titled Douluo do not have it. It is an extremely rare talent. It can be said that if you have a domain, you will almost certainly become a titled Douluo in the future. And she had just awakened her martial soul and already had a domain. She was simply a genius. The future is promising. But very quickly, Tang Yuehua, who had not been happy for a long time, fell from heaven to hell. Because she discovered that although her innate soul power was as high as level 9, but no matter how much he cultivates, his soul power remains unchanged. If you are at level 9 when you awaken, you will be at level 9 for the rest of your life. She will never be able to break through level 10, obtain a soul ring and become a true soul master. For Tang Yuehua back then, this was like a bolt from the blue. The whole person was so shocked that he almost had a nervous breakdown. Even now, not being able to become a soul master is an eternal pain in Tang Yuehua's heart. Now, as long as she can answer this question correctly, then the martial spirit can completely make up for the shortcomings, and it is hard to imagine how powerful her martial spirit will be. After all, there are only a handful of martial souls who are born with their own domain. Once the shortcomings are corrected, it will skyrocket. This is by no means a delusion. But relatively, if the answer is wrong, then the only thing she deserves praise for is the ring of domain nobility she was born with. Will also be deprived. From now on, she will be completely reduced to a vase with nothing but good looks. Such a painful price is definitely not something she can afford. It's just that the questions and answers have come, and it's impossible not to answer them. What to do? Which one should you choose? Tang Yuehua was caught in a difficult decision at this time. Fortunately, at this time, an extremely conspicuous barrage appeared. Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, Yuehua, choose 5. This barrage is not only unique in color, but also directly labeled with the name of the person who posted the barrage. When viewers launch barrages in the live broadcast room, they can choose between anonymous and real name. But the vast majority of people choose to remain anonymous. After all, no one knows who is anonymous. You can just say whatever you want and curse people if you want. You don't have to worry about retaliation if you offend someone. It would be a disaster if the real name is used. Sometimes you say the wrong thing and offend people. Someone might find his lair and kill him in a matter of minutes. Therefore, barrages are generally posted anonymously. Now, in order to remind Tang Yuehua, Tang Hao launched a real name barrage. How, it's really you. When Tang Yuehua saw this eye-catching real name barrage in the live broadcast room, he immediately believed that this barrage was sent by his second brother, whom he had not heard from for many years. Because the real name in the live broadcast room cannot be marked randomly. Who are you? Then the name attached to it is who you are. It is absolutely impossible for Zhang San to use Li Si's name to post a barrage. How, are you okay? Tang Yuehua asked quickly after confirming that it was his second brother. It's a pity that the real name barrage never appeared again. Tang Yuehua was a little disappointed. She knew that her second brother was still unwilling to show up. The barrage he fired before was already the limit. It is absolutely impossible to say the second sentence. Well, sighed, seeing that the prescribed answer time was coming soon. Tang Yuehua quickly replied, I choose, option 5. Tang Yuehua, who gave the answer, felt unprecedentedly confident and did not think that he would get the answer wrong at all. After all, this answer was told to her personally by his second brother, and who would know the correct answer better than the person involved. So she wins for sure. I don't know what kind of soul skills will be born from the martial soul that can be attached with a soul ring after its flaws are made up for. Just when Tang Yuehua was daydreaming about how powerful his soul skills would be in the future. The next moment, the answer announced in the live broadcast room made the smile on her lips freeze. Wrong answer? Punish. Deprivation of the realm, noble circle? As the reminder sounded, Tang Yuehua felt as if an invisible big hand came from the void, grabbed his soul, and pulled hard. Tear it apart? A sound like cloth being torn. In an instant, Tang Yuehua felt dizzy, as if something important had been taken away. She knew that this was not an illusion. The most important thing about her was really taken away. Innate domain noble circle. This rare realm in the world left her. He will also be completely reduced to mediocrity, and will no longer have anything worthy of praise. But compared to what she had lost, what was even more difficult for Tang Yuehua to believe at the moment was that the answer she chose was wrong. So what is the correct answer? Not just her, the audience in the live broadcast room was also talking a lot at this moment. What's going on? Option 5 is wrong? Is the correct answer one of 234? Just wait and see, the answer should be announced soon in the live broadcast room. Tang Hao, who was also following the live broadcast room, saw that his answer was wrong. The whole person was also a little confused. How could this be wrong? Impossible. Is the correct option really one of 2, 3, or 4? Soon, the correct answer was announced in the live broadcast room. Correct answer, option 1? Everyone was completely excited. Chapter 18, Losing Face. Correct answer, option 1? Seeing the answers announced in the live broadcast room, not only the onlookers were confused. Even Tang Hao himself, the person involved, was confused. Impossible. How could it be option 1? Tang Hao didn't want to believe that he was so drunk that he looked crazy at this moment. The sudden burst of momentum even shook several cracks in the surrounding houses. Impossible. How could it be option 1? I never believe it. Also raising questions was Tang Yuehua, who had just been deprived of the aristocratic ring in her talent field. At this moment, she didn't even care about the headache caused by being forcibly stripped of her field, and shouted loudly without etiquette. This is actually the correct answer, which is too challenging. Originally, no matter which one of 2, 3, or 4 was the correct answer, Tang Yuehua could accept it. But the correct answer turned out to be the most outrageous one. How could his second brother be such a scumbag who bullied others and then had his hands and feet cut off by his parents? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tang Yuehua didn't want to believe it emotionally. Even rationally, I refuse to believe it. It is detected that the respondent strongly doubts the question, and the cause and effect will be played directly? Faced with Tang Yuehua's doubts, the live broadcast room also responded. But this response made Tang Yuehua wake up instantly. She quickly stopped her and said, "No. I believe it. Don't play it. Never." She looked frightened and even broke the sound because she was too anxious. However, the live broadcast room ignored it and started broadcasting on its own. "It's over." Tang Yuehua slumped on the ground as if she had lost all her strength. She knew that once the ins and outs of this matter were played out, my second brother's reputation may be completely ruined. Because he bullied the weak and bullied the weak, his parents had his hands and feet amputated. This is not a glorious thing to begin with. On the contrary, it is still very embarrassing. If she had been more rational just now, she would never question the fairness of the live broadcast room. There will be no requirement to play the problematic content. Originally, if there was no video, this matter would have just passed by. After all, words are unfounded. Even if everyone knows the answer is true, they have never seen it with their own eyes. After all, there is still a sense of reality missing. Therefore, the impact will not be too great. But now, once the video in the live broadcast room is played, then the whole world will witness the whole process of Haoshan Douluo bullying the weak and eventually having his hands and feet amputated. This face is completely humiliating. It will even implicate the Haoshan sect, which has been sealed off, and will lose its face in the end. The kind that you can't even find. Soon, the video in the live broadcast room was blurry for a while, and then gradually became clear. The first is a distant view, with the word Soto City above the tall city wall. Then the screen jumped and came to a tall building. This building was nearly 100 meters high and extremely huge. Many people in the live broadcast room recognized this building. "Hey, isn't this the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena? What does Haoshan Douluo's amputated limbs have to do with this place? Can't figure it out? Forget it, let's continue reading." In the video, the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena is oval in shape, with a height of 120 meters. The interior is divided into a main spirit fighting arena and 24 sub-spirit fighting arenas. It can accommodate 60,000 spectators at the same time. Soon, the screen jumps. Came to a soul fighting stage. At this time, the host on the stage was announcing the pair of Soul Masters, the 8th match of Soul Master 2 vs. 2, the Li Mao group versus the 3 or 5 group. Please invite the players from both sides to the stage. With the host's voice falling, the two Soul Masters who were about to face off each other walked onto the stage. The team on the left is a man and a woman. The man has short black hair and looks ordinary. The woman is pretty, playful and cute, with a long scorpion tail and wearing a pink skirt. The live broadcast room also thoughtfully added subtitles for this man and woman, 3 or 5 combination. The team on the right is composed of 2 girls. A girl is tall and beautiful. Needless to say, she has long, smooth black hair hanging casually on her shoulders. She has fair skin and is not only tall but also extremely hot. But on the contrary, there was a very cold aura in his expression, a coldness from the heart. The other girl has long brown hair, wears a gorgeous dress, and has a fair and delicate face with a faint smile. With such an elegant and quiet posture, you can tell at a glance that she is a lady from a famous family. The two teams competing against each other look relatively young. Am I right? These are 2 Soul Master level soul fighting teams? Such a young Soul Master? Maybe it's just that you look young, right? Indeed, even if there is a rare genius, it is impossible for him to happen to be fighting souls on the same soul fighting stage, and the 4 of them will be fighting each other at the same time. Individual? Keep reading, the answer will be revealed soon. The live broadcast room was filled with barrage. But in reality, many people seemed less calm when they saw the 2 teams appearing on the screen. Especially as the parties involved in the video. "This is me, and Xiao Wu. Tang San, who had just made the hidden weapon, looked at the future video shown in the live broadcast room, showing the two teams about to fight on the soul fighting stage, with a somewhat stunned look on his face. Suddenly, he thought of Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao in the previous question. I originally thought it was just the same name, but now that my own image appears in the video, it is obvious that it is definitely not as simple as having the same name. Could it be that his father is the Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao? Is this, I still have a third brother? Xiao Wu was also watching the video, but being in love, she didn't think too much about it. He hasn't connected Tang San with Haoshan Douluo yet, he's just simply a little curious as to why he appears in the future video. Otherwise, if you realize that your third brother is Haoshan Douluo, the son of a titled Douluo, then it would be difficult not to make the connection. For example, the father and son had already planned it, and deliberately kept her, 100,000-year-old soul beast, to kill and take the ring. Is this me in the future? Zhu Zhuqing was also watching the video. She could find that she was much more mature in the video than she is now. I don't know when the future played in the video belongs to. Who is my other partner? It seems like the two of us have a good relationship. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong standing with him in the video and thought with some curiosity. My lady has also appeared. Ning Rongrong was also a little surprised that she became the protagonist in the video, and then watched it with interest. Chapter 19 The Dark Demon Evil God, Cat. In the future video. On the soul fighting stage. After the members of the 35 combination and the Limao combination came on stage one after another. A host in a tuxedo stood in the center. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Now, the 8th game of the 2-on-2 spirit fight in our 12 spirit fighting arena will be held. The 4 spirit masters will appear on the stage. Strong ones. On my left are the 3 and 5 groups, Xiao Wu who has the beast martial spirit Jade Rabbit, and his partner Tang San who has the weapon martial spirit Blue Silver Grass." As the host spoke, the screen turned to Tang San, who looked quite calm, and Xiao Wu, who was jumping up and down. At the same time, the audience in the auditorium also marveled at the youth of the two people. And the one on my right is the Limao combination. They are Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses the beast martial spirit Dark Demon Evil Cat, and Ning Rongrong, who possesses the martial spirit 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. The host turned his attention to the right, and the video screen also changed direction, showing Ning Rongrong and Ning Rongrong. On the two beautiful girls Zhu Zhuqing. 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Ning Rongrong? This should be the daughter of Sect Master Ning, right? Apart from Sect Master Ning's daughter, what are the backgrounds of the other 3 young people? Beast Soul Jade Rabbit? Blue Silver Grass? And what is the origin of this seemingly powerful dark evil cat? I only know that there is a legendary soul beast called the Dark Demon Tiger, but this Dark Demon Cat is... There was a lot of discussion on the barrage. In reality, Zhu Zhuqing, one of the parties involved, began to have doubts when he heard the host's introduction in the video. Is that person in the video really me? After all, her martial spirit is the nether civet of the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. What is this so-called Dark Demon Evil God Cat? If it is really you, what will happen in the future that will change your martial spirit from the netherworld spirit cat to the so-called Dark Demon Evil God Cat? Zhu Zhuqing became extremely curious. In the video, after the host briefly introduced the situation of the two pairs, he immediately announced the start of the game without any further nonsense. The 4 people activated their martial souls at the same time, and soul rings around their bodies lit up. Everyone has 3 soul rings, and the colors are also 2 yellow and 1 purple. It's just that Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring is slightly different. Although the main color is still 2 yellow and 1 purple, the edge of the soul ring is slightly black, which is a rather gloomy black. It may not be obvious from a normal perspective, but if you compare the soul rings of several people together, you can clearly find the differences. There seems to be something wrong with Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring, right? It is true that the color is a bit strange. And it gives people such a strong sense of oppression? It seems that this dark evil cat is extraordinary. I don't know which family the children are from. In the video, the shadow of a cat-shaped martial spirit flashed around Zhu Zhuqing's body, and then merged into her body. Immediately her whole person began to change. A pair of black cat ears grew out of his head, a pair of pitch-black eyes turned a vicious blood red, and sharp nails grew out of his hands, glowing with a faint black light. At this moment, the whole person's temperament became strange and gloomy. The evil has become violent again. In reality, when Zhu Zhuqing saw his own martial soul-possessed appearance in the video, he felt the powerful feeling that he could intuitively feel just by watching the video. My heart was shocked. She was even more unsure whether this person was herself. Even if the name is the same and the appearance is the same, can a person's martial spirit really become so complete? What happened to your future self? Only then will such a huge change occur? Zhu Zhuqing became extremely curious. In the video, after the host announces the start, the 4 people were possessed by martial spirits, and the battle began immediately. First of all, Ning Fengzhi, 3 soul rings around her body lit up one after another, and 3 rays of light shot out from the 7 treasure-glazed tile tower, which reflected on Zhu Zhuqing, causing her whole aura to expand unprecedentedly at this moment. After the task was completed, Ning Fengzhi jumped off the ring without hesitation. After all, she is a support, and her role is to increase the status of her teammates. Now that the task is completed, it doesn't matter if he is on stage or not. If you insist on staying on stage, you may get a beating from the opposite party. So she decisively stepped down. And Ning Fengzhi's such conscientious behavior made Tang San, who had just wanted to attack him, feel extremely aggrieved. His soul skills had already been prepared. Just be prepared to send away the opponent's support directly. As a result, he didn't stay at all. After adding status to his opponent, he consciously jumped off the ring. Do you want to be so cowardly? However, although Ning Fengzhi's resignation was somewhat beyond his expectation, it had no impact on Tang San. He could only see blue-black long vines spreading close to the ground, like blue-black snakes quietly rhythmic, covering the surroundings of his body. The area with a diameter of more than 10 meters occupies almost half of the area of the soul fighting platform. Tang San looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a calm expression. He was not anxious at all, even though the competition between the 2 sides had not started yet, and the opponent's martial spirit seemed not simple. But he thought he had won. Because the opponent's martial spirit is a cat, and this kind of martial spirit is basically an agility attack type soul master. As a control type battle soul master, he has to restrain Zhu Zhuqing's agility and attack type. Especially in the arena, Zhu Zhuqing's agility cannot be brought into full play. There was no suspense in this battle from the beginning. Tang San thought very confidently. And seeing the blue-silver grass spreading towards him, the first soul ring around Zhu Zhuqing's body lit up. Immediately afterwards, the sharp claws on his hands were covered with a gloomy black light. The first soul skill, Shadow Attack. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's entire body turned into a shadow, and his speed increased dramatically, as fast as lightning. Tang San was suddenly shocked. It was obvious that Zhu Zhuqing's speed was beyond his expectation. At this time, his eyes have already been covered with a layer of purple meaning. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, it is difficult to distinguish Zhu Zhuqing's figure, but he has been practicing hidden weapons. How can he not see it clearly with the help of the purple demon eyes? It's one thing to just see it clearly, but it's another thing to be able to reflect it. Even if his eyes can see, his mind can keep up. But the body cannot be as fast as the mind. Because of this, Tang San couldn't reflect at all. At the critical moment, seeing that Tang San could no longer dodge this claw, next to her, Xiao Wu's third soul ring lit up, and then her whole body suddenly teleported to Tang San, as if she wanted to bear Zhu Zhuqing's claw on his behalf. No! Xiao Wu? Tang San's eyes were about to burst, but he couldn't stop it at all. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu endured Zhu Zhuqing's blow. Tisk! The sharp claws pierced the flesh, and Zhu Zhuqing retreated at the first touch. He was far away from the two of them in an instant. And Zhu Zhuqing's claw hit her in the front, and there were 5 more claw marks on Xiao Wu's chest, but fortunately they didn't look deep. It only hurt the superficial skin. It was obvious that at the last moment, Zhu Zhuqing took back most of his power. But even if most of the power was recovered, the remaining power was not something Xiao Wu could bear, and she fell limply into Tang San's arms. Chapter 20 Tang San, you already have a way to die. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San hugged Xiao Wu, whose face turned black as if he had been poisoned. He screamed several times anxiously, and quickly injected the internal power of the Xian Gong into Xiao Wu's body. But Xiao Wu made no movement at all. Zhu Zhuqing did not pursue again. Standing in the distance, seeing Tang San so anxious, seemingly moved by the friendship between the two, he couldn't help but say, "She is fine, she was just affected by the power attached to my claws. When the game is over, I will help her dispel that power." After listening to Zhu Zhuqing's words, Tang San slowly raised his head while holding Xiao Wu as soft as cotton in his arms. There was no emotion in his dark eyes, making it impossible to see his inner thoughts. He slowly turned around with Xiao Wu in his arms, came to the edge of the ring and put him down to avoid being affected by the upcoming battle. Then he turned around, and when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing again, strong murderous intent emerged deep in his eyes. In Tang San's opinion, it was just a normal sparring and fighting, but she dared to use such vicious means to hurt Xiao Wu. This woman in front of him already had a way to kill her. The big screen of the future video also thoughtfully gave a close-up of Tang San's eyes, so that people could clearly see the naked murderous intent in Tang San's eyes. Huo! What a vicious look! This man named Tang San wants to kill this girl named Zhu Zhuqing? That's not the case. Soul skills on the soul fighting stage have no eyesight, so occasional accidental injuries are inevitable, right? And when you go to fight souls, aren't you already prepared to get hurt? Why is this guy named Tang San so angry? He also had murderous intentions towards other girls. This is Tang San, his temperament is really? Barrage after barrage passed by, and there was a lot of discussion. In reality, Tang San saw the way Xiao Wu fell injured in his arms in the video, even though he knew that this was only something that would happen in the future. It is inevitable that murderous intent emerges in my heart. Like his thoughts in the video, in his opinion, the woman named Zhu Zhuqing had a right to die. Whoever told her to dare to hurt Xiao Wu deserved to be killed by herself. As for fighting souls, there would have been a risk of injury, but this was not something Tang San considered. Anyway, he only remembered that he swore to protect Xiao Wu forever, and everyone who hurt Xiao Wu should die. In the video, Tang San stood with his feet uneven, his whole body's energy slowly gathering. Xiao Wu's injury and coma greatly stimulated his emotions, and he was filled with self-blame. As a brother who failed to protect his sister, if he cannot find justice for her, then why should he accept the title of brother? I saw that Tang San's hands had gradually turned white as jade. There seemed to be a faint flow of air flowing between the 10 fingers. He lowered his head slightly so that his opponent could not see his eyes that had completely turned purple. Zhu Zhuqing clearly felt a slight change in Tang San's aura. It was obvious that his soul power had not been enhanced by this, but for some reason, he instinctively felt a bit of danger. Be careful! Tang San suddenly raised his head, and at the same time reminded the other party hypocritically. Then his drooping hands floated up on both sides of his waist. 10 rays of cold light burst out from the slight twisting of the fingers of Tang San's hands, shooting at Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and lower abdomen respectively. None of the attack positions of the 10 cold rays were the same, and they were all chosen at key points. The most important thing is that these attacks block all her hiding places. Unless she has teleportation skills like the girl named Xiaowu before, she can only take them hard. The harsh sound that broke through the air made Zhu Zhuqing's eyes narrow. This was the first time she encountered such an attack that was not a soul skill. Facing the sudden and extremely precise 10 rays of cold light that blocked him and avoided his direction, Zhu Zhuqing reacted quickly, and the third soul ring around him shone brightly. The third soul skill, Protection of the Evil God. A layer of pitch-black barrier suddenly enveloped Zhu Zhuqing's body. This was a purely defensive skill, and its defense power was ridiculously high. But after Tang San shot out 10 rays of cold light, his body didn't stop at all. He stepped back quickly with ghostly shadows on his feet. 10 explosions sounded almost at the same time, and 10 rays of cold light pierced the dark barrier, but the seemingly thin barrier easily blocked these hidden weapons. In reality, Tang San looked at the scene in the video and was secretly surprised. You must know that what he shot in the video was 10 bone-penetrating nails. Among small hidden weapons, the weight of the bone-penetrating nails was considered to be heavy. The movement and the penetrating characteristics of the bone-penetrating nails failed to cause any harm to Zhu Zhuqing, which shows how strong the defense of the barrier in the video is. But he knew that his methods were more than this, so he was not in a hurry, but continued to read patiently. In the video, Tang San's hands were fluttering or flicking in front of him like butterflies piercing flowers. Cold light shot out from his hands one after another, specifically looking for the key points on Zhu Zhuqing's body to attack. He believed that this barrier must have weak points and could not be perfect. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang San coldly, not hiding or dodging, just standing there. Obviously very confident in his own defense. The hidden weapons fired by Tang San were not only accurate, but they also attacked many different positions at the same time, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Lancets, locust stones, money darts, bone-penetrating nails, all kinds of hidden weapons bloomed in Tang San's rain of flowers, some flying straight, some flying diagonally, and some going around behind, but in the end they all have only one target, and that is Zhu Zhuqing's body. Zhu Zhuqing maintained the dark barrier and could clearly feel the penetrability of these hidden weapons, but he was still far from breaking the protection of the evil god. If the opponent only has these means, then this battle can be over. Just when Zhu Zhuqing thought that his opponent's skills had stopped here, and seeing that his hidden weapon could not break the opponent's defense, Tang San suddenly took out an inconspicuous black box in his arms that was about a foot long. In reality, Tang San's eyes lit up when he saw the black box, and he said in surprise, "It's the Zhu Divine Crossbow. Have I already made this hidden weapon in the future?" The materials used to make the Zhu Divine Crossbow are not simple in all aspects, so Tang San is not yet able to make this hidden weapon. However, when he saw himself taking out this hidden weapon in the video, he recognized it at a glance. There is no suspense in this battle. Tang San was extremely confident. After all, the Zhu Divine Crossbow was extremely destructive, and could even be used to break through soul defense, if the defense wasn't very tyrannical. Will be killed instantly. He didn't believe that the Soul Lord on the other side could block it. In the video, Tang San raised the black box in his hand. The crossbow arrows had been loaded in advance and were ready to be fired at any time. When Zhu Zhuqing saw this scene, his soul power circulated in his body, and he secretly increased the defense of the evil god's guardian to the maximum. Even if you are very confident in your defense, you still need to be cautious. The next moment, a strange sound sounded, like the clang of metal colliding, accompanied by a buzzing sound, as if a hornet's nest had been stirred. Buzz! 16 crossbow arrows pierced the air. Chapter 21 The Future Can Be Changed. Buzz! 16 crossbow arrows pierced the air. Looking at the 16 crossbow arrows fired from the black box in the opponent's hand, Zhu Zhuqing's expression did not change, but he secretly maximized the defensive rebound power of the evil god's guardian. Even if you have confidence in defense, when a lion fights a rabbit, you still have to use your full strength. What's more, the guy in front of him is not simple and deserves to be treated with caution. The next moment, 16 crossbow arrows accurately stabbing the black barrier. But he could no longer make any progress. The proud smile on Tang San's lips solidified across from him. In reality, seeing this scene, Tang San couldn't help but shout, "Impossible! This is the Zhuge divine crossbow. How can she, a soul lord, be able to block it? What kind of soul guide is this Tang San holding in his hand? What a powerful force! It feels like even the Soul King can't stop this kind of power, right? It would be great if this kind of soul guide could be mass-produced. Unfortunately, the production of soul guides has long been lost. I'm afraid this kid has the only one in his hand." The barrages passing by in the live broadcast room all marveled at the power of the Zhuge divine crossbow, and they all thought it was some kind of soul guide handed down from ancient times. I didn't know that this was a hidden weapon that could be mass-produced. Therefore, I was just surprised for a moment, and my attention turned to other places. This little girl named Zhu Zhuqing is not simple. The defensive power of the third soul skill is so terrifying. Dark demon evil cat, which family does it come from? The surname Zhu is definitely not related to the Xingluo Zhu family, right? There was a lot of discussion on the barrage, but it did not hinder the playback of the video. After seeing the 16 crossbow arrows fired being blocked by the barrier, Tang San unbelievingly fired the Zhuge divine crossbow twice, each time firing 16 crossbow arrows. After 3 times, the crossbow arrows inside were used up. Tang San held the empty Zhuge divine crossbow and looked at the dark barrier on the opposite side that was still like Mount Tai, with a face full of doubts about life. It seemed unbelievable that the Zhuge divine crossbow in his hand could not hit that small barrier. Zhu Zhuqing, who was inside the barrier, felt the power of the crossbow arrows fired from outside the barrier, and clearly understood that if he was just an ordinary soul lord, he would have died long ago when this round of crossbow arrows came. The guy named Tang San opposite wanted to kill him. After clearly realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing became angry. "I'll give these things back to you." At this time, the crossbow arrows fired by Tang San were still firmly stuck to the barrier. As Zhu Zhuqing activated his soul power and used the rebound function of the evil god's guardian, the barrier suddenly swelled. The next moment, there was a dense sound of breaking through the air. But it turned out that the fired crossbow arrows were bounced back. Tang San's expression changed, and without a second thought, he used his body movements to avoid the ghostly shadow. But since it is a rebound, it cannot be as simple as just reflecting back. The speed and destructive power of these bounced crossbow arrows are far greater than when they were launched. Even though Tang San had good eyesight and good movement skills. But in the face of these intensively fired crossbow arrows, how could it be possible to dodge them all? Puff! 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 3 crossbow arrows pierced Tang San's body. The power attached to the crossbow arrow blasted a bloody hole in his flesh, and then pierced through his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 bloody holes appeared on Tang San's chest, lower abdomen, and thighs, and blood spurted out as if donating blood for free. The severe pain made Tang San couldn't help but scream. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, squirming like a worm on the ground. You can see how much it hurts. The terrifying power of the crossbow arrows piercing the body also made the onlookers in the live broadcast room take a breath of air. Seeing Tang San falling to the ground and wailing in the video, they all complained that he deserved it and had brought it upon himself. After all, this crossbow arrow was originally used by Tang San to hurt people, but it bounced back. Isn't it just self-inflicted? In reality, looking at himself falling to the ground wailing in the video, and looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who still looked cold and seemed to have just done a small thing, Tang San couldn't help but clenched his fists and said bitterly, "Damn it! If I could make more the powerful hidden weapon of the Tang sect, why can you bully me like this?" In his opinion, Zhu Zhuqing's ignorance was the greatest contempt for him. It can only be said that the arrogance and badness of some people are engraved in their bones. Can I become that strong? Looking at himself showing off his power in the video, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but touch his face, thinking to himself, if he could really become so powerful in the future, then it won't be impossible to defeat my sister and win, right? But how did my future self become so powerful? And now we know the future in advance. Then, can I still be as powerful as in the future? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel worried. In the years since the advent of Q&A, people have discovered that the future played in videos can be changed. Some futures are not destined to be unchangeable, and the future videos sometimes revealed in Q&A are equivalent to giving everyone the opportunity to change their lives against the odds. For example, there was a person in the future video who learned that he would die due to absorbing a high life soul ring in the future, so he decisively changed to another soul ring to absorb. As a result, he passed through the disaster of death unscathed. Changed the future. This living example reminds everyone that the future is not unchangeable. They can get clues through certain future clips played in the quiz to seek good luck and avoid bad luck, or even change a bad future in advance. Similarly, if the future has been changed, then the future video played in the Q&A video will not be the original unchanged future. It's the future that has changed. Because of this, Zhu Zhuqing, who felt that his future had been spoiled, began to worry. After all, her sister is still sending people to hunt her down, and now she sees that she will become so strong in the future. I'm afraid more people will definitely be sent to work harder to strangle her in the cradle. This is undoubtedly inconsistent with the original future. In the original future, she could escape, but now that her sister has sent more people, can she still escape? Zhu Zhuqing is deeply worried about this. After all, the future can be changed. In the video, Zhu Zhuqing looked coldly at Tang San, who fell to the ground and howled, especially when he saw the blood gushing out of his body gradually turning black. His eyes are colder. Because this shows that those crossbow arrows are still poisonous. Zhu Zhuqing remembers that he has no grudge against this guy, right? How much do you hate her and want her to die? Chapter 22 The Despicable Tang Hao. Referee, can you announce the result now? After giving Tang San a disgusted look, Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at the host and said coldly, "Hey? Oh." The host was stunned for a moment, then quickly announced loudly, "I declare that the winner is the Li Mao combination." "Oh oh oh!" The audience immediately cheered. Zhu Zhuqing slowly walked off the stage amidst the cheers of the audience. There, Ning Rongrong was waiting for her with a smile. The other side. Specialized medical staff quickly carried the stretchers and carried out the seriously injured and poisoned Tang San and the unconscious Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have thought of something. He ducked in front of the unconscious Xiao Wu, looked at the 5-claw wound on her chest, and stretched out his hand to wipe it. Immediately, the black aura on it dissipated. That's how it ended. Then the screen jumped and the time came to night. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong walked out of the Soto Spirit Arena side by side, talking and laughing. He looked up at the sky. The night is not good tonight, dark clouds cover the night sky. Can't see the stars or the moon. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly frowned. Ning Rongrong next to him saw this scene and asked, "Zhuqing, what's wrong? Did you forget something in there?" "No, it's nothing." Zhu Zhuqing shook his head and suddenly said, "I just remembered that I have some personal things to do." "Wrong, please go back first." "It's a private matter, okay then." Ning Rongrong waved goodbye to her with some reluctance, turned around, and her back gradually faded away. Zhu Zhuqing's expression gradually turned cold as he looked at Ning Rongrong's retreating figure. Then he turned around without saying a word and walked in a certain direction. The barrage in the live broadcast room flashed across in time. Hey, what's going on? Why did Ning Rongrong's expression change like this as soon as he left? Did something happen? There is a problem? Everyone expressed confusion. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who was involved in the incident, didn't understand what happened to him. Why do you want to deliberately push Ning Rongrong away? But soon, as the video played, everyone finally knew the reason. Only seen in the video. Zhu Zhuqing took advantage of the darkness and turned into a black shadow, walking through the city as fast as lightning. What do you seem to be avoiding? Soon, when she came to a relatively remote area, she suddenly stopped. Just because there was a black figure blocking the way ahead. At this time, the dark clouds covering the moon quietly left. The soft moonlight fell down. Let everyone in the live broadcast room see clearly what that black figure looks like. I saw that this man was covered in black clothes, and even had a black hood on his head. From the appearance, he could only be seen to be a tall man. You have been secretly spying on me since just now. What are your intentions? Zhu Zhuqing tensed up, her martial soul instinct telling her that the man in black in front of her was very dangerous. The strength is definitely far beyond his imagination. At this point, everyone in the live broadcast room also understood the reason for Zhu Zhuqing's abnormal behavior just now. It turns out that I felt someone was secretly there. Yes, in order not to inconvenience Ning Rongrong, he deliberately sent her away. This girl is good and worth getting to know deeply. But who is this guy dressed in black, hiding his head and tail? I seem to have guessed who this person is. No way. No matter what happens, it won't be Yuexuan. Unlike others, Tang Yuehua recognized the man in black as his second brother who had disappeared for many years almost as soon as he appeared. At the same time, regarding the causes and consequences of everything, thinking of the previously shown video, I had a vague suspicion about the boy's identity. Oh, how? I haven't seen you for many years, why have you fallen into this situation? Tang Yuehua lamented in his heart, feeling a little disillusioned. In fact, what Tang Hao did was very different from the upright second brother in his impression. When will the mighty Haoshan Douluo be reduced to arguing with a little girl? What's more, it was an open and honest battle on the soul fighting stage, not a secret attack. You, sigh. Shaking his head, Tang Yuehua continued to watch. In the video, dressed in black and wearing a hood, the man in black told Zhu Zhuqing that he was not a good person at a glance. He did not answer, but said to himself, "The boy you injured on the soul fighting stage today is my son. I am an unfit father and have not cared about him much since he was a child. Is this why you came here?" Zhu Zhuqing interrupted his soliloquy impatiently and said coldly, "On the soul fighting stage, soul skills have no eyes. If you are afraid of getting hurt, why go on stage? What do you want? Just say it." She has realized that there is no way to be kind tonight. After all, since this guy in front of me can come here shamelessly to bully the small, then no matter what I say, I'm afraid it will be of no use. The man in black paused. Obviously, he didn't expect that the girl in front of him was not afraid of him. He even dared to ask himself in turn. Shameless, shameless? This man in black is too shameless? Just because your son lost the battle on the soul fighting stage, you come to trouble this little girl? This kind of person is destined not to become a climate. Bah! Nausea? A series of barrages were filled with disgust towards the man in black. This made Tang Hao, the person involved, look blue and pale for a while. He wanted to curse, but he endured it. As for what he did in the video, he can actually understand it if he thinks about it carefully. After all, looking at Tang San like that, he was obviously seriously injured. It's not as simple as a minor injury. My son was beaten. Is it okay for me not to help? Especially because Tang Hao had given up on himself in recent years, he had been managing Tang San in a freewheeling way since he was a child, breaking things and breaking them. It wasn't until his martial soul awakened that he regained his confidence. Because of this, he already felt guilty towards his son. Anything to do to make it up to him. Now that I saw my son was so seriously injured, I naturally refused to agree. Therefore, Tang Hao was not surprised that his future self would go to trouble Zhu Zhuqing. Because according to his own temperament, it is really possible for him to do it. As for bullying the young, it is embarrassing. There are no strong people who are proud. As early as the day when his wife was sacrificed, the once arrogant Tang Hao had already died with her. Now all that's left is a lingering body. In order to vent his anger on his son, so what if he bullied him once? In the video, the man in black was obviously choked by Zhu Zhuqing's well-founded words and was speechless. After a while, then he said, "It is inevitable to get injured while fighting on the spirit fighting stage. But at such a young age, you were so vicious. My son's life was almost lost." At this point, he recalled the injuries Tang San suffered. And the poison all over his body. If I didn't get treatment in time, I'm afraid. The girl in front of her didn't look big, but her attack was so vicious. If it weren't for her son's fate, he avoided the vital parts. It might have been already. Thinking of this, the man in black suddenly became angry. Chapter 23 Everyone is criticizing with words and writings. Vicious. When Zhu Zhuqing in the video heard the man in black talking about him like this, he immediately laughed out of anger. Also laughed out loud was Zhu Zhuqing in reality. She looked at the shameless man in black in the video and gritted her teeth in anger. If he hadn't been well behaved enough, he would have yelled loudly. It was obvious that those weapons were shot by his son himself, and then were injured by the rebound of his own soul skills. When it got into his mouth, it was like it was my fault. How can there be such shameless people in the world? If you want to vent your anger on your son, just say so. Is it so hypocritical? This guy in black clothes and mask is too shameless. It was obviously his son's fault, but he just said it as if the little girl was being irrational. This kind of person is too hypocritical. I really want to know what the true appearance is like under the mask, and what kind of shameless and despicable family can teach such a person. A series of barrages passed by, basically all of them condemning the masked man in black. Tang Yuehua looked at the audience in the live broadcast room who had not yet realized the identity of the man in black, and couldn't help but put on a mask of pain on his face. Because she knew that the identity of the black man would be revealed later. The remaining face of the Haoshan sect may really be completely lost. No matter what, Tang Hao is the Haoshan Douluo of this generation. Inherited the name of Haoshan Douluo. Even though the Haoshan sect had already announced that he would be expelled from the sect, in this world where blood inheritance is above all else, he still has an inseparable connection with Haoshan sect. If he makes a fool of himself and loses face, then the Haoshan sect will naturally be implicated. In the video, Zhu Zhuqing looked at the man in black who had no shame in front of him, and knew that no matter what he said tonight, it would be meaningless. It is impossible for her to restrain herself now. So I can only resist with all my strength. Possessed by a martial spirit? I saw a dexterous black cat shadow flashing behind Zhu Zhuqing and blending into his body. Then his whole person began to change. A pair of black eyes turned into scarlet pupils, 2 black cat ears sprouted from the head, and the fingers on both hands were extended, and the tips glowed with a human-like black light. At this moment, the whole person seemed to be integrated with the surrounding darkness. Full firepower. The man in black on the opposite side saw Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit possessing him, but he slowly raised his right hand without any haste. Suddenly, a black light condensed in his palm and turned into a huge artifact. At the same time, a total of 9 soul rings quietly appeared on him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. The live broadcast room suddenly went crazy. How possible? This hidden man in black is actually a titled Douluo, the top powerhouse in the Soul Master world? Is it fake? It should be some kind of disguised soul skill, right? Etc. If this is not a disguised soul skill, and this man in black is really a titled Douluo. There are only a handful of titled Douluo in the Soul Master world, and besides the ones with 100,000-year soul rings, apart from the previous one, there are only those who have disappeared for many years. Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? Haoshan Douluo, how could he do this? How could Haoshan Douluo bully the small with his big one? Absolutely impossible. Many people in the live broadcast room finally reacted. Immediately afterwards, many people who originally admired Tang Hao suddenly felt that their idol collapsed. Although they knew intellectually that the man in black in the video who came to make trouble with the little girl because his son lost the fight was Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, they were just not willing to accept it emotionally. Just quickly. As the objects in the hands of the man in black were completely revealed in the video, many viewers who were originally unwilling to admit their life and death suddenly became dumbfounded. That's a huge hammer. This hammer is famous in the Soul Master world. It is the Haoshan hammer of the Haoshan sect. Not only is he a titled Douluo, but he also possesses the clear sky hammer. In addition, this video was originally about the causes and consequences of Haoshan Douluo's legs and feet being amputated, so even if you don't want to believe it, if you don't believe it, you have to believe it when the facts are in front of you. Suddenly, the idol collapsed, followed by overwhelming anger. Haoshan Douluo? Bah! I was really blind before, yet I admired this kind of person. What a shame for titled Douluo. If Tang Hao is like this, I'm afraid the Haoshan sect is not much different. They are all a group of people who harbor evil and evil. Being forced to be locked down by Wuhan Palace, you really deserve it. It would be better if such hypocritical and disgusting sects like this were destroyed. Rubbish! The black sheep of the Soul Master world? Bah! A series of barrages passed by. In reality, Tang Hao looked at the many disparaging words across the barrage and said nothing, but the flesh on his face jumped and his eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot eyes. It exposed his inner unrest. Especially when he saw these people belittling the Haoshan sect, he was so angry that he slapped the table, breaking the originally solid table into pieces. At this time, he was simply furious, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. Because if the barrage is not real name, you have no idea who is sending these barrages. It is precisely because of this that people who watch the barrage of videos are so unscrupulous and express their truest thoughts to their heart's content. In the video, after being possessed by Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, he immediately activated his third soul skill, Protection of the Evil God. I saw that the whole person was immediately protected by a dark barrier. Immediately after the first soul skill, the second soul skill was launched one after another. After preparations were completed, he actually took the lead in attacking the man in black on the opposite side. Your courage is commendable. The man in black on the opposite side saw that Zhu Zhuqing knew that he was a titled Douluo, but he didn't run away, and even had the courage to take the lead. He couldn't help but nod and praise her heroic behavior. You must know that not everyone has the courage to take action when facing a titled Douluo. From this point alone, Zhu Zhuqing is better than most soul masters in the world. Although courage is commendable, the gap in strength is not so easy to make up for. Therefore, although Zhu Zhuqing is very fast, he can hardly be seen in the video. But Tang Hao just hit the sledgehammer with one wave of his hand, without even using his soul skills. The soul power circulated, and the hammer wind attached to the sledgehammer smashed a black figure away. The black figure rolled a few times in the air, then landed on the ground, dragging two long traces. Hey! Even the Soul King may not be able to take my blow safely, but you are unscathed. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was safe and sound under the protection of the evil god, the man in black was really surprised. Zhu Zhuqing did not reply, but clenched his silver teeth. Staring at him, there was no fear or panic in a pair of scarlet eyes, but only stubbornness and unyielding. I changed my mind. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's unyielding eyes and thinking of her extraordinary talent, Tang Hao suddenly said, I may not kill you, but as the price of forgiving you. From now on, you must regard my son as your master and obey him. You are delusional. Zhu Zhuqing stared at him, those eyes fully showed that he would never succumb to others. Humph! If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. The offer of an olive branch was rejected, which made Tang Hao, who originally thought he could regain her with the strength of the titled Douluo, a little angry. Since you can't conquer this young genius, then destroy her. Killing undeveloped geniuses is not a rare thing in Douluo continent. All the major forces have done things to stifle the geniuses of other forces. Even the Kai Bao glazed sect, who looked like a peacemaker in the original work and seemed to be polite to everyone, when Ning Fengzhi faced Tang San, a young genius, for the first time. He also had murderous intentions. Later I found out that he was Tang Hao's son and had a backing. If you really kill him, you have to worry about his father's revenge. So let it go. Since I gave you the chance and you don't want it, then go to hell. The clear sky hammer soul ring in the hand of Tang Hao, a man in black, lit up, and then his energy locked on Zhu Zhuqing and smashed it down with one hammer. But feeling the terrifying pressure coming towards him, Zhu Zhuqing did not fear. Is like a moth that flutters into the flame even though he knows he will die. Attacked him again. Fully explains what it means to be brave and fearless of death. The huge clear sky hammer brought with it a terrifying energy storm. Even if Tang Hao didn't use all his strength, it was just an ordinary blow, but with the blessing of the titled Douluo level. The effect is still horrific. Compared to the huge hammer, Zhu Zhuqing's body was as inconspicuous as an ant. Before her eyes, she was about to die under the hammer. However, Tang Hao suddenly and instinctively sensed something was wrong. He only heard a popping sound, like the sound of something fan-shaped unfolding. The next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's figure disappeared under the hammer. This is... Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, and his mature combat experience made him immediately withdraw his strength without thinking, turning the hammer head to hit his side and behind. Kang! The huge hammer collided with some sharp object, making a sound of gold and iron. Looking carefully, what collided with the clear sky hammer was actually a scorpion-tailed barb. Looking up along the long scorpion tail, Zhu Zhuqing, who had just disappeared in mid-air, came into view again. It's just that there is something extra about her at this time. A pair of bat-like fleshy wings grew on the shoulder blades of Zhu Zhuqing's back, allowing her to fly in mid-air. Looking down, a tail like a scorpion's tail grew out from her tail vertebrae. This tail seems to be composed of many joints, with a huge barb at the end, shining with a dark light. The soul bone is attached to the outside. Tang Hao looked at the way the sharp barbs were retracted and quickly shortened, and he immediately recognized what the true form of this thing was. I didn't expect you to have such a rare external soul bone. It's even more embarrassing for you. Tang Hao's murderous intention became even worse, and he finally no longer retained his strength. The 9 soul rings of the sledgehammer in his hand all lit up. This did not mean that he had activated his soul skills, but it just meant that he had activated his soul power to the extreme. Although Zhu Zhuqing was able to fly and dodge with the help of the wings on his back. But under the lock of Tang Hao's powerful soul power, it was of no avail. Finally, after dodging for several rounds, he was hit head-on with a hammer. P.S. There are so few recommendation votes and not many people investing. Please vote and collect. There will be another update later. Chapter 24. Everyone is gloating about the misfortune. Boom! The titled Douluo's hard blow directly shattered Zhu Zhuqing's evil god's protection. The remaining power made her spit out blood, and her whole body flew out like a kite with its string broken. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing hit the ground hard, even making a big hole in the ground. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel excited when they saw this scene. Is this the end? After all, the gap between Soul Lord and titled Douluo is too big. Even if she had an external soul bone, she couldn't make up for this gap. This girl has no strength to fight anymore and is probably in danger? Damn Tang Hao! Despicable and obscene, it is simply the shame of a titled Douluo. Didn't I say that in the end he would have his arms and legs cut off? Where are the elders of this girl's family? Haven't shown up yet? If you don't show up again, this girl will be killed. It's not like the elders showed up after the girl was killed, right? No way. A barrage of bullets passed by, and everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but worry about the girl in the video. In reality, as the person involved, Zhu Zhuqing saw himself being smashed to the ground in the video. He was already seriously injured and unable to fight anymore. He couldn't help but clenched his fists. Even if it is the future, will my destiny stop here? He was not killed by his sister, but was killed by a shameless titled Douluo because of a ridiculous battle. Oh, that's really ironic. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh at himself, feeling inexplicably desolate in his heart. I just feel how unfair fate is. In the video, seeing the man in black holding the clear sky hammer, walking towards him step by step, the seriously injured Zhu Zhuqing struggled to stand up, resisting the pain in his body, and forced the remaining soul power to show the cat's claw in his hand. Even if you know you will die, you must fight until the last moment. This kind of tenacity and never giving up character deeply shocked many people in the live broadcast room. Even Zhu Zhuqing in reality was shocked. I couldn't help but ask myself, am I really so strong? Is the person in the video really me? If Ye Cheng heard her talking to herself, he would definitely say to her, no doubt, that's you. You are far stronger than you think. Sometimes the environment can really shape a person, but it can also destroy a person. In the crisis-ridden Star Luo Empire, her fiancé ran away, and Zhu Zhuqing could only face the oppression of her sister and brother-in-law alone. So I have to be strong. Gradually developed a strong character that is independent and never gives up. He even dared to risk his life, leaving the Star Luo Empire and embarking on the road to find his fiancé. But after finding Dai Mubai, even though this fiancé made her very disappointed. However, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice. If he wanted not to lose so miserably, he had to cooperate with his fiancé. So I had to force myself to accept him. Slowly, under the influence of the subtle influence of martial soul fusion skills, the cooperation of the team, and most importantly, the hope of victory that Tang San brought to her. As time went by, Zhu Zhuqing gradually placed all his hopes on Dai Mubai. So much so that he eventually lost himself and became his foil. From here you can see how huge the impact of the environment on a person is. And now Zhu Zhuqing has not been brainwashed, she is still the tough girl who dares to travel across 2 countries alone to find her fiancé. Ye Cheng felt that he had ruined his identity as a time traveler if he didn't try to save him. In the video, seeing Tang Hao holding a sledgehammer, he approached Zhu Zhuqing step by step. After walking 2 or 3 steps away, he looked at the shaky girl. His love for talent made him ask again, give you one last chance. Please serve my son, Lord. However, the only thing that responded to him was Zhu Zhuqing's unyielding eyes. What a pity! Tang Hao shook his head regretfully, and then swung the sledgehammer. Just as he was about to fall down and end the life of this young genius, he suddenly turned around and shouted in a certain direction, who is that person? Ta, da. A gentle footsteps came from the darkness. But when Zhu Zhuqing heard the familiar footsteps, his eyes turned red. This surprised everyone in the live broadcast room. You must know that even if she was about to die, this girl did not shed a single tear. Now I feel so excited just hearing the footsteps. Could it be that the previous indifference was just an act? Your Excellency, you are a dignified titled Douluo, but here you bully a little girl who is not a soul sect. It is too disrespectful. With the clear voice, the figure gradually became clear. From the body shape, everyone judged that this person seemed to be a human being. A slender young man dressed in white. Who are you? You dare to meddle in my business? Tang Hao held a sledgehammer in his hand. The black cloth covering his head made it difficult to see his expression, but you could hear the chill and murderous intent in his words. Oh, who am I? A chuckle, but the coldness in these words could be felt even by everyone in the live broadcast room. The overwhelming anger in the voice of the man in front of me. Who do you think I am? Tang Hao suddenly turned his head and saw the man in white who was still far away before, but for some reason he came behind him. This made his hair stand on end, and he subconsciously took a dozen steps back to distance himself. Does it hurt? At this time, the man in white was standing in front of Zhu Zhuqing and asked softly. Teacher. Facing the man in white, Zhu Zhuqing lost her previous aloofness and tenacity. Her eyes were red, she was biting her red lips, looking extremely aggrieved. It's like a wronged child who finally waited for his parents to seek justice. Sorry, the teacher is late. Endure the pain, I'll help you treat it right now. While speaking, the man in white raised his left hand, and with the brilliant rainbow-colored light, a 9-story glazed pagoda appeared. Circles of scarlet rings lingered on it. As soon as this iconic martial spirit appeared, in an instant, the entire live broadcast room exploded. This martial spirit, this soul ring? 9 treasures glazed tower. 100,000-year soul ring? He is, twin martial souls, ultimate Douluo Yecheng? Oh my god! This Zhu Zhuqing is actually his disciple? No wonder, no wonder. If there is anyone else in the world who can cut off an arm and a leg of a titled Douluo, I'm afraid it's only this extreme Douluo. This time Tang Hao has finally stepped on the iron plate? Ha 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 ha, you deserve it. The barrage after barrage is full of schadenfreude. In reality, after Tang Hao saw who it was in the video, he couldn't help but change his expression completely. He finally understood how his legs and arms were missing. If you are facing this person, it would be good to save your life. At the same time, he was also a little jealous of Zhu Zhuqing's luck in being able to become the disciple of extreme Douluo. If he also has a son with twin martial arts souls, he can become a disciple of this man. Then the problem of the twin martial souls backlash that they have been worrying about may no longer be a problem. After all, this man has already cultivated his twin martial souls to great perfection and has reached the pinnacle of a soul master. The third update of PS. Please vote and invest. Chapter 25 The Idol Collapsed. In the future, I will actually become a master of extreme Douluo. Looking at the scene in the video, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if he was in a dream, especially his expression of being wronged and seeking help from his parents. After all, this is a huge backer. What does extreme Douluo mean? It means the pinnacle of soul masters and the pinnacle of titled Douluo. The most unparalleled realm in the world. Therefore, this realm is also called Peerless Douluo. If Zhu Zhuqing is really a disciple of extreme Douluo, then the so-called life and death duel of the Xingluo royal family is a joke. As long as Zhu Zhuqing doesn't want to, no one will dare to force her. With the support of an ultimate Douluo, you can do whatever you want. But, how did my future self get to know this ultimate Douluo and become his disciple? Zhu Zhuqing was confused. At the same time, I am more worried about future changes. Because as soon as this future video is played, it means that the future has most likely been affected. Next, whether he can become the disciple of this ultimate Douluo like the original future in the video is already full of uncertainty. In the video, Tang Hao, the man in black, couldn't help but feel something bad when he saw someone summoning the 9 treasures glazed tower, especially the 9 bloody halos on it. Looking at the iconic martial soul and soul ring, he still didn't know who this mysterious man who suddenly appeared was. It is worth mentioning that the settings of Tang Hao and others in this video are the same as Tang Hao in reality. They have all watched future video by default. That's why he knew Ye Cheng is not strange. After all, the setting of this fabricated video is what is going to happen in the real future. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was seriously injured, Ye Cheng immediately summoned the 9 treasure glazed tower, and then without any hesitation, he directly activated his 4th soul skill. I saw the 4th soul ring among the 9 soul rings blooming with light. Soul curse, 9 treasures are famous, and the 4th one is body. Of course, when you reach the level of Ye Cheng, you no longer need to recite the soul spell when activating soul skills. You can directly release soul skills without any spells. Therefore, with just a thought in his mind, a ray of light shot out from the 9 treasure glazed tower and enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. The 4th soul skill is called body. As the name suggests, this soul skill increases physical fitness. It can effectively increase the body's recovery, immunity, and resistance in all aspects of the blessed person tenfold. Only seen shrouded in light. Zhu Zhuqing's originally serious injuries began to recover rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The human body itself has the ability to heal itself. Even if it is injured, as long as it is not killed on the spot, or it is an irrecoverable injury such as amputated limbs or damaged internal organs, you can let your body recover on its own over time. And Ye Cheng's 4th soul skill can make the human body's self-healing ability even more powerful. It is so powerful that even if its limbs are severed or its internal organs are destroyed, it can still grow back on its own. From a certain perspective, although this soul skill is not a healing soul skill, it is better than a healing soul skill. In just a few breaths, with the blessing of the 4th soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing's injuries healed on their own. Teacher Zhu Zhuqing, who had recovered from his injuries, looked at Ye Cheng with surprise in his eyes. Didn't you just say yesterday that you were going to go out on business for a while? Why now, have you been guarding me secretly? Silly girl, have you forgotten my master's soul bone skill? Ye Cheng looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was a head shorter than him, smiled and rubbed her head, and explained, my master planted a space mark on your body. Only when you encounter a life or death crisis, can you will trigger. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized. She still knows some of her teacher's skills. Naturally, we understand what the so-called spatial imprint is. I also know that this space mark combined with the ability to transfer to another space can make it possible to be thousands of miles away and arrive in an instant. After the master and apprentice briefly chatted for a few words, Ye Cheng slowly turned around. The smile gradually faded from that handsome face. Instead it was bland and expressionless. He stared calmly at the man in black who was facing a formidable enemy. His eyes were so deep that no one could see any thoughts in his heart. Neither of them spoke. Eventually, Ye Cheng spoke first. Send your name. He looked at Tang Hao, who was masked in black, his eyes focused on the clear sky hammer in his hand, and said, my sword will not kill nameless people. Tang Hao still didn't speak, but the hand holding the hammer couldn't help but tighten, and his whole body was tense, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Is it possible that a dignified and titled Douluo doesn't even have the courage to declare his name? Ye Cheng looked at Tang Hao, who was masked in black and still refused to reveal his identity. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes, and he said disdainfully, the martial spirit is the clear sky hammer, and it also has a rare 100,000-year spirit ring. Do you think your identity can be concealed? Tang Hao. Say his name in one breath. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Tang Hao simply pulled off the hood, revealing his true appearance. But the appearance of this Haoshan Douluo is really disappointing. Her hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and it looked like it hadn't been taken care of for a long time. Her relatively regular facial features were covered with a waxy yellow color, and there was even eye droppings in the corners of her eyes. She hadn't washed her face in an unknown amount of time. Not to mention the unkempt beard, the overall impression is that of a decadent and sloppy drunkard. There is absolutely no domineering and courage that the legendary Haoshan Douluo should have. This is Haoshan Douluo? Oh my god, my former idol looked like this? If it weren't for the fact that the question and answer method couldn't be wrong, I would never want to believe that this guy is Haoshan Douluo. Does this look like it's useless? I don't know what hit me, it's like my wife ran away with someone? Alas, Tang Hao is already dead. The Haoshan Douluo in my heart has long since fallen. Haoshan is dead? Haoshan is dead? Haoshan is dead? Haoshan? At the end of the barrage, all the words were Haoshan is dead, these 4 words. Originally, he was the youngest titled Douluo in the mainland, and with the addition of a new titled Douluo, he severely damaged the great achievements of the Pope of Wuhan Palace. Tang Hao's deeds spread throughout the country, and he was regarded as an idol by many young people. But now, with the Q&A video revealing Tang Hao's true face, that idol halo has been stripped away. It also made many people who were previously bewildered wake up. Everyone realized that this Haoshan Douluo was not as perfect and upright as they imagined. What immediately followed was the anger of being deceived. How much I admired Tang Hao before, now I hate Tang Hao so much. This is the collapse of idols. P.S. I am coding fast, there will be an update soon. By the way, I would like to shamelessly ask for a vote. Dear readers, the new book cannot be separated from your support. Don't keep reading during the new book issue. If you haven't read it, this is it. This book's performance will only get worse. Not even a recommendation, so miserable. Chapter 26. This is unreasonable. Hey? This is the famous Haoshan Douluo? Seeing Tang Hao reveal his true appearance, Yaen showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He shook his head and said, in the competition between juniors, accidental injuries are inevitable. But you, a titled Douluo, are actually willing to humiliate a girl who is less than 16 years old. That's what this so-called Haoshan Douluo is. Vigor. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing beside him, looking at the damaged areas on her body from the previous battle and the remaining blood. Although the injury has recovered, you can tell just how serious the previous injury was just by looking at it. Therefore, when he turned his head again, his face already had the look of a glaring King Kong. Before he became angry, Yaen gave people the impression that he was as graceful as jade, elegant and easygoing, a good young man in troubled times. So to describe him now in one sentence, he is fierce and evil. Thick murderous aura filled the air. Even the screen in the live broadcast room seemed to be covered with blood. The audience seems to be able to smell the smell of blood even though they are across the screen. It was then that everyone suddenly realized that they and others had been deceived by his elegant and harmless appearance. A person who has been alone in the world since he was 6 years old can grow up to where he is today. There must be piles of corpses at your feet. Living in this world, there are some things you have to fight for. Go grab it. Can be obtained. A person who never kills and is full of benevolence and morality will definitely not be able to become a strong man. Just looking at the murderous aura that filled the screen, no one could even imagine how many creatures had died under his hands. Reality, Kai Bao glazed sect. Sword Douluo looked at the video showing Yaen getting really angry and showing murderous intent. I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Only then did he know how much water Yaen had released when fighting him. I'm afraid he was trying his best to conserve his strength during the entire battle to avoid accidentally beating himself to death. Thinking about it carefully, a man who can kill 100,000-year-old soul beasts like chopping melons and vegetables before his second martial soul is attached with a soul ring. How could it be possible that his strength was just a little bit shown? What's more, after that, he also absorbed 900,000-year soul rings. His strength will definitely rise to the next level. Therefore, his battle with himself may not be as simple as releasing water, but releasing a whole ocean. In the video, a murderous aura that was so thick and substantial spread out. The whole area was covered with a layer of blood. As the person involved, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. He had seen countless strong men in his life. But this was the first time I saw such a person who could materialize murderous intent. This is not a field, but in some ways it is better than a field. Just use murderous intent to suppress me? Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart. You must know that he was someone who had gone through the hell road of the killing city. Therefore, he received a gift from the city of killing and owned the god of killing domain. Once this field is expanded, the strength of the enemy in the god of death field will be suppressed by 10%. In contrast, he himself will increase by 10%. And 10% is only the most basic effect. The effect of the killing god domain will also be enhanced as the user's martial soul increases. With Tang Hao's current strength, if he expands the killing god domain, the opponent's strength will be suppressed by as much as 20%. On the other hand, if he himself had absorbed the opponent's substantial murderous intent, he might have obtained an increase of more than 20%. So when he felt the other party's terrifying murderous intent, Tang Hao not only didn't feel troublesome, but instead tightened his grip on the hammer handle. Immediately, blood-red lines appeared on the head of the hammer, and the realm of the god of death quietly unfolded. But soon, when the killing god realm faced the opponent with substantial murderous intent, Tang Hao immediately felt a completely different feeling from the past. It was a feeling of powerlessness, as if I had hit an iron wall and couldn't shake it at all. No matter how strong the opponents you encountered in the past were. Unless you have the same domain as yourself, use the domain to fight against the domain. Otherwise, it will inevitably be suppressed and its strength will be reduced by 20%. But the aura of the opponent in front of him was calm and concise, like fine steel that had been tempered over time. What's wrong? The strength gap is too big. Are level 95 and level 99 really like a chasm? Tang Hao felt that his god of killing domain was enveloped by the opponent's murderous aura, and it was difficult to move even an inch. He had never encountered this situation before. Is it possible that when a person's murderous intent reaches a certain level, even the realm of the god of death can't do anything about it? Surprised, Ye Cheng looked at Tang Hao coldly, as if he knew about his predicament, but had no intention of explaining it. He just walked towards him slowly, minding his own business. Step by step, the steps are gentle and natural. But Tang Hao could feel the pressure around him, which became stronger and stronger as Ye Cheng got closer. He knew that he could no longer sit still and wait for death. Once the opponent's momentum reaches its peak, you may not even have a chance to take action. The deadlock must be broken. Ah! Tang Hao suddenly roared wildly, and then withstood the pressure. All 9 soul rings around him shone brightly. He strode forward, his whole body was like a whirlwind, the clear sky hammer in his hand flew rapidly, and he rushed straight towards Ye Cheng. Looking at this posture, it seems that he is going to fight for his life. Looking at the menacing Tang Hao, Ye Cheng did not hide or dodge, but looked at him with a calm face. Even the martial spirit was not summoned. This gesture made everyone in the live broadcast room incomprehensible. What's going on? Why even the martial soul not summoned? No matter how despicable and shameless Tang Hao is, at least he is still a titled Douluo. Facing a titled Douluo, he didn't summon his spirit to fight? Do you really look down on him that much? You won't capsize in the gutter later, will you? Looking at this situation, it's hard to say. Everyone felt that Ye Cheng had underestimated the enemy and would suffer a big loss later. I actually used the big Sumuru hammer directly. It seems that the pressure that person put on me was very huge. Tang Hao looked at himself in the video and could easily tell what tricks he had used. The Great Zimuru Hammer is the real secret of the Haoshan sect. Theoretically speaking, it means condensing all one's own soul rings into one, injecting them all into the clear sky hammer, turning them into the purest power and attack power, increasing one's own strength geometrically, forcibly breaking through all constraints, and exerting a power beyond one's own soul. The powerful strength of force. We are following the route of defeating 10 abilities with one force. No matter how many soul skills and skills the opponent has, they can't compete with the purest power and attack power of my clear sky hammer. Theoretically speaking, the power of Haoshan Douluo's Great Zimuru Hammer can be infinite. Moreover, the Great Zimuru Hammer also has a core powerful skill. Back then, he relied on this special skill on the Great Zimuru Hammer to severely injure the previous Pope Jian Sunji. However, this skill also causes great damage to himself. If it were not for a critical moment, he would never use it easily. Too arrogant. Looking at Yaen, who was not dodging in the video, seemingly trying to catch his blow, Tang Hao had a sneer on his face. He was confident that he could rely on the infinite power of the big Zimuru hammer. This arrogant guy can definitely suffer a big loss. But soon, the next development in the video made him dumbfounded. Facing Tang Hao's shocking and powerful hammer, Yaen just slowly raised his right hand, raised his sword finger, and moved towards the menacing hammer head. Then, one finger. Just one finger. Tang Hao's seemingly powerful strike was blocked by this understatement. Quiet. Not only was it quiet in the video, but the live broadcast room was also quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in the video, as if they had seen something incredible. This is blocking it. Even the martial spirit is useless, how can it block it? This is unreasonable. Is Extreme Douluo really that powerful? Sorry, I'm late. Something suddenly happened, causing the update plan to be blocked. I originally wanted to do 4 or 5 updates today, but now I can only do 2 updates for the time being. Chapter 27, The Cost of Soup and Medicine. It's interesting. Yaen looked calm as he raised his sword fingers and easily blocked Tang Hao's powerful Sumi hammer. Feeling the power of this hammer, he commented, "If your grandfather Tang Chen used this move, it would be worth watching. But you..." The words were not finished, but the meaning was already expressed clearly. "You kid hasn't reached home yet in cultivation, so go back home and practice for hundreds of years." This kind of behavior is not harmful, but it is extremely insulting. Tang Hao's face turned red and purple with anger, and he finally stopped holding back. He violently pulled back the hammer and took a dozen steps back, and then used the most powerful skill in the Great Zimuru Hammer, Ring Explosion. Boom! Only black and red flames were seen rising instantly. The 9 soul rings on Tang Hao's body all lit up in an instant, and turned completely black and red, and his body also turned into the same color. The next moment, the 9 soul rings shattered. The broken power is integrated into the body. Roar! Tang Hao's eyes had completely turned black and red at this moment, and his expression was extremely ferocious, like a crazy beast. Full of hostility, he charged forward with a sledgehammer in his hand. This actually broke the soul ring. Are you going to risk your life to kill yourself? I have never heard of anyone being able to break a soul ring and temporarily increase their strength. I always feel that this method has serious side effects. A series of barrages passed by. The Haoshan sect's Great Zimuru Hammer, especially the most core secret method of ring explosion, is not something ordinary soul masters can know. Because of this, many people thought that Tang Hao was going to risk his life by blowing up his soul ring. Only those who knew the inside story knew that Tang Hao in the video was not hurting himself. Instead, he was performing the top secret method of Haoshan sect that shocked the world. Humph, you forced me to explode 9 rings in a row, but I didn't even use my martial arts spirit. Tang Hao looked at the video of him exploding 9 rings in a row. As a result, Yaen, his opponent, still looked calm and angry. I am sure he will suffer a big loss this time. After all, the ring explosion is the Haoshan sect's secret that is not passed down, the real core secret technique. At the beginning, he relied on the secret method of exploding the ring on the Great Samurai hammer to severely injure the previous Pope Qian Sunji. He is confident that with this skill, even Qian Daoliu, who is also an extreme Douluo, will probably shy away from him when he encounters him. It can only be said that Tang Hao thinks too highly of himself. He also underestimated the value of ultimate Douluo. In the video. Oh, by breaking the soul ring, the power of the soul ring is integrated into the body to obtain short-term enhancement. This secret skill is a bit interesting. Ye Cheng looked at Tang Hao, whose aura was many times stronger than before, but he was still calm and relaxed. It wasn't until he rushed forward that he took action calmly. It's really a move. He slapped him through the air. Crack! The aggressive Tang Hao has not yet reacted. I just felt like my face was slapped hard by an invisible big hand. That huge power not only neutralized the power of his explosive ring, but also sent his entire body flying across the air. Fancy and fancy. Ye Cheng put down his hand calmly. He said calmly, even if the ant's power increases several times, it will not change the fact that it is still an ant. In reality, Tang Hao saw that he was still so vulnerable to that man when all 9 rings exploded. His face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. This is impossible. He growled, unable to believe what he was seeing. They even began to question the Q&A video. If Ye Cheng defeated himself, he did so by using martial soul skills and advanced cultivation. Even if he wasn't convinced, at least it was acceptable. The crux of the matter is that the person defeats himself. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even summon his martial soul. He just relied on his deep soul power to crush him. Any attack he makes is a joke in front of him. How could Tang Hao accept this? In the video. After sending Tang Hao flying away with a slap, Ye Cheng slowly approached him and said, "Do you think that as long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want? In your eyes, as long as you are strong, you can trample and bully the weak at will, right?" At this time, Tang Hao's entire face was almost disfigured by that invisible slap, and there were countless bone fractures and injuries all over his body. If it weren't for the Soul Master's tenacious vitality, ordinary people would have died long ago. But even if he didn't die, Tang Hao now no longer has the ability to fight. Then now I am the strong one and you are the weak one. I'll bully you too, okay? Step by step, he walked closer and looked at Tang Hao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Ye Cheng suddenly shook his head and said, "I wanted to take your life, but I changed my mind. You don't deserve to die by my sword." Hearing this, Tang Hao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog and killed him by the neck, suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had been greatly insulted. But at the same time, deep down in my heart, I felt lucky to have saved my life. But before he could be happy for long, he only felt pain in his right arm and left leg. But it turned out that Ye Cheng suddenly waved his fingers together, and the invisible sword energy passed through his body, and actually cut off his right arm and left leg. Ah! Suddenly losing an arm and a leg, even Tang Hao couldn't help but scream. After the arms and legs were separated from his body, the skin and flesh on them automatically weathered and fell off, and finally turned into 2 shrunken bones, the same thing. Soul bone? So cruel. Did it turn out that the reason why his arms and legs were cut off was because he had a soul bone in his body? This Tang Hao is equivalent to spending 2 soul bones to buy his life? Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Who allowed him to bully the small? A series of barrages passed by, most of which were filled with gloating about one's misfortune. This made Tang Hao's teeth itch. He recognized at a glance that those 2 soul bones were the best quality soul bones in his body. It is the soul bone inherited by Haoshan sect. Each piece is about 70,000 to 80,000 years old, which is considered the best soul bone under 100,000 years old. Fortunately, this is only something that will happen in the future, not something that has already happened. Now that he knew the future in advance, Tang Hao would naturally no longer foolishly provoke the girl named Zhu Zhuqing. As long as you are not unlucky enough to provoke that evil star, there will only be a handful of people who can defeat you on the road. There is no need to worry about anything like what happened in the video. In a way, although this future video made his reputation completely bad, it also saved him from having his hands and feet amputated in the future. I really don't know whether I lost money or made money. Tang Hao thought complicatedly in his heart. In the video, after removing the two best soul bones from Tang Hao's body, he met his eyes of hatred mixed with shock and anger. Ye Cheng said in a calm tone, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty cannot be forgiven. These two soul bones can be regarded as your compensation for the soup and medicine expenses of my disciple." After saying that, he turned around. The two soul bones on the ground automatically floated up and followed behind him. Tang Hao on the ground looked at the two inherited soul bones of the Haoshan sect, gradually leaving him. He closed his eyes in pain. He was really a sinner of Haoshan sect. P.S. It's still available today. A minimum of 2 updates per day, more updates if possible. By the way, I am shamelessly asking for votes. The new book would not be possible without your support. Chapter 28 Qian Daoliu's Misunderstanding. Ye Cheng walked up to Zhu Zhuqing, raised his hand and waved the two soul bones in front of her, gesturing for her to take them. "Teacher, what is this?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at these two extremely high-quality soul bones floating in front of him, but did not reach out to pick them up. Just looked at him doubtfully. "Here you go, put it away," Ye Cheng said. "This is too precious. I can't accept it." Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that he refused repeatedly. "You must know that soul bones are the treasures that soul masters dream of. An ordinary soul bone is enough to cause a bloody storm in the soul master world. What's more, the quality of the two soul bones in front of me is so high. How can I possess these two soul bones? Wow, such a good soul bone, give it away if you say so? This teacher is too generous. I really envy having such a teacher. You still refuse? Don't give it to me?" A series of barrages passed by. In reality, Zhu Zhuqing watched everything that happened in the video and couldn't help but sigh about the future. I am really lucky to be able to be accepted as a disciple by such a strong man. That is the soul bone that countless people dream of. This kind of treasure can be given away at any time. Is there any teacher in the world who can be so generous? On the other side, there is Tang Hao. In the video, Ye Cheng used 2 of his soul bones to pay for the soup. He was so angry that he almost ran away. Even if you know that these 2 soul bones are said to be money for soup and medicine, they are actually money to buy your life. I also felt that my lungs were about to explode. After all, these 2 soul bones are the inherited soul bones of his Haoshan sect. How could they fall into the hands of others? But no matter how incompetent and furious he was, there was no way he could rush into the video to change anything. In the end, Zhu Zhuqing in the video accepted the 2 soul bones. After seeing her accept the soul bones, Ye Cheng nodded and said, "These 2 soul bones are only about 70,000 to 80,000 years old. Although the quality is good, it is only good. I do not recommend that you absorb it. Just keep the soul bones for now. Whether you give them to others or exchange them for treasures in the future, it is a good choice. When you reach the Soul King, your master will give you a gift." Gift? What kind of gift should be given when the Soul King is needed? Etc. Earlier I said that soul bones that were 70 or 80,000 years old were not very good soul bones, and later I said that I wanted to give them gifts. Could it be that? Could it be that the gift he mentioned is 100,000-year soul bone? Etc. Counting this way, the 2 martial souls in his body add up to 10 100,000-year-old soul rings. Could it be that he 100,000-year-old soul beast will definitely produce soul bones? Then this means that he has at least 10 pieces of 100,000-year-old soul bones in his body. A person can absorb up to 6 soul bones, which means that he will have at least 4 100,000-year-old soul bones left in his body. There may be more. Oh my god! No wonder he looked down on these 2 soul bones of Tang Hao. If I had so many 100,000-year-old soul bones, I wouldn't look down on these 2 soul bones that are less than 100,000 years old. A series of barrages passed by, all expressing envy. In reality, Tang Hao looked at the information sliding across the barrage, especially the words 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones, but he suddenly understood why he was in the hands of Ye Cheng, who had not even opened the martial arts soul in the video. You will have no power to fight back and will be manipulated by him like a little chicken. He also has a 100,000-year-old soul ring, and no one knows better than him how much a 100,000-year-old soul ring can improve a soul master. A soul master with a 100,000-year-old soul ring will not only have strong soul power far beyond the same level. Even physical fitness and the power of all soul skills will be affected, making the effect even more powerful. It can be said that the influence of a 100,000-year soul ring on a soul master involves all aspects. Once a soul master is able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, the benefits brought by it cannot be overstated. Within the same level, once any soul master possesses a 100,000-year soul ring, it is not polite to say so. Comparing the advantages in all aspects of the same level, it is simply a crushing level. And the Ye Cheng in the video has a total of 10 100,000-year soul rings. In addition, he has at least 6 100,000-year-old soul bones fused into his body, which will improve his physical fitness and gain various attributes. It also comes with 12 soul bone skills. All these advantages are combined. Tang Hao simply couldn't even imagine how powerful it would be for himself. Facing such an opponent with such luxurious and insane equipment, coupled with the suppression of the soul power level, various factors influence it. Tang Hao felt that he would lose, which was not unfair at all. Rather, it is simply too normal. The content of the video ended abruptly after Zhu Zhuqing received the soul bone. Immediately afterwards, the live video slowly faded away and finally disappeared. Although the Q&A is over, the future information exposed in this Q&A is not ordinary to some people. Martial Spirit City Douluo Hall. This is a palace that looks very solemn in appearance. Walking inside, you can see that there are no fancy decorations here. The whole thing is repaired from ancient rocks, but if you look carefully, you will find that there is a faint golden light on these ancient rocks. If you touch it with your hands, you can feel strange energy flowing in the palm of your hand. In the middle of Douluo Hall, there is a statue standing. It was a 10-meter tall statue with a golden body. 3 pairs of wings stretched out behind his back, and he held a huge golden sword in his hand and pointed at the sky. The most peculiar thing is that there seems to be a circle of faint golden flames hovering around the golden sword. This is the supreme palace of the Soul Master world. Almost every Soul Master is proud to be able to enter the Douluo Palace. Because this means that they have reached the level of titled Douluo, and only when they obtain the title can they be qualified to enter here. At this time, the Douluo Hall was quiet. There was only one person with his back to the direction of the gate, standing under the golden statue, looking up at the majestic angel statue above. This is an old man, tall, wearing a simple grey robe. With his long grey hair hanging around his head, he seemed to be the center of the entire hall as he stood here. This person is the great envoy of Wuhan Palace, and he is also one of the 4 ultimate Douluo in the world. The inheritor of the angel martial spirit, the true controller of the martial spirit hall, Qian Daoliu. This Yuchen definitely has a divine inheritance. Qian Daoliu recalled the scenes shown in the video just now, and clearly grasped the key information from the many details. That's what Ye Chengqiang is like, heights so abnormal. Qian Daoliu, who was also an extreme Douluo, made some calculations and found that even if he faced that Ye Cheng, he would probably only lose. Because the opponent's soul ring configuration is simply inhuman. Even if he has twin martial souls, his body cannot support him if he wants to absorb 900,000-year soul rings at once. After all, the human body's endurance is limited, and it is impossible to add soul rings without limit. Unless there is some other power to support him in absorbing those soul rings. As for this power, Qian Daoliu thought about it and found that it was only possible with the divine power of gods. Otherwise, with a mortal body, you want to carry the power of 10,100,000-year soul rings. That is simply impossible. So he concluded that Ye Cheng was definitely the inheritor of the divine throne. Chapter 29 Everyone's reaction. This Ye Cheng will probably be Xue'er's rival in the future. Qian Daoliu thought about his identity as the inheritor of Ye Chen's divine throne, and then thought about his current level 99. It can be said that he has already half-stepped into the threshold of level 100 to become a god. But now, his granddaughter is still pretending to be the prince in the Tiandu Empire, playing boring games of usurping the throne, and wasting her time. The distance to becoming a god is far away. For the first time in his life, he felt like he hated iron for not becoming steel. If Ye Cheng has not grown up yet, then Qian Daoliu would definitely not mind taking action personally to end the life of the inheritor of the divine throne, paving the way for my granddaughter's future. But unfortunately, Ye Cheng has grown up now. Long before the video was exposed, he had grown from a weak seedling to a towering giant tree. At this time, Qian Daoliu was thankful that Ye Cheng did not come to Wuhan Hall to cause trouble. Not to mention taking the initiative to provoke him. Well, I hope this Ye city will not be the enemy of my Wuhan palace in the future. Qian Daoliu finally sighed and could only place his hope on this. Unless he had to, he really didn't want to face off against such a divine inheritor. Star Luo Empire. Zhu Mansion. In an elegantly decorated boudoir. Bang! A pile of tea sets were overturned to the ground and smashed to pieces. The person who caused all this was a tall girl with an extremely plump figure, skin like mutton fat white jade, and a charming appearance. The most important thing is that she and Zhu Zhuqing are very similar in appearance and facial features. It's just that unlike Zhu Zhuqing's coldness, this girl feels charming, like a ripe peach. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, who is still a bit young, she is more attractive to men. And this mature and charming girl is Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zuyun, who will definitely have a fight with her in the future. At this time, Zhu Zuyun had just finished watching the future video, and her face was extremely cold. Damn it! Why is she so lucky? She recalled the future shown in the video. After knowing that her sister would become a disciple of extreme Douluo, she felt unparalleled jealousy in her heart. Also accompanied by fear. Fear. Zhu Zuyun didn't think that Zhu Zhuqing would let him go after he became rich. After all, the royal family's education had always been cruel. Having been raised as a princess since she was a child, she has never been afraid to speculate on others with the utmost malice. Think about it from another perspective. If Zhu Zuyun himself was bullied by his sister since he was a child, and he was always in danger, then when he becomes stronger, he will definitely come back with 1,000-fold revenge. Otherwise, it would be impossible to swallow this breath. So she was sure that once Zhu Zhuqing won the final victory, her end would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, we must definitely stop her from becoming a disciple. Zhu Zhuqing recalled the changes in Zhu Zhuqing's appearance in the video, and immediately deduced that Zhu Zhuqing in the video was at least 15 or 16 years old at that time. And now she is just 12 years old. And not long ago, he was injured and escaped from the killers he sent. At this time, there is absolutely a high probability that she has not met that extreme Douluo, let alone become a disciple. So as long as you take this opportunity to kill her, she will no longer be a threat. Right. She must be killed as soon as possible. Zhu Zhuqing's charming eyes were filled with piercing murderous intent. If we talk about the previous chase, because she was worried about not looking too ugly, she did not dare to be too blatant and send two powerful killers to hunt down her sister. So now we know that Zhu Zhuqing will be prosperous in the future, and he will turn around. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't care about anything anymore. She decided to send out all her elite men to kill him with one blow. Eliminate this threat completely. Zhuqing, don't blame sister. I originally wanted you to live a few more years. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were cold, and the malice in his heart almost spread through his eyes. With a charming voice, she said the cruelest words, "But who made you so lucky? Then my sister can only let you die early." Nodding City. In a blacksmith shop. After watching the video, Tang San's face was filled with shock. He captured the key information from this video. That was his father, a titled Douluo. And in fact, he has not disappeared, but has been hiding in secret to observe and protect himself. This shocked Tang San, who suddenly learned the truth, and was also a little moved. He felt a kind of silent father's love from here. Warm in my heart. At this moment. Bang! The door of the blacksmith shop was smashed open. A tall figure wearing a black robe appeared at the door, blocking the sunlight at the door. Because of the backlight, his face could not be seen clearly. But Tang San shed tears. Even though they hadn't seen each other for several years, he still recognized this person at a glance. The tall figure was his father, who had been missing for several years. Dad! Mistress, follow me! A hoarse and vicissitudes of voice came. Tang San didn't hesitate and directly dropped the hammer in his hand. Then he followed his father, who left, not even caring about the half-finished hidden weapons around him. Anyway, these hidden weapons do not have any technical content. A normal blacksmith can imitate them at a glance. It was nothing more than a little more effort, so he didn't care at all. After the future video revealed that Tang San was the son of Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao knew that the plan had changed. He could no longer hide in the dark and let Tang San go. After all, everyone knows that he is their son, and there will definitely be no reaction from Wuhan Palace. I'm afraid the arresting army is already on the way. So he must escape with his son as soon as possible and leave here. After briefly telling Tang San the current situation. After absorbing the information, Tang San hesitated for a moment, then looked at Tang Hao and said, "Dad, can I say goodbye to Xiao Wu? Or, can I take Xiao Wu with me?" Facing his son's pleading eyes, Tang Hao fell silent. After thinking about it, I thought it would be better to tell him Xiao Wu's true identity. That girl has probably escaped long ago, he said. Escape? Tang San was confused when he heard this. Dad, why did Xiao Wu run away? Aren't we the ones who should run away? Could it be that she also provoked the spirit hall? No, the reason for running away is... Tang Hao shook his head, then looked down at Tang San condescendingly and said, "That girl is not a human being." Not a human? Tang San was completely confused. Is Dad scolding Xiao Wu? Otherwise, why would you say she is not a human being? That girl is a 100,000-year-old soul beast that transformed into a human. Tang Hao said directly. What? Tang San couldn't help but exclaimed. At the same time, the past 6 years of getting along with Xiao Wu came to my mind. Thinking back on all the things that were different from ordinary people in her past, Tang San suddenly discovered that if Xiao Wu was not actually a human being, but a spirit beast incarnate, then it makes sense. But, even if Xiao Wu is the soul beast incarnation, then why should she run away? I won't hurt her. Chapter 30 The Next Yuchen. Nodding City. Work-study student dormitory. After watching the video, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and her whole body even started to tremble uncontrollably. Because she captured the key information from the video just now. Tang San, his third brother. He is the son of a titled Douluo. And that titled Douluo has actually always been hiding in the dark, silently protecting him. This also means that the fact that I transformed into a human from a 100,000-year-old soul beast can never be hidden from the titled Douluo. But why didn't he take action? You must know that a 100,000-year-old soul beast that transformed into a human form loses all its strength and starts everything from scratch. In addition, after leaving the soul beast forest and coming to the human world, I was helpless. Such a fragile and easy to hunt 100,000-year-old soul beast has unparalleled temptation for any soul master. Even a titled Douluo cannot absorb a 100,000-year soul ring because the soul ring is full. But being able to possess a 100,000-year-old soul bone is definitely something that I will not refuse. After all, soul bones are more precious than soul rings in some aspects. The soul ring can only be used by one person, but the soul bone can be passed down. After one person dies, it is inherited by his descendants. Pass it down from generation to generation and become a family heirloom. Anyone would be tempted by such a precious treasure. But Tang San's father didn't take any action, he just hid in the dark and watched silently. Why? This is very unreasonable. Xiao Wu is no longer the ignorant person she was when she first emerged from the forest. Xiao Wu, who has been in the human world for several years, has not yet been dazzled by love. From this, she easily came up with a very common-sense answer. That is, he left this soul ring to his son. That is Tang San. As long as Tang San reaches a high level, let him kill him to take the ring. Xiao Wu was frightened by her guess. Recalling every moment of getting along with each other in the past 6 years, as well as Tang San's commitment and protection to him. Xiao Wu really didn't want to believe that Tang San would be the kind of evil villain who loved and cared for her on the surface, but actually coveted his soul ring. But the facts are in front of her, and Xiao Wu has to believe it no matter how unwilling she is to believe it. After all, she had only been with Tang San for 6 years now, and had not experienced many subsequent events that would heat up her relationship. Therefore, for Tang San, Xiao Wu still couldn't do what he did in the original work, risking his identity to participate in the Soul Master competition for him. Jumping under the noses of many titled Douluo. At most, she now has a good impression of Tang San and a trust that far exceeds that of ordinary people. So after knowing that there was a titled Douluo secretly watching him all the time, Xiao Wu's life was safe, and the possibility that Tang San's titled Douluo father was a good person and would not covet his soul ring and soul bone, he made a decisive choice. Former escape. At this time, Xiao Wu only had this thought in her mind. She wants to go home. The human world is too dangerous. These humans are so despicable. Mom, I want to go home. But when Tang Hao and Tang San arrived at the work-study student dormitory, they were told by the people in the dormitory that Sister Xiaowu had watched the video. He left the dormitory in a hurry, not knowing where he went. Tang San's heart tightened, and he quickly checked the luggage in the dormitory, and found that Xiao Wu didn't even bring any luggage with him, as if he was running for his life in a hurry. Is it true that, as her father said, she was afraid that her identity would be exposed, so she ran away immediately? Tang San immediately felt out of his mind. Xiao Wu, I promised to protect you for the rest of my life. Why did you escape? Do you just distrust me that much? Looking at his son's devastated look, Tang Hao shook his head, but did not tell him that the rabbit had not gone far yet. As long as you pursue it now, you can still catch it. Because he believed that Xiao Wu and Tang San would only bring him endless trouble. Just like him and Tang San's mother Yaen, the soul beast's identity was revealed. What we are facing is the entire soul master world coming together to attack. Everyone coveted his mother Yaen's soul ring and soul bone. Even he, a Haoshan Douluo who originally had a promising future, became a weirdo in the eyes of some people who fell in love with his soul beast. Therefore, Tang Hao did not want his son to follow his own path. Although he does not regret being with Yaen, his son is a rare owner of twin martial spirits in the world. As long as he can restrain the backlash of the twin martial spirits, then given time, he will be the next Ye Cheng. As long as his son can grow up to the level of Ye Cheng, he will return to Haoshan sect and gather his strength. By uniting with other sect families, it may not be impossible to compete with the powerful Wuhan Palace. The premise of all this is that the son needs to grow up. Don't die young. After all, in this world, there are countless examples of undeveloped geniuses being killed by others in advance. So Tang Hao decided to let Tang San follow Ye Cheng's example, stay anonymous first, keep a low profile, and wait until the twin martial souls have reached great success, then they will have nothing to fear from anyone. Mistress, we should go. Having made his decision, Tang Hao turned and walked towards the door. Dad, where are we going? Tang San quickly followed. You'll know when it comes. Tang Hao did not explain. Half a month later, Tang San was led by Tang Hao to an unknown forest. As soon as he arrived here, Tang San immediately felt a familiar aura. At the same time, the body instinctively felt a dangerous aura. Tang Hao stopped in front of the forest, turned to look at him and said, "Originally, I wanted to wait until you became Soul King or Soul Emperor before bringing you here, but now that your identity has been exposed. In addition, you are just level 30, then, let's take you here to try and see if you can get the third soul ring." Tang San's original soul power level had already reached level 29, only half a step away from level 30. Now I have experienced all kinds of excitement after experiencing the future video revealing that my father is a titled Douluo and that Xiaowu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It triggered a butterfly effect, allowing him to reach level 30 sometime early. When Tang Hao saw this, he simply brought him here in advance. Sit down. Tang Hao pointed to the ground. Tang San was stunned for a moment. But he still sat down cross-legged as he was told. It's just that he doesn't understand what his father wants him to do. Tang Hao did not explain, but walked to Tang San and said, "Release your blue-silver grass, and then feel it with your heart. With your current mental strength, you should be able to barely feel it. Give it a try. If you can't feel it, if you arrive, I will take you to another place to obtain the soul ring. When you are stronger, you can come back here." Tang San didn't understand the meaning of his father's words, but he could vaguely sense that the spirit ring he was about to obtain seemed to have been planned by his father. Without thinking much, he immediately closed his eyes. The blue-silver grass released itself and slowly emerged around his body. The mental power is condensed and dispersed around. Plants like blue-silver grass are extremely common in Douluo continent. Soon, Tang San seemed to have entered some kind of magical realm. He could feel that the blue-silver grass around him seemed to be calling him. Can he vaguely distinguish the emotions of each blue-silver grass? The sense of thought extended with the gradual release of mental power, and the aura of blue-silver grass that Tang San felt became more and more powerful. Gradually, he became immersed in this feeling. He found that all the blue-silver grass seemed to have a nurturing emotion towards him. It was as if he was his own child, talking excitedly to his father. Chapter 31 Tang San changed his name. Tang San closed his eyes tightly. He could feel that each blue-silver grass in the forest was releasing a faint mental wave. Although the individuals were not strong, the blue-silver grass everywhere connected together to form quite a huge mental magnetic field. Integrated with the spiritual power released by Tang San. Through them, the range that Tang San could feel suddenly increased exponentially. Every blue-silver grass seemed to have become Tang San's eyes and ears. Using mental power to explore everything in the outside world, Tang San could barely do it before. But at this time, using the mental magnetic field of blue-silver grass, the area he could see could only be described as terrifying. At this moment, a voice without warning suddenly sounded in Tang San's heart, "King, great king, is it really you? You finally came to me. Thank God." "King? Is this talking to me?" Tang San was shocked. He didn't understand why a voice appeared in his spiritual world. Tang Hao, who was standing next to him at this time, also had a faint smile on his face. Pretending to be calm, he said, "You should have felt it. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Sometimes, it's hard to get a soul. Rings don't need to be hunted." Although Tang San didn't understand what his father meant, he still stood up. What surprised him was that he did not deliberately control his mental power at this time, but the strong spiritual aura was still connected to him, constantly calling to him. Stepping into the forest, Tang San suddenly felt that the threatening aura from the spirit beasts in the forest had obviously weakened, as if the spirit beasts hidden in the forest suddenly made way for him. With his father's affirmation, he no longer hesitated, stood up, and moved quickly in the direction of the spiritual pull, and watched his son gradually walk into the forest. Tang Hao looked into the distance for a long time, until he could no longer see his figure, then he found a stone and sat down on the spot. The silent waiting began. This wait lasted for more than half a month. During this period, he could feel that the soul power fluctuations in the entire forest were extremely active. Obviously, the son's process of awakening his bloodline went smoothly. Next, all he could do was wait. When Tang San walked out of the forest again, he felt his son's breath. Tang Hao also opened his eyes in time and saw Tang San, whose appearance had changed drastically. Suddenly his whole body started to tremble with excitement. After awakening the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang San's appearance was undoubtedly far different from his original plainness, and he transformed from a short and poor man into a handsome guy. Anyone who looks at it now will definitely not recognize that this is Tang San. The reason why Tang Hao was so excited was because Tang San looked very much like the Blue-Silver Emperor Yaen, which was of course very exciting to him. Just when he was about to give me a bear hug. "Dad!" Tang San said Dad and successfully woke him up from his fantasy. It also made him realize that his Yaen was no longer there. So he sighed dejectedly and looked at Tang San who was walking beside him. Tang Hao murmured, "You know, your mother is beautiful. She is really beautiful. She is the most perfect girl in the world. Woman. Gentle, kind, beautiful. All the words used to describe beauty seem to be created for her. Now you look a little like her again." And looking at his father like this, Tang San couldn't help but be infected and fell silent. The joy of awakening the bloodline unconsciously faded a lot at this time. There was silence for a long time. In the end, it was Tang Hao who came to his senses first. He looked at Tang San and said, "Release the spirit and let me take a look." "Good." Tang San nodded. He stretched out his hand and released his martial spirit blue-silver grass. A small clump of blue-silver grass emerged from the palm of his right hand. The crystal blades of grass did not have the barbs given by the ghost vines, and looked just a little thicker than ordinary blue-silver grass. But the sapphire-like grass blades looked so beautiful. Especially the trace of golden texture gives people an extremely special sense of beauty. This is not blue-silver grass, but the real Blue-Silver Emperor. If blue-silver grass is just a useless martial spirit, then the Emperor in blue-silver grass is an absolute top martial spirit. Tang Hao looked at the greatly changed blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand, nodded, and said, "The appearance of your blue-silver grass is now greatly different from the ordinary blue-silver grass, which is good. It means the risk of exposure will be reduced when using martial arts in the future. From now on, to the outside world, you will claim that your martial spirit is the mutated golden pattern grass. Don't use the name Tang San, you need a pseudonym. Only in this way, when you enter the Soul Master world in the future, you will not be in danger of exposing yourself. After listening to his father's arrangement, Tang San knew that it was for his own good, so he naturally wouldn't object. Instead, I started thinking about what pseudonym I should choose. Tang Lan? Tang Yin? Or Tang Cao? No, there is also the risk of exposing the surname. So it's best to change your last name too. After thinking for a long time, Tang San also made a decision on the pseudonym. He looked up at Tang Hao and said, "Dad, I've thought about it. From now on, my pseudonym will be Lan Wu." The surname Lan is naturally taken from the blue of blue-silver grass. Wu is to commemorate Xiao Wu. Although the name sounded like a woman's name, it was originally a pseudonym, and Tang San didn't care about it. Anyway, there are even weirder and more unpleasant names in this world. Besides, this isn't his real name, so just be weird. Lan Wu? That's fine. Tang Hao nodded and gave him a meaningful look. But he didn't say much. The other side. Zhu Zhuqing was in crisis at this moment. Because the killer sent by her sister Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived at this time. In a wilderness jungle. "Second miss, you really made me wait for you." The speaker was a middle-aged man with scars on his face. He had a burly figure and a total of 7 soul rings around his body, namely white, yellow, 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 purple, black, and black. Although the age configuration of this soul ring is very disappointing, it cannot hide the fact that the man is a powerful soul saint. Even though this soul saint is probably the weakest among the soul saints, he is still an unbeatable opponent for her now. A real life and death crisis. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was cold, but his body was tense, maintaining a posture ready to fight at any time. It's not that she doesn't want to escape, it's mainly because there is a soul master blocking her way from all directions around her. In addition to the middle-aged man with scar, there are 6 soul kings and 7 soul masters. Such a strong lineup, surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, a girl who is less than level 30 soul master, is simply unbelievable. More than enough. PS will be updated twice a day. Sometimes more. It depends. Update as many as possible if possible. Chapter 32. That voice. In the lush jungle. Zhu Zhuqing faced the siege of 1 soul saint, 6 soul kings, and 7 soul masters, and fell into the biggest crisis in his life. Just looking at these lineups, she knew that her sister had sent out all the team members, and this time she was determined to kill her. In the past, the most people sent to hunt down were led by a soul king and a few great soul masters. Now the soul saint has actually been dispatched. This is obviously the largest manpower Zhu Zhuqing can mobilize now. Sure enough, because of the playing of the future video that day, I learned about the future. Reality is already full of uncertainty. My good sister would definitely not let her become a disciple of extreme Douluo like she did in the future. Every effort must be made to stop it. And the best way is to kill yourself. Once and for all. Zhu Zhuqing felt bitter in her heart. She really didn't know whether she should be grateful to Q&A for giving her hope in the future, or resent the Q&A for leaking the future and causing her supposedly bright life to fall into an unprecedented crisis. Second miss, let's capture her without mercy. The leader, the scar-faced soul saint, placed his hands on his chest and said calmly, "In this way, I can still give you a happy death, so that you die without pain, without any pain at all." "Oh? You haven't died before, how do you know it doesn't hurt at all?" A voice suddenly appeared. The scar-faced soul saint immediately said subconsciously, "Who doesn't have eyes?" He stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. He finally reflected. Where did this voice come from? Who is it? The scar-faced soul saint suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The 7 soul rings on his body shone brightly, and the shadow of a big brown bear appeared behind him and merged into his body. In an instant, his body began to swell, brown hair grew on his body, and his palms turned into bear paws. In an instant, he really turned into a big brown bear. He actually activated his martial spirit true form without even thinking about it. It can be seen that he was really frightened by the person who spoke in secret. The other killers were also on alert, scanning their surroundings as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But no trace of anyone else was found, as if the sudden sound just now was just an illusion. This voice sounds familiar? Zhu Zhuqing recalled the voice just now, feeling inexplicably familiar. It's like I've heard it somewhere before? But where is it? Where on earth have you heard that? Sometimes if you care too much about something, you will subconsciously ignore it. Zhu Zhuqing is in this state now. Walk. The scar-faced soul saint suddenly changed his expression. Because he had already heard who the owner of this voice was. He immediately turned around without thinking and began his great escape. The other killers also recalled Zhu Zuyun's instructions before coming here. If my sister has already met that person, you should give up the mission and run away for your life. As a result, all the killers dispersed in multiple directions, Dozia. And when he saw the killer who had trapped him before, suddenly dispersed, he gave up hunting him in panic. Zhu Zhuqing blinked in confusion, wondering who the owner of this voice was. His voice alone, without even showing his face, frightened them into fleeing. After the killers fled in embarrassment, there was an inexplicable silence in the scene for a while. Crunch! Crunch! At this time, a gust of wind blew by, bringing with it the sound of swaying branches and leaves. Excuse me. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing had already made a guess in his mind about the identity of the owner of the secret voice just now. Excitement welled up in my heart, in order to leave a good impression on the future teacher. So he couldn't help but speak cautiously, which senior came to the rescue secretly? Can you show up and see me? No reply. There was silence all around. Zhu Zhuqing was keenly aware that there seemed to be a gaze in the dark, focusing on him and observing him. The sharp and substantial eyes actually gave her the illusion that she was not wearing any clothes at all. This made her feel both shy and angry, as if she had been taken advantage of. She instinctively tightened her body, making her curves more alluring. Hey! Zhu Zhuqing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Because she felt the gaze disappear. Presumably that person has left here secretly. But, is the owner of that voice in the dark his future master in the previous video? If so, then why is he unwilling to come out to see him? If not, then who is that person secretly? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't figure it out. There were too few clues at present. Her mind was in a mess and she stood there for a long time. Only then did he break away from the entanglement and realize that that person was gone. Then what he can do next is to go to that Shrek Academy according to the original plan. Find the cowardly fiancé Daimyo who ran away. As for whether I will be lucky enough to have that person as my teacher like in the previous video of the future, I just leave it to fate. Thinking of this, after Zhu Zhuqing adjusted his mood, he continued on the road to Soto City. But at this time, in the darkness, Yaen, who had not left, was watching her retreating figure with a meaningful look. In fact, he deliberately let Zhu Zhuqing feel his gaze just now, otherwise than if he intends to restrain himself. With Zhu Zhuqing's level of cultivation, how could he detect the secret peeping of an extreme Douluo? As for the reason why Yaen didn't show up, besides feeling that it was not the right time yet, the most important thing is to create a sense of mystery and to show off Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, a master like me who takes the initiative to come to my door feels too cheap. In addition, any senior who accepts a disciple must not test the disciple's character and qualifications and understanding. Since Yaen chose to make up such a video, he must maintain this persona. Otherwise, rushing to recruit disciples would be too cheap. In addition, there is another reason. That is Zhu Zhuqing, this little kitten, who still harbors illusions about Daimyo Bai's irresponsible fiancé, thinking that when he fled the Douluo Empire, he just wanted to stay away from danger and find a place where he could practice in peace. It's not that I thought victory was hopeless, so I simply broke the pot and found a remote place to live in a dream. Enjoy some time before you die. So if you want to accept a little kitten as your apprentice, daimyo is an insurmountable hurdle. Only by making her completely disappointed with this irresponsible scumbag can Ye Cheng take advantage of it, ahem, and save her. Train her to become a successful woman who can stand alone. Otherwise, if he still misses his old relationship and is involved with that scumbag, he always feels that Zhu Zhuqing will inevitably follow the same path in the future. Author, in the previous chapter, Tang San's pseudonym was changed to Lan Wu. Please explain. Chapter 33 621 Soto City. After days of traveling, Zhu Zhuqing finally arrived here. Her target was a college called Shrek in the south of Soto City. According to the information obtained from the family, her fiancé Daimyo is now studying in this college. I don't know how far he has grown now after being away from the oppressive environment of the Douluo Empire and cultivating here. Zhu Zhuqing thought inadvertently while walking slowly on the street. His eyes scanned the surroundings subconsciously, but he suddenly froze. As for the reason for being stunned, in the distance, the combination of a man and two women is particularly eye-catching. Among them, the man has blonde hair, broad shoulders, and a handsome appearance. The most peculiar thing is that he has double pupils in his eyes, which looks quite evil. At this time, the blonde man was smiling contentedly, holding two women with his left and right hands. Walking on the street with great arrogance, as if he didn't recognize his relatives. And the two women in his arms knew at a glance that they were not women from good families. Both women were wearing glamorous makeup, and their clothes were half-covered, revealing not much. At first glance, she looks like a prostitute. The most important thing is that these two women are identical twins. Extraordinarily eye-catching. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing subconsciously restrained his soul power aura to avoid being sensed, and at the same time dodged and hid in a corner. In the blind spot of vision, they silently observed the man and two women. The more she looked, the colder her expression became. Because the man among the two women, who is daimyo if not the one who is supposed to be practicing hard. Soon, the three people gradually walked away. Zhu Zhuqing did not show up, but lurked carefully and followed him. She wanted to see where these three people were going and what they were going to do. Even though she knew it well in her heart, she was still unwilling to confirm it with her own eyes. That's all. Zhu Zhuqing followed the three of them all the way to a hotel. This hotel is 3 stories high. Although it doesn't look too big, the exterior decoration is completely rose red. The architectural style of the entire hotel is like a huge rose, which can easily be brought to people's eyes. A bright feeling. But looking at this ambiguously decorated rose hotel, Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank. She was not a little girl who didn't understand anything. On the contrary, because of family education, she knows far more than girls of the same age. I also clearly know that this kind of hotel is different from ordinary hotels and is a place specially prepared for some men and women. Commonly known as Love Hotel. Without saying anything, Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the darkness. We walked directly into the Rose Hotel. The first thing you feel is the scent of roses. The refreshing aroma has a somewhat ambiguous feeling, which makes you feel comfortable both physically and mentally. But at this time, she had no intention of observing her surroundings, and went straight to the counter. Then she was too lazy to talk nonsense, directly showed her martial arts spirit, and slapped the counter. Bang! The front desk clerk who was about to say hello politely was startled, but after looking at the 2 soul rings on Zhu Zhuqing's body, he couldn't help but swallow. He said cautiously, "Hello, respected soul master. May I ask, how can I help you?" "The man and 2 women who came in just now, do they come here often?" Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. "Ah, this is the guest's privacy, we can't. The waiter hesitated, but when he saw the girl in front of him frowning and feeling a huge pressure on her body, he immediately gave up. Wait a moment, I'll check it for you. Zhu Zhuqing looked so aggressive that he was looking for trouble. It's very possible that he was caught in an act of rape. And she is a soul master. As a waiter for ordinary people, she would not dare to offend a distinguished soul master. Therefore, I can only try my best to meet her requirements. Soon, the waiter began to flip through a thick book. After a while, the waiter who found the information he wanted closed the book and said respectfully, "Dear Master Soul Master, that Mr. Dai just now is a frequent visitor to our hotel. He has been in our hotel for 3 years. Since now, a total of 621 purchases have been made at our hotel. 621 times. After Zhu Zhuqing heard the waiter's answer, he took back his martial spirit. With a gloomy face, he left the hotel silently. 621 times. What does this number mean? Daimyo Bai escaped from the Star Luo Empire when he was 12 years old, and he is 15 years old this year. 3 years, 365 days a year. 3 years is more than 1,000 days. Over 1,000 days, I brought women to this hotel more than 600 times to book a room. What does that mean? It means that this bastard has not focused on cultivation at all in the past 3 years, and has only been looking for women to have fun. Zhu Zhuqing felt very sad. Feel sad for yourself. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing didn't care if Daimyo Baiwa didn't care, because in this world, it was very normal for a strong man to have many women. Even if he spends a lot of time and alcohol, he will only be praised as romantic. Especially since Daimyo Bai is still a prince, he is destined to have only one woman, and it is even less likely that anyone will accuse him of being a romantic. What makes Zhu Zhuqing really angry is that Daimyo Bai surrendered to himself and did not practice hard. He only cares about drinking and playing with women. It was as if he had given up on fighting for the throne and just wanted to do whatever he wanted. In vain, she thought that her fiancé escaped from the Star Luo Empire just to practice better. As a result, people only cared about life and death and had completely given up. She was alone, still trying to fight stupidly. Oh, how ridiculous, how silly. Zhu Zhuqing had a trace of self-mockery on his lips, feeling that he was such a big fool. In the dark, Ye Cheng looked at Zhu Zhuqing's lonely back and knew that her expectations for Daimyo Bai had been shattered. But this is not enough, because Zhu Zhuqing's tolerance for Daimyo Bai is actually very high. After all, as a member of the Xingluo Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing's fate has been destined to be bound to Daimyo Bai since his birth. Therefore, even if Daimyo spent a lot of time and alcohol, he was willing to fall into ruin. But with no choice at all, Zhu Zhuqing, who didn't want to die, could only choose to forgive him. And try to see if you can change him and make this scumbag prodigal come back. So even after witnessing this scumbag degenerating into a debauched life, Zhu Zhuqing would still follow the original plan and join Shrek Academy. See if this fiancé can be saved. Therefore, now is not the time for Ye Cheng to appear. He had to wait until Zhu Zhuqing became desperate and gave up on Daimyo Bai completely, then he would appear as a teacher. Otherwise, if he goes out to recruit disciples now, will Zhu Zhuqing, who sees hope, be able to completely break up with Daimyo Bai? But I really can't say for sure. Chapter 34 Passionate Girl. Star Luo Empire. Zhu Mansion. You mean, just when you were about to succeed, you happened to meet that person? Zhu Zuyun's expression was indifferent, and her tone made it difficult to tell how she was feeling. Yes. The scar-faced soul saint said with a frightened look. Furthermore, I suspect that that person may have been secretly observing the second young lady for a long time, but she never showed up. After all, if you suddenly learn that you will accept someone as your disciple in the future, then everyone will probably be curious, and then there is a high probability that they will go find that person and observe him secretly. They started too late and did not kill Zhu Zhuqing before she found her. Now the future master and disciple met. It is already impossible to kill Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing naturally understands this truth. She only regretted that the people under her command were unlucky and found Zhu Zhuqing too late, thus missing the opportunity. It seems that God is really going to kill me. Zhu Zhuqing breathed out lightly, closed his eyes, and suppressed his desire to scold his mother. He waved his hand and signaled him to retreat. The scar-faced soul saint said nothing. After bowing, he turned around and left. Not long after the scar-faced soul saint left, a series of smashing sounds suddenly came from the originally peaceful room. It was obvious that someone had dropped something again. And in the following time, Zhu Zhuqing may be in panic all day long. My sister, who is afraid every day that she has been bullied by me, will take revenge on me when she becomes rich. The next day, after finding a hotel and resting for a night, Zhu Zhuqing finally adjusted his mood, then left the hotel, left Soto City through the South City Gate, and headed towards the destination of his trip. Zhu Zhuqing didn't know much about Shrek Academy. He only knew that Dai Mubai was in this academy now. Originally, I had some illusions, thinking that this academy would be very special. But after seeing Dai Mubai's drunken look yesterday, Zhu Zhuqing had to question the teaching level of this college. Walking all the way out of Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing followed the road south. There were large areas of farmland on both sides of the official road. Soto City's reputation as the food capital of the Balak Kingdom was not for nothing. However, apart from the large farmland, there was nothing that looked like a college building as far as the eye could see. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. According to the address she knew, not far from the south gate of Soto City, she should see Shrek Academy. Why can't you see even a trace of the academy now? Another walk. Ahead, the outlines of certain buildings gradually appeared. She found that it seemed to be a village. Then why not ask the villagers inside to see if they know where Shrek Academy is, bar. As soon as he made the decision, Zhu Zhuqing immediately quickened his pace and soon the distance got closer. She made a visual inspection and found that it was a village with about 100 households. There is a wooden fence around it, which seems to be used to protect against wild animals. At this time, there seemed to be a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the village, and they didn't know what was going on. After walking for a while, Zhu Zhuqing found something was wrong when he came closer. There were indeed a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the village. Most of them were teenagers and girls around the age of 12 or 13, and most of them were followed by their parents. There is a table at the entrance of the village, and an old man in his 60s is sitting behind the table. Of course, these are not the main points. Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at the entrance of the village, where a tattered-looking plaque hung on an arch made of wood, with 5 simple words engraved on it, Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 words, there is a green head, which looks like the head of a humanoid monster. The old man behind the desk also wore a similar green circular badge on his chest. It seems that this should be the school badge of Shrek Academy. In other words, this shabby little village is the so-called Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing felt dizzy. Even though he had long since given up hope for Dai Mubai's college. But she never expected that this academy could be so outrageous. Can this crappy place be called a Soul Master Academy? Just when she was confused because she couldn't accept the reality. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Hello. This voice is soft and pleasant, and just by listening to it, you can imagine that its owner is definitely an educated and gentle young lady. Zhu Zhuqing came back to his senses, and the expression on his face returned to coldness, but it was even colder than before. She turned around and looked at the owner of the voice. Wearing a blue-green dress and long, smooth brown hair, 2 slender braids fixed the middle-parted bangs that were combed to both sides of the head. Under the middle-parted bangs, there was a white and tender face with a hint of light pink oval face, pretty and cute. This girl's eyes are the color of sapphire. With her long eyelashes, she looks hydrated. Her whole person exudes a fresh and elegant feeling. Is it her? Although her appearance looked a little childish in the video, with just one glance, Zhu Zhuqing recognized that the girl in front of him was her partner in the soul fighting competition with him in the video from the future. That martial spirit is Ning Rongrong from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ah, it's really you. When Ning Rongrong saw Zhu Zhuqing turning around, she immediately showed a look of surprise. Then he said with a familiar look, "Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong. I hope to be friends with you. What about you?" "Hello." Zhu Zhuqing looked cold, and the cold-looking girl was quite unable to resist her enthusiasm. But he also knew that if future video hadn't intervened, the girl in front of him would be very good friends with him in the future. Therefore, after learning about the future, it was completely normal for Ning Rongrong to want to be friends with him. After watching the previous video of the future, Zhu Zhuqing naturally would not turn away the enthusiastic girl in front of him. He also reported his name, Zhu Zhuqing. After saying this, he hesitated for a moment and then added, "Are you also here to apply for Shrek?" Zhu Zhuqing didn't say whether he wanted to be friends with her. But Ning Rongrong didn't care, and still said with enthusiasm, "Yes, what a coincidence. Then maybe the two of us will be classmates in the future. Maybe it's because of this that in the future, we will form a team to fight together." Soul. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, looking reticent. She is really not good at dealing with such over-enthusiastic people. But at this moment, Ning Rongrong, who was smiling, was actually thinking about what her father had repeatedly told her before going out: "If I meet your brother Ye Cheng, I must try my best to have a good relationship with him." This is the real reason why Ning Rongrong is so enthusiastic. Chapter 35 Women's Intuition. At this time, about 100 applicants had gathered at the gate of Shrek Academy, and Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were among them. It is worth mentioning that although the two women have shown their faces in the Q&A video, they did not attract too much attention. In other words, people around them did not recognize the two of them as people who had appeared in the video. Because reality is not like an anime, where a character always has only one hairstyle and one set of clothes. Therefore, you only need to slightly change your hairstyle and wear different clothes. Unless you are an acquaintance, or your appearance is too distinctive. Otherwise, the gap between video and reality is still quite large. In addition, there are many people with similar facial features in the world, so Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing have not had the trouble of being recognized wherever they go these days. After all, most ordinary people just watch videos for fun. After it was done, it was forgotten. There is no such thing as appearing on a video and suddenly becoming a well-known star. No matter where you go, you will be watched by people. Zhuqing, do you feel that something is wrong with this Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong stood behind Zhu Zhuqing and whispered, "It's too different from the propaganda." Well, something does feel wrong. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, thinking that this academy is probably a liar academy that sells dog's meat. Many people around were also wrinkled. He frowned and started talking in a low voice. Is there any mistake? This is the so-called Soul Master Academy, or is it an academy that claims that graduates can become imperial viscounts? This is what the people from Wuhan Palace said, so it shouldn't be wrong, right? But this academy is really shabby. Dad, I don't want to go to school here, it's too embarrassing. I'd better go to Soto Intermediate Soul Master College. After all, I was considered a genius when I was in junior college. Son, since you are already here, just wait a little longer. Maybe this is a test. The real academy is not here. There were definitely a lot of similar conversations among the people waiting in line, and most of the teenagers and parents had deep disappointment on their faces. Zhu Zhuqing looked forward. That's where the registration was. The cat's martial spirit brought far more sensitive hearing than ordinary people, and he could vaguely hear the conversation there. The old man sitting behind the desk who was in charge of accepting registrations looked lazy. His clothes were simple at best, and he looked like an old rural man at worst. There was a young man signing up at the desk. The old man said lazily, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, just put it in that box." The young man's accompanying father quickly took out 10 gold soul coins and put them into a box made of several boards nailed to the side, making a jingling sound. "Stretch out a hand." The young man followed the instructions and stretched out his hand in front of the old man. The old man squeezed his hand twice, shook his head and said, "You are not of your age, you can leave." The young man was stunned for a moment, then turned helplessly to look at his father. His father hurriedly smiled and said, "Teacher, my son just celebrated his 13th birthday. Do you think you can be accommodating?" The old man said a little impatiently, "Don't disturb the people behind you. We only accept children under the age of 13. We will not accept any children over the age of 13. You can leave." Seeing that there was nothing he could do, the young man's father could only say, "Then our registration fee." The old man said unceremoniously, "Once you sign up, it will not be refunded." When he heard this, the boy's father couldn't help but said angrily, "You are obviously cheating money. Refund our registration fee, otherwise we will not leave." If I had known that this so-called Shrek Academy was so shabby, we shouldn't have come. You must know that 1 gold soul coin is enough for a family of 3 to live a normal life with good food and drink for several months. It is conceivable that 10 gold soul coins are not a small amount, and no one will let it go if they are suddenly cheated like this. The old man glanced at him and said calmly, "Mubai, someone wants to repay the fame fee. Please handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure next to him suddenly jumped out. While shaking his wrist, he threatened, "You can repay the name fee if you want. If you beat me, it will be refunded in full." At the same time, along with a tiger roar, 3 soul rings appeared around his body. This person was none other than Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing had not seen him because he was sitting aside and blocked by the crowd. "Now that I see this fiancé protesting against ordinary people like a thug for 10 gold soul coins, I suddenly feel unbearable. Especially a prestigious college that would actually charge the tuition fees of applicants. And then they refused to admit him to school. This magical and shameless operation is simply eye-opening. Studying in such a college, are you sure you are not just messing around?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt that the future was simply dark. "Oh, forget it, it's here now. Let's just sign up for school for a while and see. Perhaps, this college is a failure with only gold and jade inside? Perhaps, the seemingly run-down appearance is just an illusion, but in fact the real school environment is very excellent?" Zhu Zhuqing could only comfort herself in her heart because she really had no choice. The fate of the two has long been tied together. If he didn't join forces with Dai Mubai, he wouldn't be able to survive. What can she do? She is also desperate. Among soul masters, soul rings always have the best say. Seeing the 3 soul rings on Dai Mubai, including a 1,000-year soul ring, the young man's father's face changed greatly, and he said, "We are in trouble." He walked quickly with his son. Dai Mubai returned to the side and sat down. His pair of eyes glanced coldly at the teenagers and parents who signed up behind him. The threat was obvious. The pressure brought by the 3 soul rings is not something ordinary people can bear. At this time, he didn't look like a descendant of the royal family, but more like a thug. As soon as this scene ended, the number of people waiting in line was reduced by 1/3. No one was willing to spend money in vain, not to mention, the appearance of Shrek Academy in front of them was really unflattering. Another young man who signed up came to the old man. This young man came alone. He has blue hair and eyes and is handsome. The whole person has a very gentle temperament, making it easy for people to like him and find him pleasing to the eye. Zhu Zhuqing stared at this young man, inexplicably feeling that this person looked familiar. I can only say that a woman's sixth sense is simply terrifying. Because this young man is Tang San, whose appearance has undergone tremendous changes after awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit. According to his original plan, he came to Shrek Academy recommended by the teacher. As for why you don't just practice with your father, Tang Hao, but go to school here instead. Mainly because Tang San was too young and his soul power level was not high. Tang Hao couldn't teach him what he needed to learn at this stage. Because it's too basic. In addition, being strong does not mean that you can educate people. Therefore, out of the above considerations, Tang San finally decided will go to school here as planned. Chapter 36 The Ecstatic Daimyo Bai. Tang San put the 10 golden soul coins that he had prepared into the wooden box, and then stretched out his hand. The old man put his hand up and squeezed it, and suddenly let out a light sigh, and then squeezed Tang San's hand a few more times as if he didn't believe in evil, and the look on his face suddenly became weird. He looked up at Tang San and said, "Did you practice any soul skills on your hands?" The old man squeezes the applicant's hand, mainly to identify the applicant's true age through the bones of his palm. This cannot be faked. But Tang San's hands were extremely flexible when he squeezed them, and he couldn't feel the condition of the bones. Tang San nodded and said, "Yes." The old man frowned and said, "Lift your calves." Tang San Ruyan lifted his calf and placed it on the table. The old man pinched his calf a few times through his pants. Tang San suddenly felt a soreness and numbness. The old man nodded to him and said, "The muscles are well developed. The bone age is appropriate. Okay, release your martial spirit." Tang San activated the soul power in his body, and a plant with golden lines grew in his palm. At the same time, 3 soul rings appeared around the body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The old man was first very surprised that Tang San had become a soul lord at such a young age. Then he looked at the plant in his hand and said somewhat strangely, "What kind of martial spirit is this? It looks like blue-silver grass? But how is this possible? Blue-silver grass can grass be cultivated so quickly?" Tang San thought in his heart that this was blue-silver grass, but the emperor among blue-silver grass. But on the surface, he followed Tang Hao's instructions and explained, "Teacher, this martial spirit of mine just looks like blue-silver grass. It is actually a martial spirit called golden pattern grass." "I see." The old man nodded suddenly and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, how could the useless martial spirit blue-silver grass be cultivated so quickly? It turns out to be other martial spirits. Okay, you are qualified. Mubai, you lead me, let him go in." Dai Mubai nodded, then waved to Tang San, then turned around and walked inside. Tang San naturally followed closely behind. Soon, it was the turn of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to join the team. Zhu Zhuqing first put in 10 gold soul coins, then stretched out his other hand, and the old man squeezed it a few times. Then he nodded and said, 12 years old, you are old enough. Show your martial spirit and spirit ring." Zhu Zhuqing didn't talk nonsense. He directly possessed the martial soul. Cat ears grew on his head, his eyes turned into heterochromatic pupils, and 2 soul rings appeared around his body. At this time, Dai Mubai, who had just sent Tang San in, couldn't help being stunned when he saw Zhu Zhuqing's appearance. Feeling the sense of connection and fit between martial souls, he was absolutely certain that the girl in front of him was his fiancée Zhu Zhuqing. But, didn't she worship ultimate Douluo as her teacher? Why are you so weak now? Is it possible that she hasn't become a disciple yet? Dai Mubai suddenly thought of this, and he felt very happy. He had seen in the previous future video that the fiancé who was connected to his destiny was lucky enough to become the ultimate Douluo as his disciple. He was very happy in his heart. Jealous. Because this means that Zhu Zhuqing has got rid of the shackles of his family's destiny and can freely choose his own life. Unlike him, he still has to struggle in the quagmire of this family's destiny. When the time comes, even the best outcome for a loser is to have his cultivation level abandoned and raised like a pig. As for winning, Dai Mubai had never thought about it, because his brother was much older than him, and his strength and connections were not comparable to his. This so-called duel. From the beginning, everyone understood that it was just a formality. And he was destined to be the stepping stone, the loser who supported his royal brother's wisdom and prowess. In such a situation, who would not despair? So Dai Mubai escaped. He left his fiancée and ran away without any responsibility. Coming to this remote rural place in the Tiandu Empire, I spent the whole day drinking and doing whatever I wanted, just to experience the taste of freedom before I died. It's not like my trip to this world was in vain. But now, the appearance of Zhu Zhuqing gave Dai Mubai a glimmer of hope. Because in that future video, his fiancée became a disciple of extreme Douluo. This is a big backer. If he can also use this to become the sect of extreme Douluo, then it will not be impossible to win the duel with his brother in the future. To take a step back, even if he loses. But as long as he has the support of extreme Douluo, the Xingluo royal family will give him face no matter what, and will not waste his cultivation, imprison him and raise him like a pig. This alone is enough. So at this moment, Dai Mubai's eyes started to sparkle when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Noticing Dai Mubai's fiery gaze, Zhu Zhuqing frowned with some discomfort and silently withdrew his martial soul and soul ring. The old man said, "Well, you are qualified. Follow him in." Zhu Zhuqing didn't speak, just turned sideways. Let Ning Rongrong behind him step forward to test. But the man stayed where he was, obviously planning to go in together after she finished the test. After Ning Rongrong put in 10 gold soul coins, she stretched out her hand. The old man squeezed her hand, nodded and said, "If you are old enough, release your martial spirit." So along with the brilliant colored light, a 7-story pagoda appeared in Ning Rongrong's hands. The old man looked at the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in surprise, frowned and said, "Does your family know that you are here? These big families people from a large sect will not join any academy casually. Therefore, in order to avoid any trouble, the old man asked in advance." Ning Rongrong smiled when he heard this and did not answer. He just said, "Excuse me, can I pass the preliminary examination?" The voice was soft and beautiful, lacking a bit of heroic spirit, but it sounded soft and gave people a soft feeling. Seeing that she didn't answer the question, the old man seemed to hesitate for a moment, but finally waved to Dai Mubai and said, "Bring her in with you." So, the 2 girls followed Dai Mubai and walked towards the academy. Along the way, Dai Mubai frequently looked back at Zhu Zhuqing, as if he wanted to talk to her. But they were all forced back by her cold eyes. "I have no choice but to give up for the time being. Anyway, as long as you join the academy, there will be plenty of opportunities if you want to repair your relationship in the future." The 3 of them walked into the village together. All they could see were wooden buildings. The buildings here were simple and plain at best, and dilapidated at worst. The little princess Ning Rongrong, who had never experienced hardship since she was a child, looked at these buildings and couldn't help but frown, but she didn't say much. Just be patient and follow behind him. Chapter 37, Secretly Changing Concepts. Soon, Dai Mubai led them to an open space. Surrounded by wooden houses, this open space is about 500 square meters, right in the center of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had passed the preliminary examination were in front, and the obvious fluctuations in soul power made the air tremble irregularly. Dai Mubai pointed at the candidates lining up in front of him and introduced to the 2 women, "As long as the soul power exceeds level 25, you can go directly to the 4th level of the exam without wasting time here. The martial soul before was gold. People with tattoos go directly to the 4th level." "Oh, I have level 26. Then I should be able to go directly to the 4th level." Ning Rongrong nodded after hearing this, then turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, what about you? Do you have how many levels? Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly, I have level 27 soul power. In this case, I will take you two directly to the 4th level. Dai Mubai nodded after hearing their levels. Then he turned around and led the two of them towards the inside of the academy. While walking, in order to ease the relationship, Dai Mubai did not forget to introduce to the two women, the entrance examination of our college has a total of 4 levels. You have already experienced the 1st level. It is to use the soul power of less than 21 levels to, or candidates over the age of 13 are eliminated. This level filters out the most people. The 2nd level is to conduct soul power evaluation and martial soul appraisal. Having strong soul power alone is not enough to prove future development potential. This level is mainly about testing martial souls. Only soul masters whose martial souls have full development potential and have developed in the right direction in previous training can enter the 3rd level. Of course, if their martial souls are extremely special and weird, they can also be selected. After listening to Dai Muabai's words, Zhu Zhuqing remained calm on the surface, but in his heart he had more expectations for this academy. After all, I dare to use such strict screening methods to recruit students. So the academy itself must have 2 talents, right? There may be something unique, and there may be a secret to cultivating students. Dai Muabai continued, the 4th level is a test of actual combat experience. Some students have good martial souls and good control over their martial souls. But they have lived in aristocratic families since they were young and grew up in a honeypot. They have no understanding of everything in the outside world. There is no understanding, let alone fighting. The academy will not accept such students. The dean has said that no one is allowed to be pampered. When Ning Rongrong heard what he said, why did she feel that he was talking about herself? I couldn't help but said, are you choosing students or wives? It's too strict. No wonder the teacher at the door said you only accept monsters. I'm afraid only monsters can pass these 4 exams. I would like to ask how many students does Shrek Academy have now? How many students can it recruit every year? Hearing her soul's question, Dai Muabai couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face, and said, in the 20 years since its establishment to now, our Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 42 students. On average, there are a little more than 2 students a year. Right. Before this, the academy had not received any students for 2 years. Currently, there are only 3 students currently studying in the academy. 3. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing also frowned slightly, obviously very surprised by this number. Is a college with only 3 students still a college? This college seems unreliable at first glance. Dai Muabai said with some embarrassment, in the entire Douluo continent, we are the only academy with more teachers than students. Even after we admit you, the number of students in our academy will never exceed the number of teachers. Ning Rongrong frowned and said, how can the college survive in this case? If there are no students, there should be no income. Dai Muabai said, otherwise, why do you think our college is in such a small village? It's just because of lack of funds. If my family hadn't sponsored some, I'm afraid the college would have closed down last year. If we can't recruit students again this year, then, the 3 of us studying here will be the last batch of students at Shrek Academy. Then why doesn't the college relax some of the entrance exam requirements? I think there are not too many people signing up. Ning Rongrong said doubtfully. Upon hearing this, Dai Muabai immediately became excited. There was a look of respect on his face, and he said, the dean has said that it is better to waste than to waste. No matter when, even if Shrek Academy closes, it will never collect waste. Just want a monster. Do you know what the graduation requirements of the college are? Ours here is neither an intermediate Soul Master Academy nor an advanced Soul Master Academy. Because our requirements are different from theirs. We only want students under the age of 13, and they must be extremely talented. The graduation requirements of the academy are that one must be above level 40, and must reach level 40 before the age of 20, and must reach the level of the soul sect before they are allowed to graduate. A total of 62 students were admitted to the academy, but only 14 of them actually graduated. After these 14 people left the academy, they all became world-renowned figures. The most outstanding one among them is now the youngest elder in Wuhan Palace. His authority is second only to the Pope. The rest who have not graduated will not be able to complete level 40 training before the age of 20 and will die while hunting soul beasts. The dean once said that if you are not at level 41, don't go out and embarrass him. At the end of the sentence, Dai Mubai became obviously excited and his face was filled with admiration. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were both speechless as they looked at Dai Mubai, who was completely deceived and lame. From his words, they thought of Shrek's recruitment advertisement, saying that they could become Imperial Viscount as soon as they graduated. That's right, this academy didn't lie. It's just a sneaky change of concept. Before the age of 20, if you are not level 41, you will not be able to graduate. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but said sarcastically, no wonder your college dares to claim that you can become an Imperial Viscount as soon as you graduate. Indeed, it is not easy for a 20-year-old, level 41 soul sect to get a title. In this world, the status of soul masters is very high. Especially high-level soul masters are the key targets of the imperial nobles. With the level of the soul sect, coupled with the potential shown by these graduates, reaching the soul sect at the age of 20 is a promising future. The empire that sees the potential of these soul masters will definitely be very happy to reward them with a title without a fief to win over these talented soul masters. So to sum up, it can be determined that Shrek Academy's operation is completely empty-handed. Use the rewards that other students will surely receive in the future as favors. You can't say that. If it weren't for the cultivation of the school, they wouldn't have achieved such great achievements. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, who had been completely fooled, immediately became unhappy. Seeing Dai Mubai opening his mouth to retort, Ning Rongrong interrupted directly before he could finish his words. In addition, you said that among the students who graduated from Wuhan Hall, one is already the youngest elder in Wuhan Hall, with authority only second to the Pope. Don't you know that all the known elders of Wuhan Hall have at least titled Douluo cultivation? At this point, the contempt in Ning Rongrong's eyes almost overflowed. Chapter 38, Being Fooled into Lameness. All the elders of Wuhan Palace at least have the cultivation level of titled Douluo. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Dai Mubai was stunned. He really didn't know this. After all, if you don't deliberately understand it, or if, like Ning Rongrong, there is Grandpa Jian in your family who is the honorary elder of Wuhan Hall, then ordinary people can at most know the position division of Wuhan Hall. That's right, so you said that the most outstanding graduate of Shrek Academy has now become the youngest elder of Wuhan Palace. Then I would like to ask, which titled Douluo came from Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong, the way she looked at him was like looking at a fool. Titled Douluo can be said to be the pinnacle of soul masters, and even describing their number as only a handful is not an exaggeration. Basically, they are all famous, and you can know their origins by looking up them. Of course, some hidden titled Douluo are not included in this list. Dai Mubai was speechless. Before this, he really didn't know that the elders of Wuhan Palace were basically titled Douluo. I thought that the Soul Emperor and the Soul Saint would be able to become elders around him. As for titled Douluo, I can't even think about it. If Shrek Academy can really cultivate a titled Douluo, it will definitely be famous all over the world. I'm afraid there will be countless people rushing to my door to send money, so I won't have to live in this small village. Did I be deceived in the first place? The corner of Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. I recalled that I came to sign up out of curiosity, and then I saw that although the environment of this college was dilapidated, all the teachers in the college were strong. The lowest is the Soul Emperor. Subconsciously, I took a high look at this academy. Then I met Dean Flanders and listened to his boasts about Shrek's great achievements and the school rules of only accepting monsters. I was so excited that my blood boiled. In order to prove that he was also a monster, he joined this academy that didn't even have a martial arts mimicry place. Now after Ning Rongrong woke up, he recalled the 3 years in this college. He was surprised to find that he seemed to spend most of his time in the spirit fighting arena. Use combat to hone yourself. If I really want to say that I learned something in Shrek Academy, I really haven't. The only difference between this college and other colleges is that there are fewer students than teachers. And the teachers are generally of a relatively high level. Apart from that, there is not even a place for mimicry training. As for the teaching content, in fact, no matter what school you are in, what the teacher teaches is nothing more than some common sense of soul masters, how to identify soul beasts, and when soul rings are needed, teachers and classmates will help hunt them. Therefore, the advantage of Shrek Academy compared to other academies is that the teachers are generally very high level and can better help students hunt for suitable soul rings. That's all. But this is not the case in other high-end colleges. Even compared to Shrek, other colleges and universities also have mimicry training grounds, which can help soul masters speed up their training. This is the history of poverty advantages that Lake College does not have. Based on Shrek Academy's admissions standards, those students who are qualified enough to enroll will also receive focused training if they go to other colleges and universities. The mimicry training ground can even speed up your training. Hiss. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Shrek Academy really has no advantage over other colleges and universities. The more Dai Mubai thought about it, the more he felt that he had really been deceived. Never mind. Dai Mubai shook his head. He had been here for 3 years. Now that things have come to this, is there any point in worrying about this anymore? Although the physical conditions of Shrek Academy in all aspects are a bit worse than other colleges and universities, the many teachers at the level of Soul Emperor and Soul Saint undoubtedly make up for this. Overall, Shrek Academy is actually not that bad. After comforting himself in this way, Dai Mubai felt much better. Let's go. Dai Mubai ignored Ning Rongrong, obviously not wanting to answer her question. Just like that, he left alone. And seeing that this guy was speechless by him, Ning Rongrong did not add insult to injury. She gave up when she was good and became a good girl again. After all, no one would like a girl who would be aggressive whenever she got the chance, and who would pursue her even after she gave up. Although Ning Rongrong is coquettish, she is not stupid. Soon, Dai Mubai stopped. Arrive. At this time, the 3 of them came to another open space. This place is much smaller than the previous second level, only about 200 square meters. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s was sitting on a chair and dozing off. As for Tang San, who had come earlier, he stood aside and waited, obviously not taking the assessment yet. Teacher Zhao, I have brought people here for the 4th level assessment again. Dai Mubai said. Hey? It was very rare to have one in the first place, but 2 more came to the 4th level? This year, there are 3 in total. Zhao Wuji opened his hazy sleepy eyes and looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rong in surprise. Wrong, it seemed as if he had encountered something incredible. Dai Mubai said, not only are there 3 of them, but they are also exempted from the 2nd and 3rd tests. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up and he stood up from the chair. He was not tall and his appearance was very ordinary. But it looks extremely solid. The height of about 1.5 meters actually gives people a majestic feeling. His broad shoulders are like a city wall, and his coat cannot cover up his strong muscles that are made of steel. Although the expression on his face is kind, his strong figure will invisibly give people a strong sense of oppression. All 3 have exceeded level 25. Yes, it seems that there are a lot of little monsters this year. This is my last level. If you pass my test, you can officially become a member of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easy to pass. Practical experience is what every soul master must have. What I am testing is your ability in this area." After Zhao Wuji glanced at the three of them one by one, he introduced himself, "My name is Zhao Wuji. Since the three of you have passed the second and third levels without taking the test, I will accompany you personally to play. Now after giving you a stick of incense to get to know each other and discuss it, the test begins. The content of the test is for the three of you to work together to resist my attack for a stick of incense. As long as one person can persist to the end, you will be considered a passer. If you can't pass the test, then I can only regret to announce that you will not be able to enter our Shrek Academy." Zhao Wuji certainly wanted to scare them by saying this. In fact, as long as they passed the first three levels, the fourth level would be a formality. Regardless of winning or losing, the three of them would be admitted to school. The reason why Zhao Wuji said this was mainly because he wanted to wait until they all lost later, and then he would announce that they had successfully entered the school. It will definitely give them a huge surprise and shock. As a result, my favorable impression of the college has greatly improved. All I can say is that it's full of tricks. But the complacent Zhao Wuji probably never thought that it would be self-defeating later. Really force these geniuses away. Chapter 39 Zhu Zhuqing's Sadness. After announcing the rules, Zhao Wuji looked at the three of them and said, "I hope you understand and don't try to take advantage. At the same time, I can also remind you that it is impossible to block my attack on your own. Coordination and cooperation are the only thing you can do chance of success." "Teacher Zhao, this is not good," Daimyo Bai said hesitantly. Zhao Wuji glared at him and said, "What's wrong? The dean is not here, and I am the oldest in the college." I said yes. "That's all right. Okay, I'm going to light some incense. You don't have much time, so make your own preparations. Xiao Bai, you can also tell them my strength and characteristics so that they can be prepared." After saying this, he took out a piece of incense from somewhere. He put a pinch of incense on the head and lit the incense directly. In the blink of an eye, the incense was inserted into the ground without trembling at all. After doing this, Zhao Wuji sat back in his chair, closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The uninformed Zhu Zhuqing and the others did not have any special feelings because of the test method proposed by teacher Zhao. Instead, Daimyo Bai looked solemn on his face and said to the three of them, "Come here." After the three people gathered around, Daimyo Bai said seriously, "I can't help you this time. I didn't expect teacher Zhao to take action himself. What should I say? Is this teacher Zhao very powerful?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Daimyo Bai glanced at her in surprise, then nodded and said, "That's right, Zhao the teacher is a level 76 Soul Saint. Beast Martial Soul, Fighting Soul Saint. He is the deputy dean of the college, and his overall strength is second only to the dean." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three people suddenly changed. Soul Saint, Soul Masters of this level have already entered the ranks of high-level Soul Masters. Even if they face an army of 10,000 people, Soul Masters of the Soul Saint level can move freely without any fear. You can imagine how strong this level is. This is so shameless. He has a 76th Soul Saint to bully us three little Soul Masters in their 20s and 30s. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive a round under his hands." Ning Rongrong couldn't help but said. Daimyo Bai said helplessly, "Originally, teacher Zhao was only responsible for invigilating the fourth level. Your opponent should be me. As long as you can hold on to my hand for as long as a stick of incense, you will pass. But who knows that today that string is wrong, so I have to take action myself. But don't worry, this is just a test. Teacher Zhao will definitely be more relaxed during the battle and will not attack you with all his strength." Daimyo Bai shook his head and said, "Let me tell you teacher Zhao briefly first. The ability that you are good at, then you must immediately decide on the tactics against him, otherwise, let alone a stick of incense, it will be good if you can withstand his first wave of attacks. The expressions of the three people became solemn and they nodded silently. Facing a 76th level Soul Saint level expert is no joke. Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is the powerful Vajra bear, which is a powerful beast martial spirit. There are no flaws in his body, and his defense is extremely terrifying. Even a spirit master of the same level as him can hardly break through his defense and cause him harm. Damage. Although speed is not what Teacher Zhao is good at, the gap in soul power between you and him is too big, so it is impossible to be faster than him in this aspect. Dai Mubai said, Teacher Zhao's strongest strength is his attack power and defense. He is nicknamed Fudo Mayu in the academy. Let alone the three of you, even if you add me, you may not be able to stop him from a stick of incense. Attack! Now I can only hope that Teacher Zhao will not be so serious when attacking you. He turned out to be Fudo Ming Wang Zhaowuji. He has been missing on the mainland for 10 years, but he didn't expect that he would be a teacher at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong said in surprise, back then, Fudo Ming King Zhaowuji once had a relationship with Wuhan Palace during the festival. Wuhan Palace wanted to punish him, but he just broke out from the siege of 16 bishops. Later, the incident was settled. The bishops of Wuhan Palace were all in their 60s at least. At that time, Zhaowuji, who was a Soul Emperor level expert, was only in his 60s. Isn't he even more powerful now? Dai Mubai nodded silently and said, at least, I have never seen Teacher Zhao attack with all his strength. So, please wish yourselves good luck. Among Teacher Zhao's 7 soul rings, the first 2 are century-old soul rings. The third and fourth soul rings are thousands of years, and the next 3 soul rings are all 10,000 years. Moreover, the 7 soul rings are attached with attack and defense. You should be able to imagine how terrifying he is. Now, you should get to know each other first, state your names and abilities, and see how you can cooperate to best withstand Teacher Zhao's exam. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, Tang San was the first to speak. My name is Lan Wu, Weapon Spirit Golden Pattern Grass, 30 level Control Type Battle Spirit Master. Seeing that he started first, Ning Rongrong also said calmly and generously, Ning Rongrong, Weapon Spirit 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, 26th level Auxiliary Weapon Spirit Master. Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Martial Spirit Ghost Civet, 27th level Agility Attack Type Battle Spirit Master. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely. What? Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San was shocked when he heard their names, and then looked at them carefully, recalling the future video he had seen before. After silently comparing them, he found that although their faces were a little more childish, the 2 girls in front of him were indeed the ones who fought with him in the video and caused his father to have his hands and feet amputated. Only. Isn't it right? Isn't your martial spirit the dark demon evil cat? Tang San looked at the cold-looking Zhu Zhuqing and couldn't help but question, we will fight side by side next. You hide your actual situation and treat others. There is no good in fighting. I'm not hiding. Zhu Zhuqing met the gazes of the 3 of them and said calmly, I don't know why my martial spirit will change in the future. But I haven't met that person now. Maybe we will never meet again. She sighed sadly in her heart. When the future was exposed, the originally planned future had already changed. Full of uncertainty. Can she still worship that person as her teacher like in the video now? Zhu Zhuqing expressed pessimism about this. So, you haven't met that person yet? Tang San suddenly realized, and at the same time, a hint of murderous intent arose in his heart. After all, he is very vindictive. In the future video, he was tortured so miserably by Zhu Zhuqing. Coupled with the fact that Tang Hao's hands and feet were cut off later, all this was enough to give Zhu Zhuqing a way to die. Even if it was something that was going to happen in the future, so what if it hasn't happened yet? If he has seen it, he will not pretend that he has not seen it. Tang San was very vengeful. Don't think of him as a gentleman who came from the Tang sect. For a sect that specializes in sneak attacks with hidden weapons, how can you expect them to educate a living saint? Chapter 40 Tang San's Malice. After Zhu Zhuqing said that he had not yet become a disciple, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat silent for a while. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ning Fengzhi quickly smoothed things over and said, "Well, let's pass the test in front of us first. My martial spirit is Kaibao. Glazed Tower, 2 soul rings. It can enhance the attributes of speed and strength for everyone. The increase is around 30%. There is no problem in continuing a stick of incense." 30% increase was already a pretty good figure, but Tang San knew that the reason why martial arts like the 7 treasures glazed pagoda were called the most powerful among the auxiliary martial spirits was because every time a martial spirit increased, the soul ring can not only increase one more attribute, but also increase the attribute enhancement effect of all previous soul rings by 10%. In other words, if Ning Fengzhi's soul power reaches level 30 or above, not only can one more attribute be increased, but the increase effect of all attributes will become 40%. And so on. Until level 70, it can instantly increase 7 attributes by 80%. What a terrifying effect this is! If there is such a 7 treasures glazed pagoda soul master to assist, one's own strength can be doubled almost instantly. For the stronger soul master, the amplification effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile tower will be better. Anywhere in the 2 empires, as long as a soul master from the Kaibao glazed sect appears, he will immediately become the target of all soul master organizations. Attracted the attention of thousands of people. Fortunately, the amplification effects of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower cannot be superimposed. That is to say, if there are 2 7 treasures glazed tile soul masters, the amplification effect can only be produced according to the one with higher soul power. The biggest weakness of the Kaibao glazed pagoda spirit is that it has no attack power and needs to be protected by a fighting spirit master. But there are definitely many people who volunteer to become the protectors of the Kaibao glazed sect. Among them were at least 2 of the top soul masters, titled Douluo. On the entire continent, the Kaibao glazed sect is definitely among the top 3 sects. Together with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Haoshan sect hiding in the ravine, they are called the Shangxin sect. Coming back from his days, Daimyo Bai took a deep breath and said, "The combination of the 3 of you is quite good. There is no duplicate system of martial arts. It is up to you to decide how to resist Teacher Zhao's attack." His mind was full now. All I was thinking about was that Zhu Zhuqing didn't have that person as his teacher, so what would he do with his backer? Tang San suppressed his malice towards Zhu Zhuqing for a moment and thought for a moment, then said, "Ning Fengzhi is responsible for assisting the 2 of us, and I am responsible for the main attack. I also control Teacher Zhao's attacks and limit him as much as possible. Zhu Zhuqing, please use the flanks and rely on use your speed to control it." Tang San's tactics were very simple, and could even be said to have no technical content. In such a short period of time, they could only use this simple tactic. As for the effect, it can only be tested through actual combat. No matter what, they have never encountered such a powerful opponent. Only by fighting them can they know how powerful the opponent is. "Have we discussed it yet?" Zhao Wuji's loud voice came, and the 3 of them turned around and saw that the incense stick on the ground had burned to the end. "Teacher, it's time to start." Daimyo Bai nodded to Zhao Wuji and quickly stepped aside to watch the battle. Even though this was an unequal battle, seeing Zhao Wuji take action and being a powerful and aggressive soul master, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity to learn. Zhao Wuji stood up again, clasped his hands together, and moved his wrists. A series of tooth-breaking bone-crackling sounds sounded, and the invisible pressure suddenly increased. Another stick of incense appeared in his hand, and before he could light it, everyone took the lead. The 7 treasures turned out to be glass. Ning Fengzhi's body floated on the spot and spun around, and the dazzling 7-color light was immediately released from her body. Where the 7-color light condensed, there was already a 7-color pagoda more than a foot high in the palm of her right hand. The precious light flashed, and the nobility was overwhelming. Ning Rongrong was smiling, and her whole person looked like a fairy. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from her feet and silently circled around her body. The 7 treasures have names. One is power. The first soul ring rose up and shrouded the 7-colored pagoda. Under the guidance of Ning Rongrong's left hand, 2 rays of colored light were released at the same time, shrouding Tang San Zhu Zhuqing's body respectively. Suddenly, a warm energy poured in from the limbs and bones, and the 2 of them suddenly felt that their whole bodies were full of power, and even the soul power in their bodies surged up as if boiling. Zhao Wuji looked at Ning Rongrong with some surprise. Good guy, one of the candidates this year is from the Kai Bao glazed family. Yes, old Ghost Flanders will definitely be excited this time. As he spoke, the incense in his hand was already lit. He threw it away and inserted it into the ground. The 7 treasures have names, and the second is speed. 2 more colorful lights floated out, and Ning Rongrong's second soul ring also came into play. The lightness of their bodies made Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing feel as if their bodies had lost weight, and they secretly admired in their hearts that the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda truly lived up to its reputation and was indeed the #1 martial spirit in the auxiliary system. The speed and strength were increased by 30% at the same time, making them feel that their strength had greatly increased. At this time, they couldn't help but think of Ye Cheng, and they didn't know how much strength that 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda could give people. According to common sense, the increase should be 100% when reaching the titled Douluo level. But 100,000-year soul ring shouldn't be that simple no matter how you think about it. Maybe there will be more attributes that will be increased. While the 2 of them still had time to think, Zhao Wuji moved. Instead of rushing toward the 3 of them, he squatted with both legs and smashed his fists toward the ground at the same time. Not good. Tang San let out a low cry. The moment Zhao Wuji launched it, he already understood what his opponent was going to do. There was a muffled sound, the earth trembled violently, and a circle of earthy yellow waves following the rhythm of the ground, it was suddenly released in the direction of the 3 people. Zhu Zhuqing reacted very quickly, and since he was very close to Ning Rongrong, he immediately dodged and picked her up, jumping quickly to avoid the shock. When Zhao Wuji saw that his fists hitting the ground had no effect, a smile appeared on his face. He was not in a hurry to take action anymore. He wanted to see what tricks these students had up their sleeves. After all, this is just a test, not a life and death duel. Tang San looked at Zhao Wuji, who had not made any move for the time being, knowing that offense was the best defense. If they were passively beaten at this time and allowed Zhao Wuji to use his full strength, they would definitely have no chance. It would be better to use offense instead of defense, and maybe delay it for a little longer. The first soul skill, entanglement. The soul rings around Tang San's body lit up, and he activated his first soul skill, blue-silver coil. Zhao Wuji suddenly felt his whole body tense up, and the vines full of spikes had wrapped around his body crazily. Both his arms and legs were wrapped tightly. The vines tightened extremely, and the strong paralyzing poison was suddenly released. At the same time, the vines rising from the ground pushed his body upward, as if trying to get his feet off the ground. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot stabilize his body without roots under his feet. But Zhao Wuji simply released his soul power, and then with a loud bang, the vines covering his body instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. Although Tang San's martial spirit has awakened into the Blue-Silver Emperor, the strength of this martial spirit itself is life, not restriction or forceful attack. Therefore, even if it is stronger than the original Blue-Silver Grass, its toughness is limited. It is impossible to restrain Soul Saint. The adaptation of Chapter 41 is not made up. After exploding his soul power to push open the vines, Zhao Wuji roared, his martial soul possessed him, and his body suddenly expanded. The already terrifying muscles in his body almost doubled in size, and even his height increased by 1 meter in an instant, with 7 soul rings attached to him. Ha ha ha, just let me have fun with you. Zhao Wuji smiled, and then rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. I won't describe the process in detail. The result is beyond doubt. Facing the absolute strength gap, even if Tang San awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor, his strength would reach Soul Lord ahead of schedule. But without being able to expose his identity or use hidden weapons, facing Zhao Wuji, a guy with no martial ethics, the end result was that Tang San was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was beaten into a pig-headed 3. Zhu Zhuqing was better off. Zhao Wuji might have considered that she was a girl, so he casually shook her hand and dislocated it, and that was it. As for Ning Rongrong, Lao Zhao didn't dare to fight against this young lady with a profound background. In summary, only Tang San's injured world is complete. In the dark, Ye Cheng hid his figure. He had been quietly watching this farce for a long time. When he saw that Tang San was beaten with a bruised nose and face, he couldn't help but nodded and gave Zhao Wuji a teachable look. Well done, you should deal with this kind of duplicitous guy who has caused trouble for thousands of years, and you should be tortured hard and taught a lesson. In fact, Ye Cheng didn't have any bad feelings towards Tang San, the protagonist of the original work, at first. On the contrary, I quite liked it when I was a teenager and thought this character was very decent and principled. He is so devoted to his brothers and is willing to die for his lover. He is so infatuated. At this time in Douluo 1, Tang San didn't seem to have so many problems and was very decent. But all this changed until the original author successively wrote Douluo 2345. Completely changed. If Tang San in Douluo's first period is said to be a very good friend, a standard and upright person, then Tang San in Douluo 2345 performed all kinds of incredible operations, which were simply a subversion of this person. It was completely impossible to connect this Tang San with the Tang San in Douluo's first period. The original author successfully ruined this character. If Douluo was just a novel, it would be nothing. At most, the author's writing style was poor and the character was completely destroyed. But when Douluo continent becomes a real world, when Ye Cheng is in this world, when he thinks of Tang San's various operations in Douluo 2345, he feels very frightened. Why is there such a big difference between one person before and after? After excluding the situation where the author failed to write, there is only one possibility. This guy's character is originally like this. At first, he might just be unfamiliar with this world, so he acted cautiously. Wait until you gain strength later, and have the power to control the fate of all people. Just let yourself go completely and release your desires to your heart's content. A hypocritical, selfish, insidious, double-standard, despicable, and vicious villain. This is Tang San's true temperament. So after getting rid of the halo of the protagonist and looking at Tang San's actions in the original work from an objective perspective, Ye Cheng knew that this guy must not let him achieve the same achievements as the original work, otherwise it would be a catastrophe for all living beings. Because of this, Ye Cheng targeted him and people related to him many times when making up future videos. Of course, Ye Cheng is actually not that bad. Although he can make up future videos, he will also use the deduction function of the question and answer system before making up, deducing various possibilities for character development and plot development. This function is mainly to make up for loopholes in the plot and prevent the audience from seeing the flaws. Therefore, when he made up the future video, in fact, the characters in it, except himself, it has not been maliciously modified. But according to the deduction, if the plot develops normally, the characters in it will indeed do that. So his fabrication is an adaptation, but it is not nonsense. Rather, it is a fabrication based on reality. There is no malicious attempt to discredit the character's character. After being defeated by Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had different expressions. Tang San was unwilling and disappointed. Obviously I feel very sorry for not being able to enroll. Zhu Zhuqing was confused but relieved. He was confused because he couldn't enroll in Shrek, which meant he couldn't urge Dai Mubai to cheer up. So where should he go? She breathed a sigh of relief because she felt that this academy was unreliable even after seeing Shrek's true situation. I don't think I can learn anything in this academy. At most, it's the difference between dying early and dying late. Ning Rongrong looked indifferent, because the eldest lady was here to experience life. I don't want to leave you here, I have my own place to stay. The worst thing is to change the place. Looking at the expressions of the three of them, Zhao Wuji felt relieved. Realizing that he had gone too far, he quickly pretended to cough. He cleared his throat and then announced loudly, "Ahem, I declare, you are qualified. Congratulations on officially joining Shrek Academy." As soon as these words came out, everyone except Tang San looked surprised. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both had dull expressions and seemed not to pay much attention to this surprise. Nonsense, I have no expectations for this college. I thought about leaving even if I didn't pass the exam. Still relieved. As a result, it suddenly came to an end again. In this situation, what emotion do you want them to express? PS first update today. We'll make up for it tomorrow. The plot seems to have gone astray recently, so I'm going to brush up on the plot first, and then I'll add more when it's done. Chapter 42 The Reaction of the Divine World. God Realm. The clouds and mist are ever-changing, sometimes like rolling waves, sometimes like a quiet beauty. Each change has no rules, but it brings more beauty and shock to people. A thick energy of heaven and earth lingers in the clouds and mist. If an ordinary human being can come here, even if he just takes a breath, he can extend his life by 10 years. Of course, with ordinary people's physiques, it would never be a good thing if they absorbed too much of the energy of heaven and earth. That's all there is to it. The majestic palace shines with a faint golden light under the halo of the divine world. This is the commanding heights of the entire divine realm, and it is also the place where everything in the divine realm is controlled. The God Realm Committee has the responsibility of judging the gods, and also has the task of taking charge of the God Realm and maintaining the rules. The main hall of the palace is in the shape of an octagon. Every wall around it is undecorated, but there are countless scenes that change and flicker. Each light curtain represents a world and a scene on different planets in the human world. At the same time, this is also where the God Realm Committee monitors the planets in various small galaxies in this large galaxy. There is a round table in the center of the main hall, with 5 people sitting around it. In other words, not a human being. Sitting here are the 5 divine kings who are in charge of the divine realm. There is another realm above the God King called the God of Creation. As the name suggests, this world of gods is created by a God of Creation who split his own power. After the Creator God completed the creation of the God realm, just like Pangu incarnating all things, he transformed into the 5 seeds of good, evil, life, destruction and Shura, and took root in the God realm. After countless years of growth, these 5 seeds gradually gained their own wisdom. They are the 5 starting points of this world and the 5 supreme gods of this divine world. In good and evil constitute thoughts and emotions, while life and destruction create the entire divine world. If good and evil are the sky of the God realm, then destruction and life are the earth of the God realm. Shura in the middle reconciles all the order between the sky and the earth, and this is how the God realm comes into being. At this time, the 5 supreme gods of the gods focused their attention on a wall. There were many light curtains on that wall, but the scene in one of the light curtains was blurry, like a mosaic. And what this light curtain represents is the Douluo continent where Yecheng is located. In the God realm, the subordinates manage 108 planes. In words that modern people can understand, the God realm mainly controls a large galaxy similar to the Milky Way. In this large galaxy, there are 108 small galaxies similar to the solar system. To put it bluntly, the so-called planes in the divine world refer to planets. The world refers to the world represented by the planet, not the entire vast and boundless universe. From a modern point of view, the quality of the entire divine world has dropped by dozens of notches in an instant. Since 6 days ago, this plane called Douluo continent has suddenly escaped from the control of the God realm. God Shura, who was sitting in the central seat, spoke. The God realm is a special space formed by the power of thoughts from various subordinate planes, so time passes at different speeds. A day in the divine realm is equivalent to a year in the subordinate plane. That's why God Shura said 6 days ago. Could it be the remnants of the dragon god? The god of destruction frowned and said murderously. The so-called dragon god is a powerful god who ascended from the lower world many years ago. This dragon god can be said to be the ancestor of all the dragon clans in the entire divine galaxy. Relying on his unique talents, he cultivated to become a god, condensing the two great gods of destruction and creation. In the absence of a god, he ascended to the divine realm. And just came to God after absorbing the pure energy of the God realm, coupled with the relationship between the two supreme gods of destruction and creation. The dragon god directly crossed the threshold of the third-level god, the second-level god, and the first-level god, and achieved success on the spot. The position of the God King. He is directly on par with the 5 great God Kings. And the most perverted thing is that this dragon god is still the king of the 2 gods. It is conceivable that if they fight alone, none of the 5 God Kings can be the opponent of the dragon god. And this sudden arrival of a strong man naturally made the 5 God Kings extremely jealous. After all, in their own territory, a strong man suddenly broke out who they could not defeat alone. Who can rest assured? Therefore, the God Realm Committee, represented by the 5 great God Kings, will directly restrain it. But how could the dragon god be willing to act like a dog to these 5 God Kings? After all, in the mortal world, the dragon god is the king and ancestor, and is invincible. After breaking the rules and ascending to the divine realm, he got rid of his shackles. With his own background, he directly holds the position of the 2 God Kings. Any one of these 5 God Kings would definitely be no match for him if he were to fight against him. Even if the 2 God Kings join forces, it will probably be enough. In such a situation, how could the dragon god succumb to the power of the 5 God Kings? So he directly joined other divine beasts in the divine realm to launch a war and fight against the gods. At that time, various magical beasts, soul beasts, and the like that were subordinate to the human world were allowed to enter the divine realm after reaching the divine level through their own efforts, and had a dedicated system of gods for divine beasts. But mythical beasts have always been controlled by gods, which means they have the same status as oxen and horses. One can imagine how these mythical beasts, whose intelligence is no different from humans, would be willing to do so. It's just that the gods have always been powerful, and the beasts have no choice but to surrender. Now that a powerful leader has arrived, they have a backbone. Under the leadership of the dragon god, the mythical beasts burst out wildly in pursuit of freedom and want to unify the divine world. This war soon spread to the entire God realm. The 5 controllers of the God Realm Committee, the God of Goodness, the God of Evil, the God of Shura, the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life, join forces to command the gods in the God realm and fight against the beasts. However, these 5 God Kings did not care about martial ethics, and they directly joined forces to deal with the dragon god. Even with the title of Double God King, facing 5 opponents of the same level, the dragon god is outnumbered and no match at all. In the end, the beasts headed by the dragon god failed. The spiritual consciousness and soul of the leader of the dragon god were all shattered, but at the last moment, he relied on his powerful ability to forcibly split under the serious injury and transformed into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The originally extremely powerful and perfect abilities were inherited by the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King respectively. The Golden Dragon King inherited the powerful physical abilities of the Dragon God. He is extremely powerful, invulnerable, and has unparalleled speed. And the most important thing is to destroy the Godhead. The Silver Dragon King inherited the Dragon God's ability to control the power of the elements, and simultaneously controlled the 7 elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. And the most important thing is the creation of Godhead. When the Dragon God split, an extremely huge amount of energy was produced. In order to eradicate it, the God Realm Committee tried its best to kill it. In the end, the Golden Dragon King was left in the God Realm, but the 5 God Kings were unable to kill him. Because at the last moment, the Golden Dragon King used his own original power to turn into an indestructible dragon cocoon outside the body. This dragon cocoon transformed from the original power of the God King was too strong, and the 5 God Kings could not do anything to him for a while. Simply seal it and cook it slowly later. As a result, I still have nothing to do with it. However, the Silver Dragon King took advantage of the chaos and rushed out of the God Realm, disappeared into the turbulence of time and space, and is still without a trace. Now that he saw the abnormality in Douluo continent, the God of Destruction's first reaction was that the Silver Dragon King, the remnant of the Dragon God who had escaped without a trace, was responsible. P.S. Regarding the settings of the Dragon God realm, the settings of Douluo 12,345 are different. It was said earlier that the Dragon God ascended from the lower world, and later it was said that the Dragon God is the God of creation, and the divine world was created by the Dragon God. Although inconsistent, the author chose a more reasonable setting here. After all, if the Dragon God was really the God of creation, how could he possibly cut off the orcs' path to becoming gods? It is unreasonable to let the orcs be bullied so miserably. Chapter 43, The God Realm is Coming. Probably not. God Shura shook his head and said solemnly, when I discovered the abnormality in this plane, I used the power of the center of the God Realm to try to dispel the abnormality and regain control of this plane. What's the result? The God of Evil asked. He didn't ask if the anomaly could be dispelled, but why it couldn't be dispelled. After all, the light curtain representing Douluo continent is still blurry. Obviously, God Shura failed. The mysterious power that suddenly appeared in Douluo continent is so weird. Even if I don't hesitate to use the power of the center of the God realm, I can't get a glimpse of the truth. It's as if this abnormality doesn't exist at all. God Shura's expression it was very ugly and he said, I suspect that this power comes from outside the star field. The unknown universe that is not under our control. The power beyond the star field. The expressions of the other 4 God Kings also became extremely solemn. Although they are called God Kings, they are obviously not the same thing as the truly supreme God Kings in fantasy novels who control the life and death of the entire universe. They can only dominate their own 1/3 of an acre of land. If they leave this small rural star field on the edge of the universe, they may be nothing. Because of this, facing this wave of energy that most likely comes from the God realm, several God Kings did not dare to neglect the control of unknown forces outside the star field. I immediately became extremely vigilant. Shura, you summoned us here, and you must have some ideas. No need to hold back, just tell us. The God of Kindness looked at God Shura and said. The other 3 God Kings also nodded. With my own strength, the power of the center of the God realm that I can mobilize is too weak. So I want to combine the power of our 5 God Kings to fully mobilize the power of the center to thoroughly investigate the source of this anomaly in Douluo continent. God Shura said. Own ideas. The center of the God realm is the core of the entire God realm. Responsible for absorbing and processing the power offered by subordinate worlds to maintain the operation of the divine world. Therefore, only the 5 great God Kings have the authority to use the power of the center of the God world. Although a single God King can mobilize the power of the center of the God world, he can only mobilize a small part. Only the 5 God Kings working together can use all the power of the center of the God world. After listening to Shura's words, The other 4 god kings pondered for a moment. Although the power of the center of the god world was related to the foundation of the god world, they finally nodded in agreement. After all, the power that enveloped Douluo continent originated from the mysterious existence outside the star field. It is a completely unknown force to them. All fear comes from the unknown. If they don't understand this power, the 5 god kings will simply feel restless and have a sense of panic that their destiny is not under their control. Therefore, even if using the power of the center of the god realm would consume a lot, and might even shake the foundation of the god realm, they could not care less. After consensus is reached, the 5 god kings closed their eyes directly on the spot, used their own authority to contact the center of the god world, and completely liberated the power of the center of the god world. Gather the power of the entire god realm and rush towards the world called Douluo continent. This force is very powerful, and it is definitely not something that the planet Douluo continent can withstand. Once it comes, if you are not careful, the entire planet may fall apart. But now, even if it may lead to the destruction of a lower plane due to the inability to control the power, the 5 great god kings couldn't care less. When it comes to unknown forces outside the star territory, no matter how cautious you are, you can never be too cautious. If sacrificing one Douluo continent can save the entire god realm and the rest of its subordinate planes, then this deal is simply worth it. The 5 god kings were full of confidence. They gathered the power of the entire god world center and followed the connections in the dark to launch an attack on Douluo continent, hoping to trace the source of this anomaly. In their view, even if this mysterious power comes from the unknown star field, it faces the power of the entire god realm. You can only bow your head and show everything obediently. Otherwise, there is only one path to destruction. At the same time, Douluo continent. Yaen, who was secretly paying attention to Zhu Zhuqing and others, suddenly heard a ding in his ears, and then the system prompts began to sound continuously. It's so noisy. Unknown energy intrusion into the world has been detected. Defense mechanism activated. Antivirus program starts. Counterattack successful. It has been detected that a large amount of energy is left behind, which can be extracted and utilized. Absorbing. Convert into energy. Conversion completed. According to the system rules, energy is given priority to absorb the plug-in live spoiler system. Absorbing, 50%, 51%, 56%, 58.4%. Energy exhausted, absorption stopped. The system is low on energy. The current absorption progress is 58.4%, and the permissions are still low-level permissions. Tip: if you want to fully absorb it, obtain the highest authority of the live spoiler system. The host is asked to play hard, collect energy, and assist in system upgrades to fully absorb this ownerless plugin. Please enter the system interface for details. After a series of dizzying system prompts, Yaen finally regained his composure, then clicked on the screen with his mind and began to check the system changes. Performance system: make up a character. The more people believe it and generate shock, admiration, fear, all kinds of emotions for this fictional character, then eventually this character will become real. Current role: Twin Martial Spirits Yaen, 100%. Already played, Twin Martial Spirits Yaen. External plugin, Live Broadcast Spoiler System, 58.4%, the current absorption progress is insufficient, and it only has low-level permissions. It can ask questions at will, fabricate and tamper with videos, set Q&A rewards and punishments, but cannot obtain Q&A rewards, and can only obtain 100% final permissions. Control everything in the system. Yaen discovered that at the end of the system panel, the absorption progress of the foreign plug-in live broadcast spoiler system had increased from 50% to 58.4%. Obviously, all of this was contributed by the unknown force that invaded just now. But, what is that unknown force that invades the world? It can't be the world of gods, right? Ye Cheng thought jokingly. But suddenly I discovered that this guess may not be impossible. Think about it carefully, since 6 years ago, the live broadcast spoiler system came out of nowhere, covering the entire Douluo continent, such a big movement. There is no reason why the God realm, which can monitor the changes in the world under its subordinates to a certain extent, should not respond to this. Faced with such a novel gadget, the God realm will definitely respond. No matter how slow the response is, after all these years, the priest will definitely be sent to come and investigate what is going on with this sudden mysterious question, right? But it happened that the God realm had no response to this place. This is very wrong. Ye Cheng guessed that after the live broadcast spoiler system came to this world, the mechanism instinctively blocked the perception of this place from the God realm. And a subordinate world suddenly breaks away from surveillance. No matter how inefficient the God realm is, it must have been reflected after such a long time. Then it would be very reasonable to use means to find out what is going on. It has to be said that Ye Cheng's guess turned out to be the truth. Chapter 44 This world of gods is inferior. According to the system prompts, the force that wanted to invade this world just now was killed by the system's own antivirus program. Ye Cheng recalled the prompts just now. Then the force that wanted to invade this world was wiped out by the antivirus program, and some power was left behind. The system absorbed these powers, converted them into energy, and then used them to absorb the plug-in live spoiler system to increase the progress by 8.4%. Ye Cheng thought. From this point of view, as long as I am still in Douluo continent, I don't have to worry about the God realm. After all, the methods that the God realm can use to interfere here are probably blocked by the system. The only thing you need to pay attention to is whether the God realm will get angry and send a bunch of gods to this world without any moral ethics. I don't know if the system will treat these gods as viruses and eliminate them. If that's the best, I'll have peace of mind. It's just that the possibility is unlikely. But I actually don't have to worry too much about the God realm. Because to take a step back, even if those gods have come. But the system's ontology does not seem to be parasitic in my body, but is in a high-dimensional state, similar to the difference between the three-dimensional and the two-dimensional. It only binds the function to me, and therefore, as long as I don't, if you expose yourself as the host of the system, then those gods who come to this world will definitely investigate the source of the anomaly. But how can the existence of the second dimension jump to the third dimension? Therefore, those gods will most likely just stare and cannot find the body of the system at all. So, as long as I don't expose myself as the host of the system, the time left for me will be enough for me to develop from a humble person to an invincible person. Ye Cheng came to the above conclusion through the current information. Yes, you can't reveal that the question and answer is related to me. Fortunately, so far, I have only released 2 videos related to myself. It should not attract the attention of interested people. Next, publish some questions and answers. The content should not involve me. I need to select other people to answer questions and confuse the line of sight. It is impossible that the protagonist of the questions and answers will always be me. The flaw is too obvious. Ye Cheng thinking about it silently. The decision was made quickly. God realm. From the outside, the God realm appears as a huge colorful ball, wrapped in clouds and mist lingering with strong divine power. It looks illusory and beautiful. Perhaps, the divine realm can be called the divine realm star. Because this so-called God realm is actually a planet made of pure power. At this time, inside the God realm star, the Divine Realm Committee, the 5 God Kings, who had just used the central power of the God world not long ago, looked extremely pale at the moment, as if they had experienced some great horror. His eyes were dull, as if he had received a severe mental shock. Commonly known as, scared silly. A long time passed. God Shura was the first to break away from the unspeakable terror and looked around at the other 4 God Kings with lingering fear. Soon, the others woke up from their sluggishness. The 5 god kings' faces were still pale, and they were all silent. We underestimated the mysterious power of the unknown star field. Finally, God Shura spoke up and broke the silence. His voice was hoarse, and his fingers even trembled unconsciously. Obviously still worried. The remaining 4 god kings remained silent, looking suspicious of life and shutting themselves up in shock. In fact, everything they experienced after using the God Realm Center has completely subverted their previous understanding. As the power left by the Creator God, it was transformed into 5 seeds. After tens of millions of years of growth, he finally became the supreme God in the divine world. He is in charge of the God Realm, and his subordinates are in charge of life and death in many planes. For a long time, the 5 great God Kings have always had a self-centered mentality, thinking that they are at the pinnacle of the universe. Even if he faces the power of the unknown star field, he is confident that he can handle it. But just now, when they confidently activated the power of the God Realm Center and tried to find out the mysterious power shrouding the Douluo continent, they encountered something strange. An incomprehensible horror. Under that mysterious unknown power, they condensed the power of the entire God Realm Center and the power of the 5 God Kings, just like fragile bubbles, they shattered when touched. The two are not at the same level of power at all. That is the boundary between gods and mortals. The gap between heaven and earth. The 5 great God Kings finally realized the powerlessness of those mortals in the past when facing their gods. In the face of that high-dimensional power, the power of the 5 God Kings is a joke. The power they were so proud of could not have any impact on them at all. This time, the losses are huge. The God of Destruction said with a hoarse voice and bloodshot eyes. If they hadn't run so fast, their consciousness would have been wiped out by the unknown force. But as a price, more than 99% of the power of the God Realm Center was consumed in this operation. Lost so much strength, the foundation of the divine world has undoubtedly been shaken. Next, they can't go anywhere. We can only sit in the God Realm and work hard to replace the role of the center of the God Realm and stabilize the God Realm. You can't leave until the center of the God Realm has recovered at least 50% of its strength, enough to maintain the operation of the God Realm. Otherwise, there is no telling when the God Realm will explode due to dysfunction. What should we do in Douluo continent? Should we just let it go? The God of Evil frowned. That power was so mysterious that they couldn't do anything about it. But it's not good to just let it go. Who knows what this power wants to do when it suddenly appears in Douluo continent? If you only lose one Douluo continent, it's nothing. Anyway, there are more than 100 subordinate planes in the God Realm. If you lose one, just lose one. It cannot shake the foundation of the divine world. But the key is, what if the target of that mysterious force is not just Douluo continent, but the entire galaxy including the God Realm? This is absolutely unbearable. Why not, first send some low-level priests to see if they can come to Douluo continent? The goddess of life suddenly suggested. Can. The other 4 gods thought for a while and agreed. The people on the left and right are just some of the lowest priests, people at the bottom of the divine world. Even if dozens or hundreds of them died without batting an eyelid. Although there are regulations in the divine realm, gods are not allowed to interfere with the lower realm at will. But the problem is that these rules themselves are set by the God Realm Committee. Therefore, as the people who set the rules, if they themselves violate the rules, who can control them? What's more, the mysterious power of Douluo continent in the lower realm is too dangerous. It's not a bad idea to follow the authority in emergencies and break some rules. Compared with the safety of the entire God Realm, mere regulations seem insignificant. PS3 updates, I missed one yesterday and made up for it. Chapter 45 Cannon Fodder. Although Douluo continent has been blocked by the system, its connection with the God Realm is still there. Therefore, after deciding to get a few cannon fodder to explore the road in Douluo continent, the 5 god kings did not hesitate and directly selected a few priests without backing as the pioneers to explore the road. In the god realm, from the priest level up there are 3rd level gods, 2nd level gods, 1st level gods, and the supreme god king. Therefore, priests are the lowest level of gods, and there are tens of thousands of them. Basically, they were brought up by gods above the priest level when they ascended from the lower world. That's all there is to success in a lifetime. And those gods who ascend through their own cultivation, or inherit the divine throne, are at the very least 3rd level gods. And if you practice hard, it may not be impossible to make further progress. It can be regarded as the backbone of the god realm. The 5 god kings used their divine power to open the space channel and sent the selected priests to Douluo continent. At the same time, Douluo continent and Yecheng also received system prompts at the same time. Ding! 5 outsiders detected. After scanning, there is no threat. Put it under control and will not be cleared. Listening to the system prompts, Yecheng quickly clicked on the system interface, and after some operations, all the information about the 5 outsiders was presented in front of them. He was surprised to find that these 5 people turned out to be priests who had smuggled down from the god realm, but because they were too weak, they were not a threat in the system's judgment. Therefore, once it is included in the supervision, it will be ignored. As early as 6 years ago, the system arrived, locked the world, and started Q&A based on this world. The entire Douluo continent has basically become a question and answer system. All tangible and intangible changes cannot escape the monitoring of the question and answer system. Therefore, when outsiders like these come here from other worlds, they cannot hide from the system at all. With just one scan, you can clearly know all the details. Because the priest is too weak, the defense mechanism is not activated. It seems that the force that was powerful enough to trigger the system's self-defense counterattack was probably the God King of the God Realm taking action. Yecheng looked at the system information and silently guessed. It's a pity that only a few priests came. Otherwise, if those God Kings dared to come down, hey, I can let them know the horror of the answering space. Yecheng felt a little regretful. Those God Kings are too stubborn. I only dare to send a few priests here to serve as cannon fodder. As long as you are tougher and bolder. If the 5 God Kings from the God Realm dare to come down, they will come to Douluo continent. Then you will be locked by the question and answer system in an instant. When the time comes, he can make it round and flat as he pleases. The simplest way is to make up a question that is impossible to answer correctly, and then designate 5 God Kings to answer it. When they answer incorrectly, set the punishment to deprivation of all cultivation, use the system's mechanism to easily kill the opponent. It's so cool. It's a pity that those God Kings are too stubborn and dare not come here in person. On the contrary, they escaped disaster. Should these 5 priests arrange a Q&A session now and take care of them directly? Yecheng thought to himself as he looked at the information of the 5 priests. No, this feels too targeted. And this will undoubtedly let the God Realm know that there is an actual controller behind question and answer. By then my risk of exposure will be greatly increased. It's better to pretend that I didn't see it and keep these 5 guys. Then I will only show them what I want them to know, and let them send wrong information to the God Realm, so that the God Realm thinks this question and answer it's just an ownerless treasure that has been left here, with no actual owner. Let the God Realm become less wary of this place, and even become greedy about taking the questions and answers as their own. If the 5 God Kings can be lured into if you cheat to come to Douluo continent, then the overall situation is decided. The more Yecheng thought about it, the more he felt that keeping these 5 guys was more valuable than killing them directly. Anyway, these 5 guys can't make waves on their own territory. Even if he thought about it, he could replay everything that happened after these people came here at any time. In this case, what else is there to fear about him? It's these guys who should be afraid, okay? God Realm. Before sending the 5 priests to the Douluo continent, the 5 god kings each separated a ray of spiritual consciousness, each attached to a priest. Follow these priests and go through the space passage to Douluo continent. It can be said that these 5 priests are not only cannon fodder, but also the ears and eyes of the 5 god kings. Through the ray of divine consciousness attached to them, the 5 god kings can observe the situation in Douluo continent in real time even if they are in the god realm. Soon, through the function of their spiritual consciousness, the 5 god kings discovered that the 5 priests were not hindered by any obstacles, and passed through the space tunnel very smoothly, arriving at Douluo continent. These 5 priests were 3 men and 2 women. After arriving in Douluo continent, they did not act rashly. There was no grand display of the divine power. Instead, he first started looking for the locals of Douluo continent, hoping to understand the changes in Douluo continent today. Soon, the 5 priests searched the memories of many local people through memory search methods. It was finally determined what the abnormal force that enveloped the entire Douluo continent was. Q&A space? Answer the questions. There are prizes for correct answers and penalties for wrong answers. After the 5 god kings in the god world checked the information transmitted from their spiritual consciousness, they all fell silent. This so-called question and answer seems obviously not a power that should exist in Douluo continent, but rather something that can only be done by the gods of the god realm. To be honest, if they ignore the cost, they can indeed achieve the same effect as the question and answer space. However, when their god realm faced this question and answer, the power gathered by the entire god realm seemed so weak, as fragile as paper, which could be broken by a poke. Obviously, this sudden mysterious question and answer is far higher than the divine world in nature. This is why they can be easily suppressed. Where did this mysterious question come from? Why did you come to Douluo continent? What's its purpose? Is it really just a question and answer? What good will this do to it? A series of questions came to mind, and the unequal information made the 5 god kings even more afraid of this mysterious question and answer. The unknown is the most frightening thing. Without knowing the details of this mysterious question and answer, the 5 god kings did not dare to act rashly. Especially when you suffered such a big loss before. In the end, after some discussion, the 5 god kings decided to stay put. Ask the 5 priests not to show off or reveal their identities as gods. They should first investigate the Douluo continent for a period of time to see if they can find any clues about the mysterious question and answer. Once you figure out the truth of this question and answer, it's not too late to take action. Chapter 46 Yet, Your Majesty. In the dead of night, the entire Shrek Academy was completely quiet. In the daytime exam, except for Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Fengzhi, no one could pass the first 3 levels. This is the year Shrek Academy has received the most students in many years. As the deputy dean, Zhao Wuji naturally has his own residence. At this time, he was meditating alone in his room. Suddenly, a voice came from my ears. Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji woke up from his meditation, with an angry and solemn look on his face. As a high-level soul saint, his soul power is so powerful that he can form a wonderful aura around his body, and can clearly distinguish the sound of falling leaves within 100 meters around his body. But at this time, he didn't feel that there was anyone around him, and the voice pierced directly into his ears, and it sounded like he was talking in his ears. He can be sure that the strength of the person coming is definitely not inferior to him. Who? Zhao Wuji stood up, a cold light shining in his eyes. At the beginning, his reputation in the Soul Master world was not very good, and he had many enemies. He had been hiding in Shrek Academy for many years and had been quiet. Unexpectedly, a powerful opponent suddenly appeared at this time. You come out. A faint aura locked on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji naturally did not give up, and went out through the window without hesitation and came outside. His soul power suddenly increased to its peak, and he quickly chased in the direction of the aura. In a short time, they had already left the scope of Shrek Academy and arrived in a forest outside. That trace of breath disappeared right here. Come out. I know you're here. Zhao Wuji shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, he completed the possession of his martial soul in the first time. The 7 soul rings moved up and down around his body, shining with dazzling light. Especially the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings looked even more amazing. Profound. A black figure slowly walked out from behind a big tree. This man was covered in black clothes and even had a black hood on his head. From his appearance, he could only be seen to be a tall man. Zhao Wuji looked at this man, but the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Because he recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this guy the Tang Hao who had his hands and feet cut off in the previous Q&A video? Very good, why is this guy looking for me? It seems you already know who I am. Tang Hao saw Zhao Wuji's expression and simply took off his hood, revealing a scruffy face covered with beard. Pretending to be profound, he said calmly, "It's rare to see Fudo Mayu in such a small place. I just want to compete with you tonight. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time." As he spoke, Tang Hao summoned his big hammer, and at the same time, 9 soul rings quietly appeared on his body, among which the 100,000-year soul ring was particularly eye-catching. Seeing that the man in black in front of him was indeed the despicable and shameless Tang Hao, Zhao Wuji felt very cold in his heart. As a soul master at the soul saint level, he knew very well the gap between high-level soul masters. When you reach level 60 or above, let alone 1 stage difference, even if you are only 1 level behind, there is still a certain gap in strength. Your Majesty Haoshan. After uttering these 4 words with difficulty, Zhao Wuji hurriedly bent down and saluted, "Your Majesty is here. Please stop joking with me. How can I be qualified to compete with you?" Tang Hao said lightly, "What's the point of being worthy or not? Aren't you doing a good job of bullying that child during the day? I found that bullying seems to be a good feeling. Just let me bully you too. Of course, you can think I'm bullying." Without any strong aura radiating out, Tang Hao held a big hammer and walked towards Zhao Wuji step by step. Zhao Wuji secretly complained in his heart, but now, he finally understood. That boy named Lanwu is probably the Tang San in the previous video. As for why the appearance has changed so much, it is not the case that no one on the Douluo continent has changed their physical appearance due to the influence of the soul ring after absorbing it. It's just rare. Zhao Wuji felt very panicked now. It would be better if he just got beaten by Fatty. But the key is that the guy in front of him is a wanted criminal in Wuhan Palace, and his identity must not be exposed. Now he openly reveals his identity in front of himself. No matter how he looks at it, it looks like he is about to silence him. Suddenly, Tang Hao stopped 10 meters away from Zhao Wuji, and then said in a serious tone, "Now that you are here, come out. What's the difference between 1 and 2? As the words fell, in a flash, someone appeared next to Zhao Wuji. As soon as this person appeared, the expression on Zhao Wuji's face suddenly relaxed a little. "Boss, this senior." The visitor waved his hand to Zhao Wuji, signaling him not to speak. Faced with invisible pressure, the visitor had no choice but to release his martial spirit. A pair of huge wings stretched out from his back, and his whole body was covered with a layer of feathers. The pupils in his orange eyes were erected. 7 soul rings of the same color as Zhao Wuji suddenly appeared, dancing up and down around his body. "I've seen Haoshan Myangxia. This man wears glasses and has a very distinctive, or rather ugly, appearance. He is none other than Flanders, the dean of Shrek Academy." But Tang Hao didn't pay attention to Flanders' greetings. His originally casual expression gradually became serious at this moment. He simply ignored Flanders and scanned the surroundings vigilantly, as if he sensed something. "Who?" he shouted. The soul power in the body exploded, and the terrifying pressure made Zhao Wuji and Flanders, who were closer, feel suffocated. It's quite lively here tonight. A clear voice suddenly sounded. As soon as the words fell. Wearing white clothes with cloud patterns embroidered on them, she is low-key and simple, exuding an unworldly temperament. The long dark hair is tied up, and the remaining part is spread behind the back, giving people a dignified and free and easy feeling. A handsome, godlike face matched with this outfit. His whole body was filled with a fairy spirit, and he looked like he was no ordinary person. As soon as this person appeared, he instantly became the focus of the audience. Yet, under Yaen. Zhao Wuji wanted to call him by his first name, but after suddenly realizing it, he quickly changed his words. Since Ye Cheng didn't have a title of his own, he could only directly call him Your Majesty. I've met Mian. Flanders was much calmer and saluted calmly. Zhao Wuji also quickly followed and saluted. Ye Cheng accepted the salute from the two of them calmly, because in this world, it is normal for a low-level soul master to salute a high-level soul master. If you don't accept it, the other person will think that you are looking for trouble and that's why you are being rude. Chapter 47. Let's discuss. In reality, this is the first time we have met. Ye Cheng looked at Tang Hao, who said nothing, smiled, and said in a calm tone. He could feel that Tang Hao, who seemed calm in front of him, was actually filled with soul power surging in his body, and his whole body was tense. You can launch a thunderous strike at any time. Obviously, the Tang Hao in front of him was very wary of him and was on high alert. This is normal. After all, in the future videos shown in the Q&A, I cut off the opponent's hands and feet, even if it was only something that happened in the future. And now he has not provoked himself, but he will still be vigilant when he should be. Looking at the sudden appearance of Ye Cheng, his attitude towards him was extremely dull, not as bad or targeted as imagined. Tang Hao was slightly different and thought about it carefully. It didn't take long to figure out what was going on. Although in the future video that was played before, I provoked him because of protecting my shortcomings, but after all, that was just what would happen in the original future. I haven't provoked him yet, there is no conflict of interest between the two parties, and the person in front of me is not from Wuhan Palace. There was absolutely no reason to attack him. Thinking about it this way, his indifferent attitude toward himself when he saw him was the most realistic reaction. If someone yells and kills as soon as they meet someone, and is full of hostility toward him, it will appear abnormal. Because this means that the other party is most likely on the side of Wuhan Palace. Or maybe you or someone related to you provoked the other party somewhere. Only then would something like this happen. But even though he understood the reason, Tang Hao's whole body was still tense and he was wary of the man in front of him. After all, facing a person who can take his life at any time, no matter how cautious you are, you can't be too cautious. Looking at Tang Dachui, who didn't say a word and was very wary of him while holding the hammer tightly, Ye Cheng began to consider in his mind, should he give this guy a blow? I get angry when I see this useless guy. When he was reading novels in his previous life, he didn't like this guy who fell into decadence after his wife died, drank all day long, and even took care of his son. No matter how domineering this guy is described in the middle and later stages of the original work, and how sharp his hammer is, how awesome explosive ring is, how powerful his qualifications are, he can't even like this guy. In his opinion, Tang Hao is a guy who has never experienced hardships and has a fragile mind. As a result, he was hit by a sudden blow and was completely defeated. He no longer even had the willpower to fight for revenge. Your wife was sacrificed, but she's not dead. Isn't there still a blade of grass left? Won't you look for ways to make her grow quickly? Okay, even if I didn't expect this. Even if you think she is dead. Then you won't take revenge for killing your wife? So many people in the sect died, and they were forced to close the mountain and not leave. My father was so angry that he died of serious injuries. You won't avenge this revenge? What? The Wuhan Palace has a large number of people, and there is also an ultimate Douluo in the back, so you can't defeat the Wuhan Palace at all. Then you won't keep a low profile and practice hard. Strive to become stronger than Sendai Liu. Just give up? Drinking all day long to survive, being a decadent drunkard in a small village? A genius who is known as the youngest titled Douluo, only has this kind of mentality? So unable to withstand the blow? Are you so unsure of yourself? It was only later that he found out that his son was a twin martial soul that he regained his confidence in fighting against the martial soul hall. You have such low self-esteem and lack of confidence. Aren't you known as the Haoshan Double Star? Aren't you the latest generation of Haoshan Douluo? Aren't you the youngest titled Douluo on the continent? Then why do you act so timid, without even a hint of perseverance and the strong character of a strong person who becomes more courageous with every setback? After reading the story about Tang Hao, Ye Cheng felt extremely contemptuous of this character. Because I feel that what this character does cannot support the skeleton of the character at all. It's completely typical of going high and going low, with the characters collapsing. There are too many inconsistencies. So now I can really see the character Tang Hao in front of me, looking at his messy hair like a bird's nest, there is even eye droppings in the corners of his eyes, and the stench of not taking a shower for who knows how long. Ye Cheng is getting more and more angry as he looks at it. The more I look at it, the more uncomfortable I feel. Let's compare notes. He suddenly said, it's rare to meet Haoshan Douluo here. It just so happens that I also want to learn the Haoshan sect's unique skills. Tang Hao felt that the ordinary aura on his body suddenly became turbulent, and a sharp aura filled the air. All his escape routes were blocked. It seems that he has to fight today's battle whether he wants to fight or not. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to learn the secret of twin martial arts. Tang Hao knew that he had no right to refuse, and besides, he didn't feel murderous intention from the person in front of him, so he said it was a discussion. There is a high probability that it is exactly what he said. Seeing that his contemporary Haoshan Douluo was happy to see his hunting heart, he wanted to have a discussion. Tang Hao couldn't refuse, and besides, he also wanted to experience personally what the secrets of the twin martial arts were. If he could get a glimpse of the secrets of the twin martial arts, then his son would have a smooth path after cultivating the twin martial spirits. Twin martial souls are an extremely rare talent. In the 1000-year recorded history of the Tiandu Empire, only one had appeared before Tang San. It shocked the world at the time. People at that time generally believed that the owner of this twin martial spirit would have unlimited achievements in the future. You might even get a glimpse into the realm of gods. However, in the end, the possession of this twin martial soul. However, during the subsequent practice, his body exploded and died inexplicably. After an investigation afterwards, it was found that the cause of this man's death was most likely due to an inexplicable conflict between the two spirits, which led to his eventual death. This situation undoubtedly shows that the cultivation of twin martial souls must be different from the cultivation of ordinary martial souls. There is definitely a secret. If you practice improperly, you will run the risk of dying suddenly on the spot. So after knowing that his son was a twin martial soul, Tang Hao was worried and happy at the same time. What he was happy about was that his son had two martial souls. He only needed to cultivate one martial soul to the realm of titled Douluo first, and then add another martial soul to the other. When it comes to soul rings, you can start attaching super long-term soul rings from the first ring. Even adding 9 100,000 year soul rings to a martial soul is theoretically possible. For example, this successful example. Tang Hao looked at Ye Cheng in front of him, as if he saw his son's future achievements. Of course, the premise of everything is that Tang San's twin martial spirits can be successfully cultivated. If it fails, then the unlucky guy who explodes and dies is an example. And the person in front of me undoubtedly knows the secret to cultivating twin martial souls. But he would definitely not tell the secret just like that. Tang Hao knew this very well. After all, This kind of know-how must be extremely valuable. Just like the various secret skills of their sect, even many clan members cannot practice them. But I won't openly teach others selflessly. So if you want to figure out the secret of twin martial souls, now is your chance. During a sparring session, observe the other person carefully. Maybe we can get a glimpse of the secret of the twin martial souls. PS sorry, it's a bit stuck. First update today. We'll make up for it tomorrow. I need to think about how to develop next so that I don't fall into a rut. Be a little new. Chapter 48 Forget it. Seeing the two top-titled Douluo in the world about to compete, Zhao Wuji and Flender couldn't help but widen their eyes and stared at the two. They are only soul masters at the soul saint level, and they are still far away from titled Douluo. Therefore, if you can witness the battle between titled Douluo live, you may be able to learn something from it. Of course, the greater possibility is that you can't understand anything at all. After all, if you could simply understand it by watching others fight, then all the academy sects in the world would have collapsed. Generally speaking, it depends on one's talent and understanding. If you have good understanding, you will be able to understand something from it. If your understanding is not good, then you can only watch the fun. I thought that there would be a fight between dragons and tigers, a fierce duel that could be recorded in the history of the Soul Master world. But soon, Flanders and Zhao Wuji blinked, and then looked at each other blankly, seeming to be confused about what they saw. Bang! Boom! Bang bang! Boom boom! What appeared in front of Flanders and Zhao Wuji was a scene like a father beating his son. The arrogant Haoshan Douluo, who was famous in the Soul Master world and was once regarded as an idol by many people, was now as embarrassed as a dog. He could only keep dodging his opponent's attacks, and from time to time he would have to roll on the ground and get covered in mud before he could even dodge them. His opponent, on the other hand, stood there relaxed and contentedly. When he waved his hand, he didn't even summon the martial spirit. It just releases powerful soul power and creates an impact. He defeated all his methods. Beat him like a dog in the mud. This. After Flanders and Zhao Wuji looked at each other, cold sweat broke out on their backs, and then they quietly retreated quietly. Stay away from here. As for why you should do this? Haoshan Douluo was beaten like a dead dog, could they see his miserable side? If you continue to stay here and watch, are you sure that Tang Hao will not be killed and silenced by the angry Tang Hao afterwards? No one would want their embarrassing side to be exposed, especially Tang Hao's character, who is famous for being shameless. Just because of a small conflict, he would cause trouble for other girls and kill them. What can you expect from a person like this who has no bearing of a strong man? Where's your bum ring? Why don't you come out yet? After waving his hand again and releasing powerful soul power to knock Tang Hao away, Ye Cheng couldn't help but frown and said, I once heard that you relied on the Haoshan sex ring exploding stunt to successfully survive the pursuit of an extreme Douluo. Go back. Is it just someone spreading rumors? Tang Hao didn't reply. Because the ring explosion is not something that can be used casually, it is a unique skill that is only used when desperate. If used, he will be weak for a while. It's just a discussion now, it's not time to go all out. At the same time, he was also secretly sighing in his heart at the power of the twin martial spirits. He once escaped from the hands of Dalu, who was also an extreme Douluo, and therefore he could feel the difference between the two even more. Compared with Dalu, who only has 9 soul rings, Ye Cheng, who has 18 soul rings, is undoubtedly much more powerful. He didn't even use his soul skills. He was so powerful that he could neutralize all his attacks and suppress them with just his strong soul power. Let yourself be cracked as soon as you use the domain. Faced with the heavy pressure of the soul power, the soul skills were broken like paper. In front of the person in front of me, I was as fragile as a baby. The gap is too big. They discussed for a while. Seeing that Tang Hao still refused to use the explosive ring, even after realizing the gap later, he simply focused on defense and passively took the beating. He looked like he had given up resistance. Ye Cheng stopped speechlessly. He really didn't expect that Tang Hao could be so cowardly. Even if he just wanted to show off, Ye Cheng would not look down on him so much. This is completely messed up. Looking at Tang Hao, who was not offering any resistance and looking like he was just having fun, Ye Cheng stopped and began to think about how to deal with him. Kill? In reality, they didn't provoke him, but if they wanted to kill him just because they couldn't stand it, wouldn't it be the same as the big devil who often appears on TV and kills innocent people indiscriminately? Then, destroy him? The reason is the same as above. There is no conflict between the two parties now. If there is no enmity between the two, Ye Cheng will destroy him. It's very unreasonable. It doesn't even fit the character's setting. Also, with his current strength, is it interesting to bully a half-disabled Tang Hao? Looking at the embarrassed Tang Hao, Ye Cheng thought for a while and found that besides being dissatisfied, he had no reason to kill him now. Forget it, I'm almost done with my anger. Let's let him go this time. Ye Cheng shook his head. Then he didn't even bother to look at Tang Hao again, turned around, and left this messy place. And in him after leaving, Tang Hao finally couldn't hold on any longer, his legs softened, and he sat down on the ground. He was breathing heavily, looking like he was surviving a disaster. P.S. Sorry. The author has been a bit stuck these past 2 days. I wrote a lot of content, but after reviewing it I felt unsatisfied. I deleted, modified, and finally gave up. It feels like it's all water. I need to review the Douluo series again to find inspiration. Just one update for today. The missing chapters will be made up in 2 days. Chapter 49. How about I call you Xiaowu from now on? Early morning. Zhu Zhuqing had already gotten up early in the morning. She and Ning Rongrong lived in the same dormitory, and he woke her up when she woke up. This pampered young lady originally wanted to stay in bed a little longer, thinking of her father's instructions when she arrived. Now I have to give my new classmates a face and get up honestly. The two of them finished washing and tidying up their appearance. Just open the door and prepare to have breakfast first. Soon the two of them were informed by passers-by and arrived at the college cafeteria. The so-called canteen is actually just an agreement between the college and the village, and several villagers have been hired to be responsible for the students' meals. Breakfast is nothing more than a bowl of gruel and white flour steamed buns. At most, add some pickles. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at the rough food in the cafeteria and couldn't help but frown. Soul masters are also human beings and they also need to eat to survive. And compared to ordinary people, soul masters have to practice. Therefore, it is more important to eat well in 3 daily meals. Even those qualified soul masters eat the flesh of soul beasts. Because the energy contained in the soul beast's flesh is very beneficial to the soul master's body. Therefore, the meals provided to students in some intermediate and high-level colleges are basically food made from soul beast meat or plant-based soul beasts. But what about this college? Clear porridge and white flour steamed buns, oh yes, it also comes with pickles. What kind of nutrition can this kind of food have? It might be okay for ordinary people. But it is too simple for a soul master. And they are only 12 years old now, and they are still in the developmental stage. Just eat this every day? If you have to face high-intensity training, will it really not destroy your body? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's inner evaluation of this college has dropped slightly again, and they already vaguely regret signing up for this college. Is this school really reliable? Although they criticized this college in their hearts, the two women did not show any dislike on the surface. Instead, they very calmly received a breakfast of white porridge with steamed buns and pickles from the cafeteria and found a seat to sit down casually. Start eating in silence. Zhu Zhuqing put aside the fact that although Ning Rongrong had been pampered since childhood, she was not unable to endure a little hardship. Therefore, after trying this steamed buns and pickles for the first time, I thought it was acceptable, not that I couldn't eat it. After all, I have never eaten such civilian food before. Try something new. But if she is really allowed to eat this kind of food every day in the future, she will definitely not do it. While the two were having a meal, there were heavy footsteps at the door of the cafeteria, and after a moment, 4 men walked in. Except for Tang San and Dai Mubai, the other two were a handsome young man with peach blossom eyes. One is a short, chubby little fat man with a mustache. Wow! 2 beauties! As soon as the little fat man entered the door, he saw Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. His eyes suddenly glowed green and he subconsciously began to rub his hands. No matter how you look so vulgar. Dai Mubai, who was standing next to him, quickly bumped him with his elbow and whispered, "Be more honest. It's best to suppress the evil fire." The little fat man said angrily, "Why? Are you going to attack again? I say, Boss Dai, even if you are the boss, you should always leave some soup for the brothers." Dai Mubai bumped into him again and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing didn't seem to notice them. He was eating breakfast slowly, but his face was still cold. Ahem. Dai Mubai coughed and said, "I see that everyone has arrived. In the future, we will all live and study together. Let's get to know each other. Let me introduce to you, this fat man is another student of our college. A student named Ma Hongjun, his martial spirit is grass, oh, no, phoenix." When they heard the word phoenix, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing immediately raised their heads. When they saw Ma Hongjun's fat and short figure, they suddenly doubted whether he had introduced him wrongly. "That's it, return the phoenix? You must know that when the martial soul in Douluo continent awakens, the type of martial soul will have a certain impact on the soul master himself. For this reason, most soul masters with tiger spirits look like mighty strong men or tall beauties. Cats and fox-like spirit masters are generally either handsome or beautiful in appearance. And phoenix, this is undoubtedly the top martial spirit, combining beauty and power. Shouldn't the owner be that kind of handsome man? As for the little fat man in front of you, if you say his martial spirit is that of a pig, it's almost as good as him. Phoenix, is he worthy?" Feeling the distrustful gazes of the two women, Dai Mubai said awkwardly, "I know it's hard for you to believe it, but Fatty's martial spirit is indeed a phoenix. By the way, this is Oscar, from the food department, and his martial spirit is sausage." He quickly pointed to another boy with peach blossom eyes and said, "Hello." Oscar nervously stretched out his hand to say hello. After the introduction, Dai Mubai continued, "We will all live and practice together in the future. There is no need to be too restrictive in calling us. Including the 3 newcomers like you, there are only 6 people in the academy in total. Xiao Ao both Fatty and I call me Boss Dai. Because I am older than them. You can just call me Mubai, Ma Hongjun can just call him Fatty, and that Oscar guy, you can call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Big Sausage." Having said this, Dai Mubai looked at Tang San and said, "Lan Wu, how about I call you Xiao Wu from now on?" Xiao Wu? Hearing this title, the corner of Tang San's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "I somewhat regret taking up this pseudonym. It's better to just call me by my name," he said quickly. "That's right, Xiao Wu sounds like he's calling a girl. Then I'll call you Lan Wu from now on." Dai Mubai thought about it and felt that calling a man Xiao Wu was a bit disgusting. Tang San nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Although he hasn't had much contact with Shrek Academy yet, he already has a sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, these 3 students have their own characteristics, but none of them offend him. It can only be said that birds of a feather flock together and people flock together. Before Dai Mubai could talk about herself, the eldest lady Ning Rongrong said cheerfully, "You can just call me Rongrong." My relatives and friends all call me that. Her smile always hung on her face, and her simple words brought her closer to everyone invisibly. In the end, only Zhu Zhuqing was left. When Daimyo Bai's eyes caught sight of Zhu Zhuqing, she stood up and said calmly, "Zhu Zhuqing, it doesn't matter if you call me by my full name or my first name." After saying that, she turned around and walked out. Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai with some surprise and said, "Boss Dai, don't you claim that you are invincible among women, and you are known as the girl killer? Why is this new pretty girl not even willing to take a second look at you?" Dai Mubai looked a little ugly, shook his head, and did not explain. After all, his behavior of escaping alone was not manly enough. Anyone who knew this would despise him. Naturally, I wouldn't say it to make people laugh. Chapter 50. Okay, it's just ugly. Dang dang dang. Outside the cafeteria, a clanging sound was suddenly heard. Everyone had just finished eating. Dai Mubai heard it and said, "This is the bell ringing for the dean to summon us. Let's go, we need to gather in the big playground." When the five of them arrived at the playground, Zhu Zhuqing, who had left the canteen before, was already here. Several people came forward to gather, stood in a row, and waited silently. After a while, a middle-aged man walked over from the other direction of the playground. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were stunned when they saw this person. He looked about 50 years old, with a strong build, a long and distinctive face, a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, and a facial expression. Flat, somewhat aquiline nose. If I have to use one thing to describe it, then I can only say that his face is a bit like the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes are closed, he looks a bit cunning. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed crystal glasses, the frame is a rigid square shape. Ning Rongrong asked in surprise, "Is this person the dean of the college?" Oscar, who was looking for a girl next to him, replied enthusiastically, "Yes, this is our dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed owl Flanders. A 78th level soul saint. Then teacher Zhao is even more powerful. And he has a flying beast spirit, which is quite rare among fighting spirit masters. Fatty is his direct disciple. The martial spirit is a cat-eagle, and its appearance really matches the image of a cat-eagle." After Ning Rongrong heard this, she couldn't help but take another look at Ma Hongjun's fat and wretched appearance, and shook her head inwardly. Isn't it said that like a teacher, there must be a disciple? Why does the master look the same but the apprentice is so weird? If you say this guy is a phoenix, who will believe him? There is no doubt that Flanders's appearance is the most typical one affected by martial arts, so he looks really ugly, but not ugly. He's just a little weird, not handsome, hard to make women feel admiration for him. Well, he's just ugly. Soon, Flanders came to a total of 6 students and stopped. Then he focused on the 3 freshmen, each of whom was older than the last, and couldn't help feeling a little panicked. After all, the students we accepted in the past basically had no background. It's not like the 3 people in front of me, the backstage is tougher than the last. If it is not handled well, Shrek may face catastrophe. So, he made up his mind. The next teaching should be done with caution and as much as possible. We must not do anything bad to these 3 little guys. Otherwise it would be miserable. Ahem. He coughed slightly, and then said, "This year is very good, we have 3 more little monsters. I, Flender, the president of Shrek Academy, welcome you on behalf of the Academy. Later, each of you will 100 gold coins to Mr. Li, who is in charge of finance." Dean. Dai Mubai took a step forward. Having been fooled by Flanders, he respected him and even had a bit of admiration for him. Flanders said, 3 more juniors and juniors are here. Tell them the rules of the academy. Then go back and rest, and try to restore your condition to the best possible level. Today's first class will start in the evening. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are the exceptions. Oscar's face suddenly fell, and he reluctantly walked to Flanders and saluted. When he saw Ning Rongrong walking to his side, his expression became better. Flanders waved his hand and said, "Others can go and rest. Remember, get yourself into the best condition before it gets dark. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching in this college is different from other places. You even will be in danger." Zhu Zhuqing left without looking back, and Dai Mubai didn't catch up with him this time. Ma Hongjun walked very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tang San was in no hurry to leave, he wanted to see how the dean in front of him taught. Oscar and Ning Rongrong's martial arts are both auxiliary, which should be the reason why they do not attend evening classes. But what made Tang San very strange was, why should teaching be conducted at night? Flanders didn't care about him staying here, and said to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, "Everyone has their own cultivation method. Different martial spirits, cultivation methods are also very different. In Douluo continent, almost no one is exactly the same, therefore, what the academy wants to teach you is not how to cultivate the martial spirit, but how to use the martial spirit and how to better preserve yourself and assist your comrades in future battles." Tang San felt a little familiar with Flanders' words. After thinking about it carefully, the master seemed to have said something similar. It's just that the master said it in more detail than Flanders. Leaving Oscar aside, Ning Rongrong looked deeply convinced and waited for him to continue. Flanders continued, "Both of you are auxiliary soul masters. One is for adding attributes, and the other is for food-based martial arts. Soul masters like you, whether on the battlefield or in peacetime, you need to be protected by your partners, otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive. Oscar, tell me, as an auxiliary soul master, how can you better protect yourself on the battlefield?" Oscar said without hesitation, "Hide behind your friends as much as possible, and use all available terrain and buildings around you to avoid risks. Stay away from dangerous areas as much as possible." Flanders nodded and said, "You are right. But there is one thing you didn't say. As an auxiliary soul master, running away is a must-have quality. An auxiliary soul master who cannot run away is not a good soul master. What is needed to escape? Although as a soul master, you have your own soul power to assist you, but the enemies you may face are stronger. You are the opponent's fighting soul master. Therefore, as an auxiliary soul master, you also need to exercise your physical strength. Maybe you can survive by running one more step at the critical moment." Oscar still knew Flanders very well. Hearing the dean in front of him speak grandly, he secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. It's over. There is no way to escape today. Sure enough, after a long speech, Flanders nodded to Oscar and Ning Rongrong and said, "Your lesson today is to do physical training. From now on, you will run 20 laps around the entire village. If you do it before lunch, you don't need to have lunch before you come back. You can use your martial arts to assist. Now, Oscar will lead the way." "Yes." Ning Rongrong agreed and ran out without hesitation. Oscar glanced at Flanders with some resentment before following him. Although the village where Shrek Academy is located is not big, Oscar understands that the entire village Flanders refers to includes the cultivated land in the village. After one lap, the distance is at least 3 kilometers. 20 laps is a quite scary number. P.S. I feel like I shouldn't write Shrek. The plot is a mess. I transition this plot as quickly as possible, and then the protagonist can happily do things.